what kind of time period we're talking about here?
No, they won't give us a timeline, but I think one has to really accept that neither the British officials nor the military expected this kind of resistance. So although they're saying, yes, it's going to be difficult, it's because they're reacting now to facts on the ground, and they're changing tactics and maneuvers accordingly. They did not expect to have this amount of resistance, A, from the so-called irregulars, the Saddam Fedayeen that we've been talking about, those special militias that were created by the regime to control internal, to enforce internal repression and to control internal dissent. Those people have been put into these cities and are fighting from inside those cities, plus these huge numbers of troops that originally were thought to have surrendered have moved back into the cities. All of this paints a picture that the British, and in some instances on their way the Americans, did not expect, and so they're having to react on the ground accordingly. The problem in the British sector I can talk about is that this now becomes, according to the British officials here, a high-risk and difficult military operation. You know, they had hoped to go in on their terms. Now the Iraqi resistance is forcing them to fight perhaps on Iraq's terms. Iraq wants to pull them into the cities, wants to pull them into street fighting, wants to make it a quagmire, knows that the coalition forces do not want to fight street to street, nor do they want to cause civilian casualties. So the Iraqis are trying to change the balance of power, and the British are going to have to react to that and to try to neutralize them without causing civilian damage. And as I say, difficult and high risk. Paula?
Christiane Amanpour, thanks so much. As Christiane talked about the kind of resistance that coalition forces are being met with, it's interesting to note that the British Prime Minister says he sees no threat of coalition forces being overstretched. It's also interesting to note, Bill, that the Prime Minister downplayed the kind of resistance that's being encountered. And in two different parts in the news conference, he made two specific references. One saying it is taking shape as we thought it would. The second time, this scenario is what we had expected. That's the latest footnote from Tony Blair's news conference. Back to you now, Bill.
All right, Paul, the other thing you talked about was that two-pronged approach, one from the southeast of Baghdad and one from the southwest of Baghdad. That southwest location, where it's largely believed this Medina division of the Republican Guard on behalf of Iraq is now positioned. They have a storied history within the Iraqi military going back over the past 20 years, said to be very formidable, perhaps the most well-equipped of any Republican Guard division. Ken Pollack knows that all too well. He's the author of The Threatening Storm, the case against Saddam Hussein, also from the Saban Center in Washington, D.C., back with us here on American Morning. Ken, welcome back. Tell us why the Medina is considered to be the best, if not one of the best, probably the best division within the Republican Guard.
Well, Bill, the Medina is one of the two oldest of Iraq's Republican Guard armored divisions, Ibn Hammurabi Division, which is located northwest of Baghdad right now. Those are probably the two best divisions in Iraq. They've got a very long history, as you pointed out. They were formed in about 1986. They fought in all of the major battles at the end of the Iran-Iraq War. They were the ones who bore the brunt of the fighting when the Iranians attacked Basra in 1987. They were the ones who bore the brunt of the fighting when the Iraqi army defeated the Iranians. They were the ones who led the invasion of Kuwait in 1991, in 1990. And it's important to note that in 1991, U.S. military personnel going up against the Republican Guard. We fought the Medina Division in a battle that was called the Battle of Medina Ridge, when our 1st Armored Division went up against a brigade of the, in fact, the same 2nd Brigade of the Medina Division that Walt Rogers' 7th Cavalry Regiment is going up against right now. Fought them in a battle all afternoon long, and American personnel taking part in that, combat veterans from Vietnam, all said that it was the toughest firefight that they had ever encountered. It was harder than anything they ever fought in Vietnam because the Republican Guards, even though they weren't very good soldiers, would not stop. They wouldn't stop fighting. U.S. forces would blow up their armored personnel carrier, and you'd have 2 or 3 charred Iraqis fall out of the back of it and start firing at the U.S. tanks with machine guns, RPGs, whatever they could.
Yeah, now, Ken, listen, there are a lot of different factors today as opposed to 1991. That was wide open desert. We are told now heavily vegetated area southwest of Baghdad. We're also told, based on some reports, that perhaps they're using the same tactics the Serbs used in Kosovo. In other words, putting their tanks, their 272 tanks, underneath individual trees, hiding them out in storage areas as well. When you consider those factors right now, and also think of the history of this fighting force, what do you do right now from a military strategy in order to take this unit on?
Well, I think that what the U.S. is doing right now is probably the best thing. First, we're in the middle of a sandstorm, so that's going to make it very difficult. In a sandstorm, it reduces our advantages even further. Our great advantages over the Republican Guard are our maneuverability and our long-range fire, which they don't have either of those two things. The sandstorm takes both of those things away from us. So the best thing to do is to wait out the sandstorm and then try to soften up the Medina as best we can using air power, artillery, and helicopters, and then go in fully with a combined arms team, infantry, armor, artillery, helicopters, and air. What we found time and again is that the Iraqis cannot handle that kind of a full brunt of force. They're very good in these kind of little fights where they can dig themselves in and take pot shots at U.S. forces. They're tenacious defenders. But when we can put together a combined arms force that forces them to react in ways that they didn't plan to before, when we can start flanking them, and that'll be another important element, that's when the Republican Guards do worst.
Ken, we're already hearing from the Pentagon this could be one of the key battles, if not the key battle to date. Tell us why.
Well, as I said, the Medina is one of the best divisions in the Iraqi armed forces. And the expectation is, the hope is, that if the U.S. can just crack the Medina wide open and just cause it to fall apart, that this will send a very powerful signal to other Republican Guard divisions that it's simply not worth resisting U.S. forces. If they see the Medina overrun easily by U.S. forces in a day or so, that will say to the rest of them, hopefully, that fighting the Americans just isn't worth it, and hopefully that'll cause the rest of the Republican Guard defenses around Baghdad to start to crumble.
All right, Ken Pollack, author of The Threatening Storms, the Bond Center in Washington, D.C. One other footnote on this, Ken, we'll talk to you later today. Said to be Medina, comprised of about 10,000 troops, possibly 250 tanks, possibly 250 armored personnel carriers, but certainly this is something right now the Pentagon is trying to get a much better view at from the air, but obviously quite difficult today given the weather conditions here throughout the Persian Gulf. More in a moment. Paul again in New York.
And Bill, as you know, late yesterday, the Pentagon confirming that the two Apache helicopter pilots whose craft went down in Iraq are now prisoners of war. We're going to take a short break. When we return, I'll be talking with the family of one of those men. We'll be right back.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
Think all mortgage lenders are the same? Think again. At Ditech.com, there are 2 fast and easy ways to apply for a second mortgage 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can pick up the telephone and call our toll-free number or apply online at Ditech.com. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with Ditech's no closing cost option. Use the money to pay off credit card debt, whatever you want. Ditech.com. There is a difference. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Smart Balance Buttery Spreads, judged the best tasting in the soft vegetable spread category by the American Tasting Institute, helps to improve the ratio of good to bad cholesterol with no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Use delicious Smart Balance Buttery Spreads.
Back here live in Kuwait City, military planners would tell you that Mother Nature is neutral. If it's rainy and windy for one side, it's rainy and windy for the other. And certainly Mother Nature is a story, at least today anyway, and possibly going into tomorrow on Wednesday. As we look back now in the past 24 hours, in addition to the weather, Renee San Miguel now has a look at the most significant developments right now in the war in Iraq.
Recapping developments in the past few hours. 7:27 p.m. Monday, 3:27 a.m. in Iraq. CNN's Frank Buckley on board the USS Constellation reports that coalition aircraft are targeting Saddam International Airport near Baghdad. 8:52 p.m. CNN's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon confirms that the U.S. has destroyed the Apache helicopter that landed in Karbala, Iraq yesterday. The 2 American pilots were taken prisoner by Iraq. 12:05 a.m. Ben Wiedemann reports a fourth night of heavy bombing in the northern Iraqi city of Mosul. 12:30 a.m. Gary Stryker on board the USS Roosevelt reports planes from that carrier will switch away from massive bombing to focus on hitting targets of opportunity and providing air support for ground troops. 1:04 a.m. CNN's Art Harris, traveling with the 2nd Marine Division, reports heavy fighting for a third day in the southern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah. 1:25 a.m. CNN's Christian Amanpour reports that the city of Basra is now considered a legitimate military target, according to British military officials. They tell her the hope is to wear down Iraqi forces in the city and facilitate getting humanitarian aid to civilians there. 3:38 a.m. Darren Kagan reports from Kuwait that relief agencies there are shipping food to Iraq, which will be shipped in as quickly as possible.
Renee San Miguel again with the latest developments that we have all witnessed over the past several hours. One more at this hour. The air raid sirens are back here in Kuwait. Second time that we've had this in the past 15 hours. An Iraqi missile was fired into Kuwaiti airspace earlier today here in Kuwait, knocked out of the sky by yet again another Patriot missile battery. What comes of this one, we're not quite certain just yet, but we'll let you know when we get that word. Now, Paula in New York.
Bill, I always worry when you say that. You don't seem to be seeking any kind of cover there. There's an elaborate system you have worked out about these alarms. I know you get a lot of these alarms, and then the all clear is sounded. Where are you right now?
We are in our hotel, is essentially where we've set up shop here. Our 60 colleagues working on behalf of CNN, and there's a group of us who make a decision based on our own personal knowledge of the situation around us to either get off the air and go down to the parking garage or stay on the air. But, you know, Paula, throughout this entire ordeal, I've tried to stress that all of these missiles that have entered Kuwaiti airspace have all landed well out in the desert, largely aimed at the military positions on behalf of the U.S. and the British. And as I say that, Paula, there's the all clear. So again, that follows the pattern again that we have heard and seen now for the past 7 days running. More in a moment.
You certainly have had dozens of these since you've been there. That must be a pretty darn good sign when they're sound when you finally hear that all clear sign, right?
Yeah, certainly it is, Paula. It is quite reassuring to us, and I can tell you we're not taking any chances. So if indeed we feel like we should take cover, we will. But to date so far, no threats here in the city of Kuwait, and that's a good thing.
Happy to hear that. Thanks, Bill. See you in a little bit. Sure. They didn't say a word and appeared to be unharmed, but the fate of 2 U.S. Apache helicopter pilots who were captured in Iraq after their helicopter went down is anything but certain. Chief Warrant Officer Ronald Young, seen on the left in video played on Al Jazeera TV, is from Georgia. And joining us now from there in Lithia Springs, his parents, Ronald and Kay Young, sisters Kelly and Lively and Samantha Jarrow, and his brother Mark Young, his wife Stephanie, and Ronald's other brother Jesse Young. Nice to have you all with us this morning. Sorry it has to be at such a traumatic time for your family. Mrs. Young, explain to us what the military has told you about your son and his condition.
You probably know as much about that as I do, just that he is a POW. And that, you know, he looks good. He looks like he hasn't been harmed, and we're very thankful for that. And that's pretty much all we know. They said that they've given us numbers. We can call them if we have questions, and they would let us know just as soon as they knew anything. They've been wonderful.
But like any mother, I'm told you have that mother's intuition, and even though you say your son looks okay, there was some sort of signal you got that things weren't going well for him. Explain to us what happened.
I had been worried about him all day. And they had the 3-hour conflict, and after that, I just had this feeling, I don't know. And it was so dramatic that I looked at the clock, and I think that's probably about the time they went down. I'm not sure about that, but I just felt like I was just embraced, and I just felt like I was, I felt safe, and I felt warm all over, and I just felt like that he was all right. And then when I heard it went down, when I woke up at 4:45 and I saw the helicopter, I wondered if that feeling, you know, immediately came back to me, and I was afraid he was dead. But, you know, now I know that that was just a mother's feeling, and the Spirit allowed us to, I guess, almost touch souls or something. I don't know, but it's been very comforting.
Yeah, I think over time, everybody has learned never to second-guess the instincts of a mom. Mr. Young, tell me about when it was confirmed to your family that, in fact, your son had been taken a prisoner of war.
Well, we found out about the situation, you know, over the radio, and then my wife called the company commander's wife out there in Texas, and she said that they would notify us, but they would probably come by the house. It wouldn't be anything like a phone call or anything like that. And I went to take care of some errands during the morning, and I'd been hoping all morning that it wasn't his aircraft. Of course, we had 1 out of 6 chances because there were 6 vampires in that unit. And when I came home, one of the friends of my son said that the Army's in there, so I knew right then that you know, it was a bad situation. And they told us that he was missing in action. They didn't say he was POW or anything, he was missing.
And then how long was it then that it took to find out that, in fact, he had been taken as a POW?
Well, that afternoon, we'd been hearing rumors that they had captured the pilots and, you know, back and forth on the television. And at one time, they said, one of the rumors said that they had a couple of pictures of pilots who had dog tags from that area where he's from, but they didn't have any real clear-cut pictures, so I didn't know if it was something trumped up and they had done something to him, and they were trying to pass someone else off as them, or if they were still uncaptured or what. And I was worried about him just being alive at that point. And a lady brought a tape into us, and Susan Candiotti brought a tape into us and showed us a picture of him as being a POW, and it was a great deal of relief at that point to me just to know he was alive.
Wow. You know, it's hard for us, the rest of us, to respond that, knowing it was a relief that he was alive. You had so many doubts about that. Mrs. Young, I think folks probably know out there the Apache is one of the most sophisticated helicopters in the world, and your son knew before going into Iraq that he probably would be involved in a dangerous mission. Did he ever talk about the possibility of what might happen once he was deployed?
We did. He actually had orders for Afghanistan after 9/11, and then they canceled the orders. And we then had a night that we just embraced and cried and shared feelings, and it just really touched my heart, and I'm glad for that. And then when this time we just decided, we'd already talked about that, and you know, of course, we talked about many things, and you know, we're very close. All my children are very close, and I know that he was prepared for something to happen. He had told me that if he was ever asked to give his life for his country, that he hoped he'd be able to do that honorably, and he seemed very glad to do that if that was needed. He supports our president, and he feels like that he's a great leader, and you know, he's just ready to do whatever he's asked to do.
Well, we really appreciate your sharing some of your time with us this morning at this very difficult time. I can see you find that embrace of your family very comforting, and we appreciate the whole extended family joining us this morning as well. Our thoughts are with your family, and if everything you say about the strength of your son is true, we all feel the same way you do. We're very proud of his service and wish him the very, very best. Thank you again for joining us this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And coming up in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour, we will be talking with the wife of pilot David Williams, who is also being held as a prisoner of war. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I am so glad we did this.
Me too, hon. With a walkway, patio, and walls from E.P. Henry, your home will feel like a vacation retreat.
Benjamin, where are those drinks?
Transform your home with E.P. Henry's free 80-page idea catalog. Call 888-45-HENRY.
Oh. Oh.
To find out how you can help in your community, call us at 215-299-4000.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Leon Harris here at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here now is a look at what is happening at this hour. British Prime Minister Tony Blair says the resistance that coalition forces have been facing will soon be broken down and Saddam Hussein will be removed from power. At a news conference this morning, Blair accused the Iraqi regime of intentionally creating a humanitarian disaster in the country. A significant development to report now in central Iraq, as Walter Rogers has been showing us throughout the morning. The U.S. Army's 3-7th Cavalry crossed the Euphrates River this morning, and they are advancing north in the general direction of Baghdad even as we speak. A senior officer tells Walter that this will considerably weaken Iraq's grip on southern Iraq. And there is word that U.S. forces could be facing new dangers as they approach Baghdad. U.S. intelligence reports suggest that Iraq may have ordered its elite Republican Guard unit to use chemical weapons against advancing U.S. forces if they cross what has been referred to as a red line drawn around Baghdad. Now, where exactly that line is and whether the attack has actually been ordered is far from certain. And what about Saddam Hussein himself? USA Today is reporting that Saddam may be in a Baghdad bunker receiving medical treatment. And that the paper is also quoting U.S. military and intelligence officials are saying they know they hit Saddam and they know that he was wounded in a missile attack last week. Yesterday, Iraqi television aired an address from Saddam, and some intelligence experts think that that tape may have been made before the attack last Wednesday. Our David Ensor is continuing to check up on this story, and we'll hear from him coming up at our 9 o'clock hour Eastern, so stay tuned. Now, the drive toward Baghdad is being slowed by Mother Nature in the form of a blinding desert sandstorm. As we said, about Walter Rogers traveling with the Army's 3-7th Cavalry this morning as they crossed the Euphrates River on the road to the capital. A sandstorm actually helped them escape Iraqi gunfire. However, it also, according to Walter, has helped Iraqi foot soldiers to escape detection as well, one of them coming within 20 feet or so of Walter before he was shot. The trooper, that is, not Walter. Now, the U.S. Navy is bringing in dolphins. That's right, dolphins, to search for mines off Iraq's strategic port city, Qasr. These dolphins are trained to find floating mines and mark them for inspectors. Coming up, U.S. and British forces get some backup. Australian and Polish forces join the fight in Iraq, and we'll have more on that coming up for you. And tracking the troop movements, we'll check in with our embedded reporters for the very latest throughout the day right here. Plus, another progress report on the war coming from U.S. Central Command. We'll have live coverage of that. 9 a.m. Eastern is when it's expected. All that and much more right here on the network. In the meantime, our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Paula Zahn. Thanks so much for joining us on this Tuesday morning. We are seeing firsthand this morning just what U.S. troops are going through as they get closer and closer to Baghdad. Our Walt Rogers is traveling with the Army's 3-7th Cavalry. The column has now crossed the Euphrates River. Walter cautioned us a little while ago, and it is worth repeating here, that it is not correct to strictly view this as a race to Baghdad. He points out reaching Baghdad is not the 3-7th's immediate goal, and the route they take northward is not necessarily headed to the capital city. We have seen some amazing pictures this morning as the sandstorm bears down on the region. We actually saw the taking of 3 Iraqi prisoners by the 3-7th. And Walt Rogers will join us in a moment to bring us up to date on all that. Right now, though, time to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who is in Kuwait City, who already in the past hour weathered a siren going off and then the all clear sign being sounded. Bill, have you heard anything since then?
No, Paul, and that's a good thing. It's been quiet, and normally there's a process here where we'll be notified probably within the next 30 minutes as to what happened. Was it an Iraqi missile? Was it a false alarm? We've had one of those, by the way. Or was it perhaps a missile that was considered useless or harmless, that either flew off into the desert too far or maybe hit the Persian Gulf as well? No clear word right now. A lot of developments, Paula, meanwhile, to bring you up to date right now. CNN's Gary Stryker on board the USS aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt says much of the air mission changing now from bombing to close air support for the coalition forces on the ground. You heard it from Walt Rogers, bad weather halting all operations from the air anyway, from that carrier for the time being. Whether or not this weather condition shapes up later today or even tomorrow is something we're all waiting on here in Kuwait. Coalition forces now saying that Basra, a legitimate military target, not far away at the port city of Qasr, the British commander reported as saying that port now is open and is secure. He expects the first ships could arrive within 48 hours, bringing that all critical humanitarian aid. In Baghdad several hours ago, the vice president in Iraq has launched a blistering attack on his fellow Arab nations for not coming to Iraq's aid. In particular, he singled out Egypt for allowing the coalition to continue passing through the Suez Canal. He also singled out Jordan, too, for expelling recently Iraq's ambassador. And again, a lot of developments to follow throughout the hour, and we will. Those are just a few right now throughout the region from our reporters. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We'll be getting back to you in a couple minutes or so. Developments continuing to come to us from all over Iraq. We'll be checking in with our embedded reporters who are bringing us some extraordinary stories from Iraq. We're going to be hearing from Walt Rogers once again with the Army's 37th Cav getting closer to Baghdad. Ryan Chilcote in southern Iraq. Carl Penhall is south of Baghdad. Let's get straight to the Pentagon for the very latest now. Barbara Starr is the one to bring us up to date. Good morning, Barbara.
Well, good morning, Paula. As we have seen these very compelling pictures of the 7th Cav pressing deeper and deeper into Iraq, there are a lot of issues now confronting the Pentagon in the rear areas, the areas they have left behind. Fighting is still continuing all the way back to Basra. There is fighting in Nasiriyah in several stories, and you're seeing some of the fighting here that British forces have encountered back very far down the line in Basra. This is an area they had moved through, they thought they had secured, but by all accounts, Iraqi militia fighters are reassembling in the region, and British authorities now say they will designate Basra as a military target and try and attack these militia forces. Now, the reason this is becoming so critical and is becoming a fundamental benchmark for the U.S. military strategy is unless they can secure Basra, they will have problems getting humanitarian aid into Iraqi people. Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of the United Nations, yesterday already saying that electricity and water supplies had been cut off in the city and that there was a humanitarian crisis. British Prime Minister Tony Blair earlier this morning in London talked about it.
We should be clear that it is not military action that will create humanitarian catastrophe in Iraq. The humanitarian disaster is here and now. It's happening. It's actually been happening for years.
So really the first public acknowledgement by either a U.S. or British leader that there is a humanitarian crisis now brewing in Iraq, and questions being raised about the strategy of moving to Baghdad and leaving militia fighting behind. Paula?
I also thought that he implicitly acknowledged the amount of time and perseverance this campaign is going to take when he said that there will be resistance to the very end of this campaign. Did that strike you at all?
Well, it struck me as a very blunt statement by the Prime Minister. Now, U.S. military authorities have said for some days that all of this was expected, that they had planned for it. But clearly, when you look at the pictures that are being presented by embedded reporters, there is fighting all the way up and down the line, virtually everywhere that U.S. and British forces are moving. Militia, the Fedayeen, Republican Guard, everywhere. And as they press to Baghdad, they do expect to see more of it.
Let's come back to this vicious sandstorm for a moment and give you a chance to tell us a little bit more about how this might affect the movement of troops.
Officials here said earlier today privately that it may in fact delay things, this sandstorm, for some period of hours or at least until it lifts. The biggest problem for the military will be flying helicopters, the assault helicopters and anti-tank helicopters in this sandstorm. What is going on right now as the press to Baghdad continues? U.S. forces are assembling for the first major ground assault on the Republican Guard Medina Division, which is now near Karbala, about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Now, these Republican Guard troops, of course, are a movable target. You can't use precision weapons because they're not a fixed target. You have to use Apache helicopters, other ground forces, and that's very tough to do in this sandstorm. They're continuing to press ahead, but it's unclear when exactly they will confront the Medina Division.
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. There's still a lot of speculation about the status of Saddam Hussein today. USA Today in a front-page story saying that CIA operatives and Army commandos who are hunting for him believe that the Iraqi leader could be in a bunker in Baghdad receiving medical attention from military doctors. Our own David Enzo reporting yesterday that some intelligence suggested that, in fact, he had been injured the night of that first decapitation attack, and that some of the contacts, local contacts who have been in contact with the CIA have indicated they saw him being carried out on a stretcher. We're going to continue to try to make sense of that this morning. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill. And Bill, out of curiosity, I'm trying to see the skyline behind you. Are you getting some of that sand there, too?
Yeah, we are not. It does not appear to be nearly as nasty here in Kuwait City as it appears with Walt Rogers by way of that video phone, Paula. It's been raining off and on. Sometimes the skies have gotten darkened, and then they lighten up a bit later. We've had some winds come through, but again, it does not appear that the storm that we've heard about for days right now is as intense here as it might be up north. Chad Myers has been tracking all of that by way of radar at the CNN Center. Chad, what do you have for us? Good morning.
Bill, you're not seeing as much because you're still farther away from the center of the storm, but you will see some of those south winds today picking up. And I know you've been there now, what, 3 or 4 times, and you know that we're not talking about sand like in a sandbox. We're actually talking more about dust. And a lot of folks relating it to coffee creamer, so that when it blows, it actually just lifts into the air and stays in the air. And it's not really when the wind stops, is actually when the sand settles. It goes and goes and goes, and it stays lofted in the air for quite some time. What's happened here, we've had 2 storms collide. 2 storms come together. We talk about this in the U.S. many times when we have the energy from a northern storm and the moisture from a southern storm come together in the jet stream. And that's what happened over the eastern Mediterranean yesterday. The storm now has turned right over into parts of Egypt, northern Saudi Arabia, and the winds are coming up from the south here. So the reason why Kuwait City is not seeing as much dust is because the wind's actually off the Persian Gulf. There's no dust there because there's no dust, it's water. But the dust is coming right up through the desert and into Baghdad. Now that's right now. By tomorrow and into this afternoon and tomorrow, the cold front runs through with a very gusty front through here. The winds change direction, and the dust storm not over by tomorrow afternoon by any means. And in fact, it may get worse as the winds pick up this evening and into tomorrow. Bill, back to you.
Chad, thank you. Gary Stryker reporting on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt that a number of the air missions there have been grounded due to this weather right now. On board the USS Lincoln, though, is CNN's Kira Phillips by way of video phone. She can update us on what's happening there on board the Lincoln. Kira, hello.
Hi, Bill. I can definitely tell you that flight operations have not been grounded. Yes, weather is a major issue right now. And by the way, before I continue my report, I want to let you know that a number of aircraft are coming in for recoveries right now. So if it gets a little loud, just hold with me. Just pause for a couple seconds. It gets sort of loud as it comes and lands here on the carrier. And I'll just wait a couple seconds and then continue my report. So I'm sort of keeping an eye out as the aircraft are coming back in from Iraq. So I'll tell you about the 2 main things that the strike fighters are dealing with right now. And first of all, that is the constant missions that are going on through the day and through the night. The most important, one of the most important missions, I should say, that is taking place right now are the CAS missions, the close air support missions. The other factor coming in with that, though, is indeed the weather. Some very unique weather going on right now. You've seen the weather down on the ground, the sandstorms taking place. Where we are right now in the USS Abraham Lincoln, it's raining and there's lightning. You don't see that very often while you're out here, but we are enduring a storm right now, which does make flying a little more difficult. Now back to the CAS operations, the closed air support hops that are taking place on a regular basis. It's all in an effort to protect those troops on the ground. Pilots here, hold on one moment. Radar jammer prowler coming in, making a recovery.
Okay, listen, I think we lost you, Kira. Kira Phillips, by way of video phone on board the USS Lincoln. I don't know, did we get her back or no? Okay, we're going to move on there. Sorry about that, Kira. Kira's on board the Lincoln, and Paula, obviously with these weather conditions here, not only is it cloudy, but we talked about the sandstorm as well, and Barbara Starr pinpointed it pretty well about the difficulties that are brought on by bad weather that we see over the desert. But listening to Chad, this is a system that's not going away for about 36 hours. How much more intense it gets, though, we'll just wait and see. More in a moment. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. I guess Kira Phillips was frozen in time there for a second, wasn't she? We are going to talk a little bit more about that sandstorm and get a broader military perspective on what is happening right now on the battlefield. We are joined by CNN military analyst Brigadier General David Grange, who joins us from the CNN Center. Always good to see you. Thanks for coming back, General Grange, after basically working 24 hours a day. You've heard probably Barbara Starr just report from the Pentagon that she is being told that some coalition activity will be delayed because of the sandstorm. Give us a general progress report for those forces that are trying to advance to Baghdad.
Okay, if we could go to the map, Paula, you still have a lot of operations going on down here by Basra. They're getting ready to do some urban operations. That does not mean that they're going to clear the entire city of Basra, but that does mean that they're concerned about some of the paramilitary forces. The same in Nasiriyah. Those areas are contained, but they're not secure or controlled totally by Allied forces. If you move on further up north, you have the 3rd Infantry Division up by Najou. And in front of them is the 3-7 Cav that we've been watching and hearing from Walter Rogers. I will talk more about that in a moment. Then you have the 101st Airborne. They're somewhere in the desert preparing for future operations. You still have the H-3 airfield under control and Western operations going on in the Scud Box by Allied forces. You do have Allied forces up north working with the Kurds. And at the present time, they're continuing to move in by aircraft, build up to start the second front and put pressure on Baghdad from the north. You have continual airstrikes on Iraqi Republican Guard units that surround Baghdad, as well as up north in certain areas for the second front. And that's a general rundown of the current situation.
All right, we can see what's on the screen now, and taking into account what the Pentagon is saying this morning, General Grange, give us an idea of what kind of delays we're talking about being created by the sandstorm and how that might change the strategy.
Okay, well, on the sandstorm, if you go back to the map, the sandstorm is basically a west to north type movement, but it hasn't really. It has affected some of the operations, but I would say that a lot of the 3rd Infantry Division and the 3-7 Cav that's up facing the Medina Division of the Republican Guards is really also doing refitting and rearming and refueling and continuing to do their reconnaissance, probing enemy positions, getting a feel for the battlefield. And the sand does reduce the capability to do operations, but they still can operate in that area. They're not racing to Baghdad. I think they're following a deliberate plan as other operations continue, possibly another front drive coming this way, as well as the drive we're watching right now with the 3rd Infantry Division.
You referenced some of the reporting of Walt Rogers and the 3-7 Cav. Now, he has made it very clear that he is in hostile territory. He talked about being fired upon by rocket-propelled grenade launchers. What else did he say? Smaller fire as well. What does this indicate to you?
Well, Walt is with the eyes and the ears of the left flank unit driving on towards the Republican Guard divisions south of Baghdad. He is in a famous unit, the 3-7 Cav. Just look back in history, a Custer. Of course, he's having a better day than Custer did, but Custer. And then the 7th Cavalry, Idrang Valley. Remember, We Were Soldiers, the movie, the book, We Were Soldiers Once and Young, with Hal Moore and Joe Galloway. A big fight, a successful fight against North Vietnamese infantry. and Viet Cong in Vietnam early in the war. He's with that unit. So those troopers are living that legacy right now in this war inside Iraq, and they're doing quite well if you look at the casualty figures and what they've accomplished in movement and reconnaissance and seasoned bridge sites to date.
Finally this morning, I wish you could clarify for us some of the reporting that has come down out of Washington, some administration officials saying there is intelligence to suggest that Saddam has set up, or someone who is leading Saddam has set up an imaginary red line. Once crossed, the possibility exists of chemical weapons being used against coalition forces. What is your understanding of that report?
Yeah, if we can go back to the map, Paula, it's not clear, you know, if that's exactly what will happen. There are indications. The red line, you can say, is 100 miles around Baghdad. If you use that line, we have coalition forces that have already crossed that line. But the idea is that that's where Saddam may have issued orders to release weapons of mass destruction, for instance, chemical attack on coalition forces as they approach Baghdad. Now, the concern is that civilian casualties, because the military will take precautions and can protect themselves from those attacks. But civilian casualties could be an issue, and it's hard to say if weapons of mass destruction will be used. You remember Saddam said he didn't have any, so it's to be seen.
And also, we should make pretty clear that no one really knows whether that red line exists, or if it does, exactly what the boundaries of it are, right?
That's right.
All right, General Grange, thanks so much. Please stand by. We're going to rely on you a lot throughout our broadcast day. Here, back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
All right, Paula, I want to check in with one of our many embedded journalists throughout this military campaign. CNN's Jason Bellini is with the Marines. He's with the 15th MEU, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Earlier in the week, Jason had checked in many times around the area of Casa and the efforts the Marines are making right now to make that area safe. A few hours ago, we're told now that port town is safe. Nonetheless, Jason filed this report a few moments ago.
The first in to the port of Qasr are also the first out. The shadowy, civilian-clothed Iraqi fighters who played a game of shoot-and-go-hide with them seem to have lost. So now they're sent deeper into Iraq, to another objective, to another reported hotspot. On the road, they witness a deteriorating country. Villagers wave at them as they pass by. Bombed-out Iraqi military hardware off the road. More detained Iraqis, perhaps civilian, perhaps not. The omnipresent, smiling face of Saddam Hussein greeting them upon their arrival.
IFAD, do you have visual on that, over?
Their work begins right away.
We're taking gunfire from them.
Out in the distance, ununiformed Iraqi soldiers again fighting what the Marines consider an unfair fight. Potshots from men in civilian clothing dispersed among the civilian population. The responsive choice is to use missiles, mortars, and bullets, virtually guaranteeing the obliteration of the opponent. Shortly after opening their fire, an ambulance rolls up.
Watch out for this to be a trap.
It's too hard for them to see through their binoculars who's getting in. But the image is a reminder that their weapons have no conscience. Presumed civilians, men, women, and children, wave a white flag to surrender. These are not the gunmen they're looking for. The cat and mouse game is not one Marines like to play.
Where the hell are we going to bring these EPWs?
As hours drag on, frustration overtakes inhibition.
No.
So Marines wait for the order to fire once again, knowing no matter how well they kill, in this situation, it's hard for any of them to be heroes. Jason Bellini, CNN, with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit in southern Iraq.
Jason, many thanks for that. One of our many embedded reporters right now on the war in Iraq, and we are checking in throughout the day yet again with all of them as best we can, so long as they can continue to report, and now in what we consider a blackout period of their coverage and their progress within Iraq. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Bill. There are now 7 Americans being held as POWs in Iraq. Sergeant James Riley is one of 5 U.S. soldiers captured when Iraqi forces ambushed an Army supply convoy near Nasiriyah. James' parents, Jane and Ethel, and his sister, Catherine, now join us from New Jersey. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jane, when is the last contact you've had with the military about your son and his condition?
Well, the military representative has been with us off and on for the last day. We haven't really heard any more about his condition other than that he's a POW.
And have you been given even any idea about who might be holding him?
No.
Counsel, take us back to the moment you found out your son had indeed been captured and taken as a POW.
Well, that was on Sunday in the afternoon. A co-worker of my wife's had seen it on America Online, a picture that she recognized as being him. And then about an hour later, the Major Banks from the military arrived to tell us that he had in fact been captured.
So I assume by now you all have seen the picture. Jane, how did your son look to you?
He looked slightly plumper than when I had seen him in July, and other than that, other than needing a shave and looking tired like anybody else would be, his condition seems to look pretty good from the one still picture we've seen.
And have you been given the opportunity to see the video? And
no.
If you, okay, and is that anything you're interested in seeing?
Yes, because so many other people have seen it, and we want to be informed. You can't make a decision about anything unless you have all the information.
Catherine, your mother just said it was a long while ago that she last saw your brother. When's the last time you spoke with him?
Last time we talked to him was in February. My sister's in hospital, and we were keeping him updated on her.
And give us an idea of how your whole family's hanging in there, Catherine. This has got to be very tough for you.
It's tough, but we have each other. We have our family and our friends, and we pray. And we just take it day by day, and if we have to, minute by minute.
And Ethel, your son has been serving in the Army for over 13 years now. When he told you that he could potentially be headed off to Iraq, what were his feelings? What were your feelings?
Well, he joined the Army and would have been going to the first Gulf War, but it finished before he got there, although he had orders to go. They were canceled. So, and he's been in Korea twice, and Saudi Arabia, and various other places, so it's part of his job.
And Jane, just a final question to you as a mom. We spoke with another mother of a POW, and she said her mother's intuition almost gave her a signal that something had gone wrong just about the time, shortly after he had been taken prisoner. Did you have any of those kinds of senses?
No, none at all.
Well, we wish your family the very best. We know this is a very trying time as you wait for information. I know that General Tommy Frank says he hopes that the International Red Cross will be making some kind of contact with all of the POWs soon. Again, our hearts go out to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And to you, Jack. Doesn't it break your heart? I guess I am so amazed by the strength of these families. They want to come on television, and I think they want to honor the dignity and the mission of their family members. It's very moving.
Difficult talking to them, though. I mean, I've been in that position that you're in, and that's hard to talk to families that are under that much stress and do it in a way that's sensitive and delicate and still gets the information out. And you do a good job of that.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
Yeah. We're going to start something on the program called Listening to the Voices of America. The idea is to get a sense of how people in this country are coping during wartime. We begin in Portland, Oregon, where some mothers of soldiers are banding together. They call their group MOM. That stands for Mothers of Marines. The idea is to provide support for mothers who are worrying about their sons and daughters on the front lines.
We're not wives, we're not girlfriends, we're not fathers, we're moms. And to be able to hug someone and their eyes water and your eyes water, and you don't even have to say, you know, I know how.
And at Fort Stewart in Hinesville, Georgia, Army spouses talked about their fears after seeing 5 Army prisoners of war on television.
that was really hard, just when they showed those pictures, and you think that could have been my husband, or it could have been somebody I knew husband, because, you know, we're all right here together, and we're all going through the same thing.
It's going to be closer to home, and it could be anyone. It could be a friend of yours from baseball. It could be somebody at the commissary's husband. You know, it's going to be third ID, and that's what's scary.
And unlike the First Persian Gulf War, the idea that journalists are embedded with forces as they move through hostile territory, it gives the families a very close look at the kind of jeopardy their loved ones are facing over there. It also gives them a chance to see the successes, but certainly have to raise the anxiety level watching some of the footage that we see from the battlefield.
I just wish we could bottle up or tap the courage we've seen from some of those moms and spouses we've been introduced to, and be able to duplicate it.
That's why they've got such great kids. It starts with the parents, you know.
You got that right. Thanks.
All right.
We're going to take a short break here. We'll be right back. And when we do come back, Leon Harris will bring you all the latest military maneuvers. We'll be right back.
Applying for a second mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
One of the things that we liked about Ditech were the competitive rates and closing costs. In addition, we were able to take a second mortgage, which is very convenient.
If you need cash to consolidate bills or pay off high-interest credit cards, apply now for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option from Ditech.com.
I recommend Ditech to everyone. They're really nice people to work with.
Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450 E-Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
As the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there, from the front lines to the home front, around the world, around the clock. When you need to know, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good morning, I'm Leon Harris. Here now is a look at what's happening at this hour. The U.S. Army's 3/7th Cavalry has broken through the Euphrates River defense line in central Iraq. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the cavalry there, and he says U.S. forces used the cover of a blinding sandstorm to escape Iraqi gunfire. We're told that 3 Iraqis were taken prisoner this morning. The key northern city of Mosul came under heavy bombardment for a 4th straight night. Our Ben Wiedemann is about 30 miles east of Mosul, and he says the bombing was so intense, the windows of his house shook violently there. U.S. Marines have encountered more heavy fighting near the southern city of Nasiriyah. CNN's Art Harris says the Marines came under 3 hours of constant fire from Iraqi forces near a bridge above the Euphrates River. 7 Marine vehicles were lost. President Bush is giving Congress the bill for the war in Iraq and post-war rebuilding, roughly $75 billion. The Pentagon estimate assumes that the fighting will last about 30 days. The President Bush is going to unveil his emergency spending request at the Pentagon today, and you can hear his remarks right here on CNN at 10:40 a.m. Eastern Time, so stay tuned. Also coming up, British Prime Minister Tony Blair will travel to the U.S. to meet with President Bush, and we'll have more on that for you. And we'll have those remarks from President Bush again scheduled for 10:40 a.m., and CNN will have live coverage of that. Plus, another update on the war from U.S. Central Command. We'll have live coverage of that at 9 a.m. Eastern, so stay tuned. All that and much more coming up as our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Glad to have you with us this morning. Welcome. I'm Paula Zahn. Really appreciate you joining us. In the last few days, we've gotten used to seeing some amazing images from Walt Rogers as he travels with the Army's 3/7th Cav in Iraq. You might say he has topped himself this morning, though most of, obviously, the credit goes to men and women in uniform. Sometimes in the last several hours, this Army column crossed the Euphrates River, a key stepping stone, we're told, in securing southern Iraq. Through the thick haze of the sandstorm, we have seen the 3/7th take on some small arms fire from Iraqi fighters. And we have seen some of those same Iraqi fighters taken prisoner by U.S. forces, 3 of them, we are told, in all. A rare glimpse into the very dangerous work these young men and women undertake, something that most of us can never truly understand or even imagine. Right now it's time to get back to Bill Hemmer, who's standing by in Kuwait City. So, Bill, just to give people some context, you have lived through a number of cycles of sirens going off and the all-clear sign being called. It was just about, what, an hour and a half ago that you got another one of those?
Yeah, 1 o'clock, I'm sorry, Paula, 4 o'clock local time. It's now about 4:35. Check that again. I'm sorry, I can't tell time. 3 o'clock local time. It's now 4:30, so then about an hour and a half ago. We had another one overnight about 1 o'clock in the morning. Still no word on the latest siren, Paula. And as we were on the air, you know, the siren came, they gave us the warning, and then about 30 seconds later, the all-clear was given. Just to reiterate, to date, nothing has landed here in the civilian area of Kuwait City, and certainly that is a good sign. The weather certainly is a big story today, not only here, but certainly in Iraq, and we're told, based on the forecast, that things could stay pretty nasty for about 36 hours running, which would take us well into Wednesday and possibly some clearing later in the day as we get toward the evening on Wednesday night. Meanwhile, a lot of developments throughout the area. Port town of Qasr, the British commander in that area now says that port is open. He says it is secure. He says he expects the first shipment of humanitarian aid to possibly arrive within 48 hours, and that's going to be a really good thing when you consider the amount of humanitarian aid right now sitting essentially in storage houses here, warehouses in Kuwait. In the waters off Qasr, coalition naval vessels have been hunting for sea mines. The U.S. says it will bring in trained dolphins to help with that job. So far, no mines have been found in the water, though more than 100 mines were found on board several Iraqi boats. Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain earlier today, live here on CNN, in a briefing from London, says a humanitarian disaster already exists inside of Iraq, but he says it is not the result of the current military action. Rather, he says it's the way Iraq has administered the current UN Oil for Food program. Earlier today, Iraq appealed to the UN to resume that program. Quite possibly, Paula, we're going to hear a lot more on this and also what's happening and taking shape on the battlefield. Central Command will brief in Qatar in about 30 minutes, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, and certainly we'll have that live for you when it gets underway. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to go straight to Walt Rogers with the Army's 37th Cavalry on the move toward Baghdad. He joins us now by video phone. It might be hard for some of you to make him out given how serious the sandstorm is right now, but Walt, we're going to be able to hear you at a minimum.
Hello, Paula. The Army has good news today after trying to figure out how to bypass the town of Al-Samawa on the Euphrates River. A flanking movement in the late hours of last night and this morning enabled the U.S. Army to break Saddam Hussein's Euphrates River defense line. Recall that Saddam had sent his Fedayeen and his Republican Guard units down to bolster the defense of those cities to prevent the U.S. forces from going north of the Euphrates, using any of the bridges to go north of the Euphrates. But the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry outflanked one of those cities, Al-Samawa, crossed the Euphrates River, and now has elements north of the Euphrates, again freeing it up to move in the general direction of Baghdad in the very near future. It was a close call. There was a very severe firefight last night. The convoy of the 7th Cavalry came under enormous heavy machine gun fire, rocket-propelled grenades. There was a firefight which made the night look like the 4th of July, tracer bullets lighting up the sky. The Air Force had to be called in. Artillery was called in. Eventually, some 400 Iraqi troops are said to have been killed, according to one Army source. And then the Army moved closer to the bridge. Then this morning, Bone Crusher troop of the 7th Cavalry, followed by Apache, crossed that bridge, albeit under fire. But the good news is that the demolition charges which the Iraqis put on the bridge were never rigged, and so consequently the Army's engineers defused the demolition charges. The Army got across quickly, but for about an hour afterwards it was running a gauntlet of small arms fire and mortar still. This is a breakthrough for the Army, breaking that Euphrates River defense line. Paula?
Well, let's come back to what you were told by a senior official about the success of this individual mission. I think he told you it should send a very powerful message to Saddam Hussein. What did he tell you that message was?
Well, what's happened, because the Army is across the Euphrates, and Saddam had drawn that as his defense line, this is a harbinger, according to the senior officer with whom I spoke yesterday. Once they cross that line, once the Army crossed that line, that senior officer said this is a harbinger that Saddam is going to lose southern Iraq, and the next leap forward for the coalition forces, that is the British and the Americans, is a push on Baghdad. But it is not always a straight line. These are flanking movements, enveloping movements, leapfrog, one unit goes forward, another pauses. But again, the bullseye in the target is Baghdad, and that is the direction the Army is headed. It's easier now because they've broken the Euphrates River defense line. Paula?
Well, people just joining us for the first time might even think that night has fallen there, which is not the case. What you find yourself in the middle of is a blinding sandstorm. Give people a sense of how dense the air is.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and recall the sun does not set in Iraq till about 10 after 6 now, so normally it would be extraordinarily bright here. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I had to get out my flashlight to read my watch just to tell the time of day. The vision here is 40 meters, no more, and of course that sand has driven virtually everyone, all the civilian vehicles, off roads in this part of the country. But it has shut things down enormously. The sand is choking. There's nothing. It fouls equipment, and of course it fouls you. I was mentioning earlier that I've run out of fluid in my eyes. It's like your car washer fluid under the hood, having no more fluid to clean your windscreen. That's the way our eyes are here, so dense is the dust. They're just sealing closed with mud eyelashes. Paula?
Well, let me tell you this, Walt. You are so obscured by that sand. Not only can't we see your eyes, we can't see your face. I'm just curious what kind of respiratory problems people might be having as a result of this.
Well, I suppose the Iraqis are used to this. These sandstorms are quite common throughout the Middle East. You have the Humseens that come out of Sahara that blanket places like Egypt and the Levant and actually sweep up into southern Europe. You have terrible sandstorms in Saudi Arabia. The Iraqi sandstorms, I must say, I have to give the Iraqis credit. This is the second sandstorm I've been in this country, and both of them are the two worst I've ever seen. As far as the respiratory illnesses, I suppose you have to check with their doctors, but I can tell you the U.S. Army is hourly almost cleaning the air filters on their tanks, so clogging is this dust. Paula?
Finally, Walt, we're going to try to reloop that tape to show our audience what was seen unfolding live in our 7 o'clock hour, and that is as you were moving with the 3/7th and you came upon these Iraqi soldiers. I think you told us in your earlier live shot that they were accused of carrying truckloads of weapons. Did they surrender, or were they captured? What exactly happened?
The actual capture took place ahead of us, and because we were more than 40 meters behind them, not very far behind, we just couldn't tell. But we were brought forward, and they said, would you like to see the prisoners we've taken? We found the Iraqi prisoners lying on the ground, plastic bands around their wrists, but otherwise they appeared in pretty good shape. None of the soldiers we have at this point speaks Arabic, so I doubt any early intelligence could be gleaned from them, but we were told by the officers and the men of this unit that the cavalry captured them, and they were driving a truck, and that that truck was filled with weapons, heavy weaponry. Paula?
Well, take care. I hope that fluid returns to your eyes soon. We look forward to hearing your reports, and please take some cover from that blinding sand. Bill, I thought it was also interesting to note one thing that Walt told us in the last hour. He was saying because the sandstorm is so bad that these Iraqi soldiers are able to get much closer to the road than they normally would. They're not quite as vulnerable now that you can barely see out there. And that may have led to this capture that Walter came upon as they were headed north.
Yeah, the other thing he pointed out quite clearly, Paul, in a report several hours ago, is that one member of the U.S. Army there was on top of his Bradley fighting vehicle throughout the entire night, standing sentry, essentially, and provided an awful lot of cover for that convoy, whether they were still, whether they were moving. He had been stationary, Paul, if you remember, for about 30 hours running. Why, we're not quite clear. And why he's moving again now is not clear either, but we know he has crossed a portion of the Euphrates River somewhere in south-central Iraq. That's about as accurate as we can get on the geography. Meanwhile, we reported earlier about the words from the Iraqi vice president earlier today criticizing many Arab countries for not coming to the aid of Iraq and the aid of Saddam Hussein. Now, this entire issue of Iraq has been a very fractured opinion throughout the entire Arab world, all 22 countries. Reem Brahimi is gauging reaction. She is live today in Amman, Jordan for that and more as she was listening to the words from Iraq earlier today. Reem, hello and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Bill. Indeed, very outspoken Iraqi Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan. He and other Iraqi officials accusing the other Arab countries of not having done anything, accusing them in their Council of Ministers, in their ministers' meeting rather, of having just issued resolutions that had no significance, especially at this time when the war is already ongoing. Now, Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Iraqi Vice President, also accused Iraq's neighbor Jordan of expelling 3 Iraqi diplomats under U.S. pressure and of blocking trade between Iraq and Jordan.
Reem, I apologize, Reem. I'm sorry for the interruption here. I apologize. Dr. Sanjay Gupta now just checking in. He's at a forward hospital base, essentially, with the U.S. Marines. Sanjay, what do you have?
Hey, Bill, yeah, we're in the middle of an unbelievable sandstorm, first of all. Central Iraq. Winds about 100 maybe miles an hour. There are huge tents out here that support the medical corps. Some of these 100-man, 100-person tents. 2 of them have blown over with all of their medical equipment. The storm is that bad, Bill. Listen, I've been reporting a little bit about Iraqis being brought here and getting their treatment. There's a couple of interesting things. One is for the Iraqi soldiers who are wounded but do not need operations. They are taken to a specific tent called a jump ward tent. What happens from there is that they get their wounds treated, but they also are visited by intelligence officers and translators. Paperwork is collected. Any intelligence that can be collected is collected at the same time. That is being done continuously right behind me, right where I'm standing here in front of the jump ward. Also, Bill, just to my right, there is a Red Cross truck. I was talking to some of the doctors about this truck, and they informed me that, in fact, on this particular medical site, this is also the site of a temporary mortuary, Bill. 2 Marine KIAs are in that truck. Some of the KIAs are being brought here again. Killed in action Marines are in this truck right here on the site as well. This medical unit obviously taking care of a lot of patients, but also receiving some of the unfortunate casualties as well. Bill?
Wow, Sanjay, that's certainly disturbing, the last part of your report there. But if you go back to the very beginning when you mentioned this equipment and these beds falling into the desert dust of this sandstorm, how in the world, from a medical perspective, do doctors get this equipment clean again, knowing that sandstorm is not going to let up for some time?
It is very challenging, and I will tell you that these, literally over the last 8 hours, several Marines have been working continuously on that. The operating room tents that I have been talking so much about, Bill, they are still intact. They are still standing. There are Marines literally standing by the stakes that hold those tents and continuously pounding them in with sledgehammers. That is being done continuously. The tents that fell over were more medical triage tents. That equipment is taken into clean tents, cleaned with alcohol. The tent is reestablished. The equipment is brought back in. It's not easy, Bill. It is not easy. You know yourself, this sand is just really blowing around. It is very fine. It gets everywhere, including into your eyes, your nose, and certainly all over the equipment as well. I've never seen anything like this. This sand, I mean, it's 100-mile-an-hour winds. You sometimes can't even walk in a straight line because of the winds here. Bill?
And Sanjay, I'm assuming that operations have to be shut down at that point. Is that a fair assessment, or can they continue in any sense, given the weather conditions?
Well, the problem is not so much right now the operating room being able to run. It's being able to get anything here, Bill. Ambulances as well as helicopters are virtually at a standstill. We have not seen any action, anything really coming in over the last several hours. Because of the sandstorm, I think people just can't seem to even negotiate their way over here at this point. Sort of a interesting problem. The operating rooms themselves could run if necessary. But also being told to me right now is that we have a perimeter. You're familiar with perimeters around the camp, basically to secure it. We have heard not too long ago that there's been a breach of that perimeter by some unknown Iraqi force at this point. That's what I'm being told. I don't know any more details than that. And several Marines right now are running out in front of me, going to, I guess, reestablish that perimeter. I'll certainly try and keep you posted on that. But other than that, really the sandstorm and the effects of that sandstorm on this medical corps are really what we're seeing more than anything else.
Wow, well, stay safe. Sanjay, thanks, and thanks for checking in. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, embedded with the U.S. Marines. And let's bring in our military analyst, Brigadier General David Grange, again at the CNN Center. Listen, you're watching this stuff from half a world away, but you have experience in this as well. What kind of hazards, what kind of difficulties are presented over the next 2 days when we see sandstorms like these? David, hello.
Well, the sandstorms in this particular case, just like Sanjay said, is going to make it very difficult to perform the medical duties. But I'll tell you, I have seen medical duties performed in the jungles, in snow, in desert, in austere conditions of weather and terrain, and they will make it happen if there's a life or death situation. And what makes it tough is in these type of sandstorms in this situation, enemy units can get very close, just like Walter Rogers said with the 3-7 Cav, can get very close to a friendly unit.
Yeah, and listen, you can't put on night vision goggles to detect that, especially when the daytime is out here, when the sun's going to poke through a little bit through that sandstorm. From an aerial perspective, though, we've heard that some aircraft are now grounded on board the carrier, the USS Theodore Roosevelt. What kind of difficulties is this weather going to present to a coalition force over the next 2 days, and how much will their progress be impeded?
Well, the weather will obviously affect air operations. However, if there is an emergency call for support from some sector in the theater, air support would be launched, because the weather where Sanjay is may not be exactly where Walter is, may not be exactly how it is in northern Iraq. And so it's going to change, though it's a sandstorm that's going through the entire region, it will not be the same all the time, same level of wind, same amount of sand, on a constant basis, and something can get out. I've taken off in helicopters sideways in emergency situations just because the mission was that important. And that's the thing about the Brotherhood of War. You have people that will risk their life to save their comrades. So yes, it'll be great operations, but if they can do it, they will.
Thank you, General. David Grange, our military analyst at the CNN Center, and again, apologizing for interrupting some of our reporters, but when our embeds appear and when they pop up, and oftentimes we have no idea, no indication when they may arrive to us here, but when they do, we have to take them to get their story on the air. Otherwise, it's quite possible we will lose that signal and lose that valuable information. Thank you to the General, Reem Brahimi, and Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Let's get a short break here. More of American Morning live in Kuwait and also live with Paula back in New York. Back in a moment after this.
Live at the front lines, plus one-time Iraqi prisoner Bob Simon of CBS News, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 90. From the heart of Yingling country comes a new beer. Lager tonight.
We can make it happen. These people are planting the seeds of the future. So am I.
She's learning about a world she never knew existed. So am I.
In more than 80 nations worldwide, Catholic Relief Services is showing people how to harvest more food, care for the ill, and much more. But we need people like you to take action.
To take action. To write your congressperson.
Vote. Pray, and yes, contribute. Click or call today for a CRS Action Kit. Together,
we can make it happen.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. back as we move up on about 6 minutes before the top of the hour here. Time to get the news from Wall Street. Will the market get back on track after yesterday's massive setback? Andy Serwer is the man to answer those questions. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. It does look like Wall Street will be back on track. Yesterday, a terrible day for the financial markets. The Dow was down over 300 points. Wow. 3.6% European markets down. But this morning, I think the watchword is stabilization. European, Asian markets are stabilizing. They're mixed right now.
Why?
Well, basically because people are digesting the news out of Iraq. There's people understanding that, yes, we were going to encounter this resistance from the Iraqis, but we are moving ahead. So I think that after the initial shock of the resistance, people are now understanding that this, in fact, is a real battle. Yesterday, trading was light, which is good news. It means it wasn't a wholesale sell-off. Oil was up yesterday. It's up a little bit more in Europe and London this morning, but again, not so bad. The other news we're following this morning in the financial markets is the Bush outlining a $75 billion military spending package. We'll be talking about that a little later in the morning.
We'll actually hear from the president at 10:40 a.m. Eastern Time. And what's happening with Al Jazeera?
Interesting, the New York Stock Exchange has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from the exchange, basically saying they're not covering business news, so there's no reason for them to be there.
Interesting move on the Stock Exchange's part. Seen a little bit, Andy, thanks.
Okay.
Time to go back to Bill now in Kuwait. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, thanks. We've had a guest standing by waiting in Manchester, England. He's a gentleman by the name of Latif Yahia. He wrote a book. I was a son of Saddam. It's the name of his book. I was Saddam's son, to be a bit more accurate. He was essentially a body double for the son Uday Hussein back in Iraq. And again, he's live in Manchester, England. Want to say thanks to you and welcome here to American Morning. How in the world were you ever chosen back in Iraq to be this body double for Uday?
This was in Baghdad. I was in Iraqi military in this moment, and they sent a letter to my general to be back to Baghdad in 48 hours. And I go back to Baghdad and straight away to the Republic Palace, and from Republic Palace I met Uday Saddam Hussein.
You met Saddam Hussein at that time. Did you meet Uday as well?
Uday Saddam, not Saddam.
Oh, I apologize. I can't hear it quite clearly. Listen, I can't see you based on my position here in Kuwait City. Do you believe you look like Uday?
This is what the people say that.
How often did you see Uday in your time that you served as this body double?
I see him nearly every day.
You saw him every day, so you talked to him every day as well, right?
Yeah, when I was on the job, yes.
Now, it's my understanding that at times you were forced to watch videotapes on torture, videotapes on rape. What was the intent of that?
Just to kill all your humanity, to be evil like them. And I want to point one point before I start talking about Uday. We're talking about this war now. This is not war against Saddam Hussein or Uday Saddam. This is a war against the Iraqi people, and to make it clear, I am completely against this war. I am against this government. This don't mean I give a promotion to American soldier and American government to invade my country. This is my point.
Yeah, and do you, if to take that point a step further, how would you suggest then, if you're against the government of Saddam Hussein, how would you take this regime and replace it then?
As United Nations, if America, they don't believe United Nations, they go out of United Nations. If there is no resolution to invade Iraq, or even there's no law in the world, you know, I study international law, there's no law in the world say you change regime, no in the United Nations, not in any law in the world. We are Iraqi. We want to liberate our country by Iraqi hands, by Iraqi people, not by American and come invade my country and killing civilian people. I have a family, I have people, I have friends. I want to go back to Iraq to visit my family and see my family. I don't want to go to Iraq to visit the grave of my family.
All right, well, listen, I respect your opinion, certainly. In the short time we have left, though, just to get back to the original topic, how many body doubles do you believe exist of Saddam Hussein?
I know as a four body double was one of them, he trained with me, and the rest of them I never saw them or I meet them.
All right, Latifah here. He wrote a book, I Was Saddam's Son. At one time, he was, for several years, the body double for the son of Uday Hussein. Thank you for your time again, and I hope at some point you can go back to your country and do it this time in a peaceful way. Appreciate your time here in American Morning. We're going to get a quick break, get a news update from Leon Harris in a moment. Central Command's going to brief in about 3 minutes as well. We'll have it live for you in Qatar. Back with more after this.
Let's say one phone company provides you long distance and a completely different one has your local service. Now, you probably pay too much for both of them, but you let it slide until you discover that with the neighborhood, you can get unlimited local and long distance together for one low monthly price. And just for good measure, extras like caller ID are included.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st. Over 1 million have joined.
How about you?
You ranked Saturn #1 in customer satisfaction with dealer service and #1 in sales satisfaction. We'd like to return the favor. Now get 0% APR financing for 5 full years on any 2003 Saturn. Come in soon. We can't wait to see you. Get a 2003 Saturn Ion L Series or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
CNN Tonight at 7 updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus new concerns about Iraq's chemical weapons. As the coalition advances on Baghdad, join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Good morning, folks. Leon Harris here, and CNN's coverage of the war with Iraq continues in just a moment. But first, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. A U.S. Army cavalry unit is advancing north in the direction of Baghdad after punching through the Euphrates River defense line in central Iraq. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the 307th, and he says the U.S. forces used the cover of a blinding sandstorm to escape Iraqi fire. A strategic shift in the coalition air campaign. U.S. military sources say warplanes from the USS Roosevelt will move away from straight bombing runs, and now they will focus on targets of opportunity and supplying close air support to ground troops inside Iraq. British Prime Minister Tony Blair says the resistance that coalition forces have been facing will soon be broken down, and that Saddam Hussein will be removed from power. At a news conference this morning, Blair accused the Iraqi regime of intentionally creating a humanitarian disaster in the country. The drive toward Baghdad is being slowed down by Mother Nature in the form of a blinding desert sandstorm. Look at these pictures here. Our Walter Rogers was in this mess somewhere, traveling with the Army's 307th Cavalry as it crossed the Euphrates River on the road to the capital. And he says the sandstorm actually helped them escape Iraqi gunfire, but it also helped the Iraqi foot soldiers escape detection as well. The same sandstorm is making life difficult in rear positions. Dr. Sanjay Gupta tells us the storm blew over a medical tent and a MASH unit that he's with, temporarily sending medical equipment flying into the dust. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Welcome. Glad to have you with us this morning on this Tuesday morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. We really appreciate your spending a little time with us here this morning. We are waiting for a briefing from the Army Central Command in Qatar, scheduled for about 30 seconds from now. While we wait, we'll quickly check the headlines. We are following the war in several parts of southern Iraq. This morning, CNN's Walt Rogers has brought us pictures from the Army's 307th Cavalry. The convoy crossed the Euphrates River earlier, taking fire from both mortars and machine guns as they went along. The column is at the forefront of the penetration into Iraq, and the territory is so new that the Army vehicles can be seen driving past Iraqi cars and trucks. We also saw live on television 3 Iraqi prisoners being taken prisoner. We've been given about the 20-second warning now for the CENTCOM briefing to get underway. Before we get to it, I should probably bring you up to date on some of the other things the British Prime Minister had to say, Tony Blair, in his monthly briefing with reporters. He said, make no doubt about it, that the coalition will be victorious, but he did say that although some of the resistance was expected, he said, taking shape as we thought it would, that there would be resistance until the very end of the campaign, and he seemed to be preparing folks for a campaign that will take some time and perseverance. He also made it clear that there is no way, in his words, or no threat of coalition forces being overstretched. Now the CENTCOM briefing.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Major General Gene Renuart, and I'm the Director of Operations at U.S. Central Command. We continue to progress with our operations in support of Iraqi freedom. Coalition forces are on plan to achieve our objectives, and we're doing so on our planned timeline. As you all know, we've suffered some casualties in enemy action over the last 24 hours, and I just want to say that our hearts and prayers and thoughts go out to the families of each of those fallen heroes. We also send our thoughts and prayers to the families of those held captive by the Iraqis, and we repeat our demand that the Iraqis follow all the provisions of the Geneva Convention with respect to safe treatment of these individuals. And we will honor each of those warriors by pressing the fight. As many of your embedded correspondents have noted out in the field, it's a little bit ugly out there today. Weather has had an impact on the battlefield with high winds, with some rain, with some thunderstorms, and that's occurred really throughout the country. So it's been not a terribly comfortable day on the battlefield. However, that hasn't stopped us. Our precision all-weather weapon systems and an aggressive integrated operations plan by our air and land components have allowed coalition forces to maintain and increase pressure on the regime on all fronts, even in the bad weather. This effective combination of air operations, direct land-based attack, and precision special operations creates a synergy that is key to the coalition strategy. The air component will fly over 1,400 combat and combat support missions over Iraq today, paying particular attention to the Iraqi Republican Guards while attacking surface-to-surface missiles in a time-sensitive fashion. These missile systems that affect and threaten Kuwait and other neighbors in the region. And they will also focus on key regime command and control facilities. Let me make a point again today that we've made a number of times, but it is important. We continue to work very carefully to ensure that the most precise targeting possible is used. Later, Brigadier General Vince Brooks will show you some of the evidence on a few video clips. But I want to stress that the message that we continue to pass by leaflet, by radio, by broadcast, and by word of mouth every day is that the Iraqi people should stay at home, should remain calm, should avoid being in or close to any military formations, any military equipment or headquarters, or any building associated with the regime leadership, its command and control or communications. And maybe equally as importantly, to stay off the roads. Don't get out in their vehicles and drive around. The battlefield is a very hazardous location, as many of your reporters have mentioned. And we must continue to ask all the civilians in Iraq to remain in their towns and homes because it's very difficult to guarantee their safety on this battlefield. Our land forces continue to progress northward. We've had a few engagements over the last 24 hours in the vicinity of An-Nasiriyah and Al-Basra, and as you know, have suffered some casualties. But we've also inflicted more on the enemy and destroyed a number of their tanks, artillery pieces, and troop formations. The bottom line is we're on track, and we'll deal with these regular and irregular forces wherever we find them. I want to make note of the UK forces today for their rapid progress in establishing security in the town of Qasr, in the southern oil fields, and I'd especially like to commend our coalition forces that have done such great work clearing the port side of Qasr. The oil fields and the ports are real jewels of Iraqi future, and we want to ensure that the rapid economic growth for millions of families occurs and is protected as we improve these facilities. On that note, we're making very good progress extinguishing fires set by the regime's forces as they withdrew from the oil fields, and we believe we will continue to make very good progress at reestablishing the operational capability of those fields. We also believe that we'll be able to flow humanitarian aid into that port in a very short time, and in fact we have ships already loading with humanitarian supplies donated by a number of different countries, and we hope to have them up the channels into the port within a very short number of days. I'd like to go back to a mention of prisoners for just a minute and just say that we are constructing camps for the enemy prisoners of war that we've detained, and have in fact been in discussions with the International Committee of the Red Cross to ensure that they will have full access to those facilities. Our maritime forces are hard at work supporting air operations, maintaining security of the Arabian Gulf for all shipping, and completing the difficult task of demining Iraqi waters. They're even using some unique techniques. We have some specially trained dolphins that are out there helping us to determine where mines may be in the channels. Finally, our special operating forces from each of our coalition partners conduct missions throughout the country. These missions vary from reconnaissance to direct action to facilitation of humanitarian operations. I want to close my statement by just saying to everyone, reminding all that we remain completely focused, that we have the finest forces in the world, formed into the best team I've seen in 32 years, but that should not lead anyone to believe that this will not be a hard fight. That is not without significant risk on the battlefield. Prime Minister Howard of Australia a day or two ago said that difficult days and battles could lie ahead on the ground and in the air. I echo those comments, but I'm confident that the forces we have, the training they've received, and the team we've built will ultimately take us to the liberation of the people of Iraq. Let me now have Brigadier General Vince Brooks come up and run through a few notes and add some visuals.
Thank you, General York. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an update again, as I have for the last several days, on how the operation is proceeding, and I'll use a number of graphic images to help illustrate what it is we're referring to. I'll follow a similar pattern to what I've done in the last few days, where we talk about the different things we're focused on in the operation, many of them reiterating what General Rinewart said with some more detail, and then carrying you down to some conclusions toward the end. I'll begin with, again, our efforts being focused on attacking the regime directly and aggressively, and doing so with precision. The first images we'll bring up today are attacks against equipment and command locations. These are weapons systems videos. The first one you see is a communications facility out in western Iraq, and there are actually going to be two bombs that come in. The first is at the crosshairs. The second that occurs almost simultaneously is the building to its right. Roll the tape, please. The next one is an armored personnel carrier in eastern Iraq. An artillery piece in a revetted position in eastern Iraq. A tank in a defensive position in central Iraq. A multiple rocket launcher system in southeast Iraq. And the explosion in this case occurs when the video goes black. Equally effective are our strikes against regime targets and the key command, control, communications, and information nodes. As I've done before, I'll show you some before and after images. Again, I'd focus on the precision that we use. We only destroy or damage the things we need to in order to achieve the desired effect. The first image is a military headquarters building. This is in the northeast of Baghdad. The targeted structures are just above the T intersection at the bottom, and they're highlighted with the blue arrows. And the post-strike, please. After the strike, if you look closely again at the blue arrows just above the road, you'll find that there are 4 destruction points. The center of the longest building is completely destroyed. And then the 2 of them side by side. The second set of images shows a water treatment plant in northwest Iraq. I might say in this case the regime deliberately put the plant and the residents of the surrounding area at risk by constructing a building to hide short-range ballistic missiles near the plant. The blue arrow shows the location of this building. In the post-strike image, only the hide site is destroyed. And the side-by-side comparison, please. Our coalition special operations forces do indeed continue to conduct a full array of missions, including last night's parachute assault in the hours of darkness to seize a desert landing strip. And this short video shows the jump. I'll describe some of the action of what you're seeing. This is being filmed by an escort aircraft that was part of the package. Exiting the aircraft. We had a combat camera team inside the aircraft to give you an insight into what happens on a jump out of the back ramp. And in the completion of the operation, they continue their mission. Our land forces continued their advance north of Al-Nasiriyah and defeated an enemy attack north of Al-Basra. Let's bring up the map, please. You see them highlighted here, and the zoom map shows a closer image of the areas we're referring to. Let me highlight the attack that occurred north of Al-Basra. There's some things that are worthy of note. The attack began with the arrival of several tanks which were repelled. Shortly after the battle was joined, a bus, a civilian bus with people in civilian clothes, and several civilian vehicles joined the battle. Out of those vehicles came Fedayeen Saddam in civilian clothes with weapons. The attack was repelled. We're beginning to see trenches filled with oil being ignited in the city of Baghdad. These two images will show you. I'll show you the one first and describe it. At the blue arrows at the bottom along the road, and in several places, ringing all of Baghdad, also up in the north and some in southern areas as well. Trenches have been dug, filled with oil, and prepared to be ignited. We're not certain what the purpose would be, but certainly you see here that the ignition has begun already. Unfortunately, this shows that the regime is very willing to destroy Iraq's resources to protect itself. Our coalition maritime forces continued clearing the Khar Abdallah, and that will open the way for the very important humanitarian supplies to flow in here very, very soon. They also continued to counter ongoing regime efforts to mine the North Arabian Gulf waters clandestinely. I would highlight that yesterday an Iraqi dhow, a civilian vessel, was intercepted in the North Arabian Gulf. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be a mine layer. Mines on board. It was subsequently destroyed. Our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people and the Iraqi military continue. We're currently broadcasting on 5 different radio frequencies, 24 hours a day, and have been doing so since the 17th of February. This is life-saving information that's being broadcast, as it has been the whole time. Additionally, I mentioned to you our leaflet efforts yesterday. Last night alone, 120,000 more leaflets were dropped. I'll show you an example of 2 leaflets that have been dropped that express the importance of not using weapons of mass destruction, nor supporting the use of weapons of mass destruction. The first one, and these are actual leaflets, the first one says basically that we can see any movements and any attempts to use the weapons of mass destruction. That should be avoided because there will be accountability. The second one is a reminder that no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. We continue our efforts as well to preserve and ensure Iraqi's future. There's a video clip I would like to show you of the movement of some humanitarian daily rations to a forward location. This is away from this area and has been moved to a forward location. A C-130 flew in carrying a plane load of humanitarian daily rations to be used as soon as we can get them moved in. Loaded them up and moved them out, so they'll be ready to go as soon as we have the requirement. We also continue to find other indications of the regime's intentions. I mentioned yesterday that we find equipment located at places that we think they should not be located, and we wonder why they would be. The next image I'll show you is a MiG-23 fighter jet that's been towed into a cemetery near Balad Airfield, north of Baghdad. Inside of the yellow dotted line to the left, you see the ends of the runway and places where aircraft would normally be stored inside of bunkers. About 4,000 feet to the right, as is indicated on this image, in a small box, you see cemetery. In the blow-up, you see the MiG-23 in the corner of the cemetery. The arrow points to the tail end of the aircraft and the nose is to the right. Finally, I'd like to give an update on the operations in the Rumaila oil field. Of course, the assessment team did go in yesterday and took a close look. One of the things it found was the image you're about to see. This is one of the wellheads in the southern Rumaila oil field. It was rigged for demolition, it was detonated, and it did not ignite. As we arrived, we noticed plenty of evidence of what the intentions were. First, you can see the charred wellhead right in the center. Blasting wire is still inside of the position, and the good news is it did not catch on fire. So this is one that we don't have to put out. We're continuing to work on the 7 that remain. Sir?
Tall people. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and take questions. Yes, ma'am.
Associated Press. I'd like an update, please, on the situation in Nasiriyah. You mentioned there were casualties in that region. The Iraqi information minister said 8 in an area south of Nasiriyah. Is that what you were referring to, like specific numbers? Also, you speak a lot about the precision of the weapons. I'm wondering if you have noticed any jamming efforts by the Iraqis to jam any of your satellite-guided missiles. The White House yesterday mentioned the sale of some GPS jamming equipment. Have you experienced any of that so far?
Let me go to your second question first, maybe, and then I'll come back to the first question. We have noticed some attempts by the Iraqis to use a GPS jamming system that they have procured from another nation. Actually, we've been able to identify the location of each of those jammers, and I'm happy to report that we have destroyed all 6 of those jammers in the last 2 nights' airstrikes. As to have they had an effect on us, I'm also pleased to say they had no effect on us. In fact, we destroyed one of the GPS jammers with a GPS weapon. Ironic. Let me go back to your first question real quick. We did have the Marines involved in combat operations in the Al-Nasiriyah area. They were involved in a firefight with a combination of regular and irregular forces. We did suffer some casualties there, and I'd like to not confirm numbers because we are still ensuring that proper notifications have been done. We have had some casualties, and we'll confirm those as soon as we know that that's been complete. Sir.
Neil Karlinski with ABC News. Our embeds are telling us that there's now a new procedure for dealing with Iraqis who appear to be surrendering. Can you talk a little bit about that, if there is a new procedure in dealing with these people?
Well, I think the procedures that we have for all of our forces have remained consistent. The intent is to not cause harm to any civilians. I think that as a result of some of the really terroristic use of people dressed in civilian clothes who threaten our forces, that all the commanders in the field are exercising extreme caution anytime they come up or come upon a force that is, or a group of people that appear to be civilians until they are able to verify the identities. And I think it's just really more caution than it is really changed procedures. I think they briefed each of the commanders to ensure that they're careful how they react. Yes, sir.
General Jeff Mead of Sky News. Are you declaring Iraq a no-drive zone, and what does that say about your reluctance to incur civilian casualties?
Well, I didn't make a statement that said it's a no-drive zone. What I did was actually continue to remind the same message, the people of Iraq with the same message we have used, that the battlefield extends across the country now. We have forces in all parts of the country, and that it's really not safe for the Iraqi people to try to leave the cities and drive away to avoid danger. We feel it's much better for them to remain in their homes, remain in their towns, remain in their villages. I'd also just add that because of the behavior of these paramilitary organizations that we've seen, it certainly causes us great concern when we see buses and pickup trucks driving in an area where there's no reason for civilians to be driving. And we have not taken any step to declare a no-drive zone, but really for the safety of the Iraqi people, we would encourage them not to be out on the roads at all. Yes, sir.
Craig Ward from Newsday. I'd like to ask you to comment on two aspects of the campaign that got a lot of attention before it started. The first, shock and awe. I think there's a little bit of a sense that some of these paramilitary forces are not particularly shocked or awed at this point and are still pretty aggressive. What do you think has been the status of the bombing campaign and the value of that on those folks? And the second being the Northern Front. As best we can tell, there really isn't a Northern Front except for some bombing going on around Mosul and Kirkuk. There doesn't seem to be any significant ground forces up there. Is that allowing Saddam to focus all of his attention to the south and perhaps make things a little tougher?
I'd say first on the aspect of how the enemy forces view our campaign, I think for those people that have been subjected to the attacks that we've been launching over the past number of nights, that there is a fair amount of awe there. Being at the receiving end of that is significant. On the other hand, we did not underestimate that the Iraqis would have a force that's capable of fighting on the battlefield. And so we believe that we are moving on the plan, on our timeline, and we feel comfortable that we'll continue to move rapidly along the time that General Franks has set in his strategy. With respect to the Northern Front, I'd say that one of the real gauges of how we're doing is the fact that the Kurds remain in relative stability. We continue to work with those folks. I think you may have seen a press conference yesterday where we have a U.S. officer in dealing directly in coordination with the Kurdish population as well as the Turks in order to fuse together a secure environment there. And we continue to focus military power where it's required in the northern areas. Let me come over here. Yes, sir.
Major General Paul Adams from the BBC. You said at the beginning that despite the weather, you were able to maintain an increased pressure on those Republican Guard divisions around Baghdad. Does the fact that you have these ferocious sandstorms make it more difficult for you to fly the Apaches, which are a key part of that softening up process? And does the fact that those divisions appear to be scattered about rather than classically arrayed, scattered about perhaps close to civilian areas, mean that this is a very laborious process? How long do you think it'll take to achieve your objectives?
Well, I'm not really going to talk about how long I think it'll take, but I will tell you that certainly the weather, the blowing sand and dust and winds do affect the Apaches, but as I mentioned earlier in my comments, that this is an integrated, synergistic approach, and we have the flexibility to be able to refocus additional air power who can use the kinds of precision weapons that aren't hampered by the weather in order to continue to strike these targets. In terms of forces being spread out, certainly they are displayed in a wide area. On the other hand, we have the most sophisticated intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance in the world, and it is working well to give us those locations and allowing us to continue to target. So while we may not have helicopter pressure or ground pressure at a particular point on the battlefield, we continue to balance special operating force and air operations on that force. Yes, ma'am.
You've, in the last couple of days, been telling us a lot about irregular forces in Fedayeen, and throughout we've been hearing a lot about the psychological operations. Can you tell us if there are any messages being tailored specifically to them? And since you've told us to encourage civilians to stay in their homes, how do you give them reassurance when they see dangers around them, including the infiltration of these Fedayeen and other very mercenary groups that are getting close to civilians?
Well, I think it's important to, and you make a great point, that these irregular forces are terrorizing their own people. An anecdotal point in an event a day or two ago where we were able to strike a headquarters location for some of these forces, it was a noticeable change in the local community almost immediately, because these people who have been really threatening families and terrorizing them had been eliminated. So pocket by pocket, piece by piece, we will continue to address those units as we move along. As to messages, really our messages are focused on the people of Iraq to try to preserve their safety and security as best we can, and to reassure them that we are coming, and they just need to stay safe, and we'll get to them. Yes, ma'am, way in the back here.
Every day we see Iraqi civilians and children die under the attack of warplanes, and there is home destroyed. And here you demonstrate us pictures about showed that you attack a specific position of Iraqi army. What did you say about that?
Well, I think it's important for all of us to continue to remember that warfare, even in its most precise fashion, is not absolute. There are errors that occur. There are human errors. There are mechanical problems that occur with weapons, and so some percentage of the weapons we use will err from their target. There's no doubt about that. And that's part of the reason I mentioned the message that we passed before, is to try to keep people in their homes so that we can reduce the possibility of injuring anyone. It is a tragedy to see the children that are injured, and we continue to try to minimize that, but I can't tell you that nothing bad will happen. That's why we continue to ask folks to stay at home. Yes, ma'am, the lady right behind you asked a question.
Calhoun with Business Week magazine. It sounds like you've made some good progress on the oil fields in the south, but that you might have a problem once you get to Baghdad. Could you tell us what your plan is to secure the oil fields?
I don't think there's any oil fields in Baghdad. I see. Okay, the ones we showed you here today. It brings up a good point. You saw the second picture, the image of sort of from the ground in color, and all that black smoke that was being burned. I would say that those oil fires burning are more a hazard to the people living in Baghdad than they are an impediment for us to conduct operations. And so we really are not, there's not a tactical problem on the battlefield as a result of those trenches. Let me come back over here. Yes, sir. Right yes, sir. Go ahead.
General Tom Fenton, the CBS
I'll come back.
News. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead, Tom, and then we'll go right back here.
Right. General, this campaign seems to have been designed to bring about the collapse of the regime. At this point, day 6, what signs, if any, do you have that this is going to happen?
Well, I think our plan from the beginning was not designed to make it in 2 days. It was designed to be rapid, synergistic, but to follow a timeline. And we had every expectation that the regime would not disappear and crumble. It's not about a particular person. It is about an organization that has for 30-some years ruled in fear and terror in this country. It takes detailed work to get to that problem, and we'll continue that on our timeline, and I think everybody's very comfortable with that. Yes, sir. Let me come back to you again.
Gulf News. The Iraqi army has announced today there was a suicide bombing in El Fao. Can you tell us about that? The second part of the question is that some sources are saying that in Basra you have changed the plan, that your forces, which have been going around the city, are going back into Basra. Are you planning to fight in Basra street by street? Thanks.
Well, let me go to your second question and just say that I'd like to not talk about how we will specifically fight anywhere on the battlefield. I think Basra has always been a key objective for us in order to return security to the city. As you know, the regime cut off water, has taken away some of the natural resources in the city, and that has become a real humanitarian concern for us. I'm happy to say that the Red Cross has been able to restore about 40% of the city to usable water, and we continue to have donations by many countries in the region to begin to move water in there. As to operations in Basra, our focus is really to return security. There are pockets of these almost terrorist-type forces that are in the city, certainly using terror techniques. And it's our intent to root out those individual pockets so that we can secure the city and allow Basra to return to normal life. Yes, sir.
Question from
Al Jazeera satellite channel. First of all, sir, are you suffering from any kind of an intelligence failure in underestimating the kind of resistance that you are facing? And can you clarify the issue of Basra being declared a military objective? Should we expect a major assault on the city? Thank you.
Yeah, I think first you have to be clear on your second point that objectives don't mean necessarily targets. They mean that it's your strategy to gain control of that particular area. And in the case of Basra, there will be some elements in the city that will be military targets. Those key resistance areas, these Fedayeen, these Special Republican Guard forces, Ba'ath Party forces that are fighting. But our intent is not to siege the city for sure. Our intent is to attempt to return security to the city as rapidly as we can and root out those forces that would fight in the city and use the residents of the city as shields and try to create targets. Now, I have to, when I lost my hair, I lost my memory, so if you could repeat your first question for me, please.
Are you suffering from any kind of military intelligence?
How the Iraqi regime or Iraqi forces would fight? Yes. Absolutely not. I think our intelligence estimates have been pretty accurate. We expected the Iraqi regime to fight. We didn't expect that it would be any kind of an easy operation. And so I think we'll just continue with the plan as it stands today. Yes, ma'am, right here in the middle.
Hi, Danelle Bell for CTV News. Yesterday, General Frank said that the goal was that they were going to fight this war, or you were going to fight this war on your terms. Instead, you're sort of being drawn into facing guerrilla resistance. You're being drawn into the streets of Al-Nasiriyah and possibly Basra. How is this on your terms?
Well, I'm not sure I would say we're being drawn into fights that are not on our terms. One of the important aspects has been to very rapidly establish a threat to the Republican Guard divisions because they are so key to Saddam's success. And so as we push forward, we have tried to very rapidly position forces in a position that would have that effect. We understood absolutely from the beginning that we would still have to, in each of the major city areas in the south, reestablish some security. And we understood that there would be forces that would attempt to keep us from doing that. We do not believe that that's the feeling of the people in the cities, and that rather they're being held hostage by these very small elements. And as I said, we'll get to them one at a time and stay on plan. Let me come over here. I haven't asked a question on this side.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television News. There's widespread fear in northern Iraq amongst the Kurds that they could face a chemical weapons attack eventually by Saddam Hussein. What comfort can you give them? What kind of protection are the coalition forces intending to give them to prevent such an attack?
Well, I think first of all, the ability that we've exercised so far to target those units that are capable of delivering chemical munitions has been very important for us. Things like Frog and Ababil and Al-Samud surface-to-surface missiles, Astro's multiple launch rocket systems have been key targets for us in the areas occupied by the regular Army units and the Republican Guard units in the north. So I think the first point is we are spending a fair amount of energy up there and trying to attack and destroy those things that will most immediately affect them. In addition, we have forces that are in and amongst and with the Kurds, and that continues to provide them a degree of security that I think they're comfortable with. And as I mentioned, we have our coordination cell up there actively working to ensure that their security needs, those things that do threaten them, are addressed in our strategic targeting process. Let me go way back here. A gentleman in the glasses in the back.
The Irish Times. General, the Basra situation, Kofi Annan has expressed anxiety about the humanitarian situation there. Can you give us any information about that? And also, before the conflict, we were expecting that the Shiites would be, less disposed to fight because of the hostility with the Sunni alleged hostility with the Sunni elements in Iraq. Has that? Do you believe that has failed to materialize? Thank you.
Well, let me answer your first question, and then I'm going to get clarification on your second, because I'm not sure I understood it. With respect to Basra, as I mentioned earlier, we too believe that it's been a real crisis, a humanitarian issue that has been caused by the Iraqi regime. And so, as I mentioned, I think a minute ago, our intent is to try to reduce that humanitarian situation very rapidly. The most pressing requirement was for water, and we're beginning to see that flow. We have additional water pipeline that will be run into Qasr port, and then we'll begin trucking water up into Basra as soon as we are able to get it into neighborhoods and into water plants. So I'm hopeful that we'll get the water flowing into Basra very rapidly. With respect to humanitarian aid, a number of non-governmental organizations are already gathered together in a humanitarian assistance coordination cell in Kuwait, and they are leaning very far forward to bring that aid into Qasr, Al-Subayr, and into Basra just as soonly as we possibly can. So that's a very critical focus of our strategy, is to be able to provide that aid at the same time that we fracture and destroy the regime. Now let me go back to your question about the Shia. It sounded like you were asking me that, were we surprised that the Shia weren't fighting? Is that?
One of the expectations that we heard about before the conflict was that given the historic tension between the Shia and the Sunnis, that the Shia would not rally to the regime. But given what we are hearing about resistance, has this failed to materialize? Has this prediction failed to materialize?
No, I don't think so. I think, as I mentioned a little bit ago, the vast majority of the Shia in the country of Iraq have been oppressed by the regime, and they've been so in that situation for a number of years. I think that they feel a threat to their security by these Ba'ath Party, Special Republican Guard, Fedayeen troops as they're terrorizing their neighborhoods. I think their first concern is for their families and their safety, and as they begin to feel that we begin to neutralize some of these elements of fear in their cities, that they will come around very, very quickly. And in fact, we've seen that in a couple locations already, a noticeable change when we've eliminated one of those. Gentleman right here.
Hi. Paul Hunter with Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. What lessons have you learned, or what didn't you expect from the kind of street fighting that you've seen so far, and how might that be applied to what lies ahead in Baghdad? And as a follow-up, do human shields work? Will your troops shoot at Iraqi soldiers who are using them?
Well, human shields are a cowardly way to act on a battlefield. And I think that we have trained our forces well enough to understand when and where human shields might be used and how to respond on the battlefield. So I'm comfortable that we will not put our troops in a position where we would disregard the safety of any non-combatants out there. There are times, as you've seen in some of the videos, where the Iraq regime is placing military equipment, whether it's an airplane or a surface-to-air missile system or what have you, in and around schools, hospitals, and facilities that are of significant religious importance. And we have very clear guidance to our people not to engage those things, although the Iraqis endanger them by merely placing with them. So I believe our troops are trained to deal with those situations on the battlefield, and in the cases where we've seen some of that have been successful doing that. Right behind you, sir, with the mustache.
Jacek Polasinski from Polish Weekly Press. Can you comment on the presence and combat of Polish unity Grom in southern Iraq, the fact which was hidden to the Polish society by Polish government?
Well, I don't know if it was hidden by the Polish government or not. I am pleased to say that we have had wonderful support from the Polish military, and that has been very welcome on the battlefield. Each nation in the coalition has its own desires for how much or how little publicity it gets, but I am pleased to say that we have some absolutely superb Polish military participating very actively and doing it wonderfully. Sir, right here with my kind of haircut there in the middle.
Michael Wolf, New York Magazine. I wonder if you can give a sense, even a critique about the ways in which you see the media at this point misreporting the progress of the war, or, on the other hand, if you see that the media is generally giving an accurate picture. That would be interesting to know too.
I think that was a setup question. Now, I think the media is reality. I mean, I don't say that in that it's necessarily always the true picture, because the media is a snapshot of what it sees at that point. But it is in each of our societies. Free societies have the media, and we allow it to report. We may not always agree with what the report is. I think that's the case in any nation. In terms of bringing the media onto the battlefield, I think this has been really an historic event. Certainly during World War II, we had some great media reporters, Ernie Piles and those kinds of folks who did wonderful work out on the battlefield describing the fight. But it took 6 months for their stories to get back in press. The challenge we have is the immediacy that the media has to report. And because of that capability, sometimes the report is taken just in the very narrow frame that it's seen, and so we have to understand that. But I don't think that the media has had an adverse effect. I think most of the commanders who have embedded correspondents out there with them are very comfortable with them. I think they've been supportive of them, and so I think this has been it's something we've had to adapt to, but I think we've adapted pretty well, and we'll continue to have the media with us. Way back in the back here in the corner, sir.
Finnish television. Could I ask your estimate of the Iraqi military casualties until now?
Boy, I really could not tell you. Obviously, a lot of our airstrikes are in places where we do not have military forces to actually do that kind of accounting work. So it would be unfair of me to make any assessment really of Iraqi casualties. Sir, right up here.
You mentioned the bombing of the Republican Guard. Is there any sign that the bombing is having any of the desired effect on the Guard? And I'm just curious, what would determine when you might launch a full-scale attack on them? Would that be like determined by casualty rates that you see on their part, for example, or something like that?
First, I think we're having a substantial effect. There are a number of pieces, as you saw here, tanks and artillery pieces and those sorts of things being destroyed. That's happening in hundreds of sorties every day. Do we hit every target? Like I said, there's a few number of those bombs that don't go where they are. Are they well hidden? Sometimes they are, and it's harder to be exactly. You may hit 20 feet away, and it may not fully destroy that target. On the other hand, the repetitive nature of our air operations allows us to continue to revisit targets that we believe we have not killed. And I think what you'll see in the end is that many of those tank revetments are filled with junk right now because of the precision and the ability of the air power. Now, to go to your second point, when will we decide that it's enough, it's time? The Land Component Commander has a series of discussions with his corps commanders in the field. He briefs General Franks on his plan, and as a command element, they'll make a decision that a force is depleted to a point or it's vulnerable at a point that would allow that attack to commence. And that's done repeatedly at the squad level all the way up to the corps level on the battlefield. Sir?
Yes, sir, Tommy, sir. I'll try to limit myself to one question. You talk about and you show humanitarian meals ready to be distributed. How concerned are you? I know that there were some POWs that were taken from a maintenance unit, which is a rear echelon unit, about moving humanitarian workers in to distribute these meals. What kind of time frame do you have for putting these humanitarian meals out of a warehouse, off of an airplane, and into someone's hand who needs them?
Well, I think you make a great point, Tom, and that is making sure that we have reasonably good security to get those rations out. But we also have put a certain number of those kinds of rations with our field units. So if a unit comes upon immediate need, they can help if that's required. And certainly as we establish more and more security moving up from Qasr to Zubair to Basra, we will begin to flow that stuff forward as the local commander on the battlefield in coordination with our Humanitarian Assistance Coordination Cell has established or has met the parameters, if you will, that seem to be a safe environment.
You talked about those in Kuwait ready to offer humanitarian
Yes.
assistance. When will you allow them to come out of Kuwait into southern Iraq?
I think as much of it is their decision when they feel that the area is secure enough, but we will continue very rapidly to try to make the area as secure as we think it needs to be to get them there. Sir, right here with the glasses, young gentleman.
Sir, Brigadier General Brooks said moments ago that the coalition is attacking and would continue to attack the Iraqi regime directly and aggressively. Why is it, therefore, that the Iraqi regime is still allowed or is still broadcasting what some might call its propaganda? Why haven't you attacked those facilities and taken them out? And, sir, is it true that the Ministry of Defense building in Baghdad has yet to be taken out? Thank you.
First of all, I'm not going to talk about what we target and when. I just say that our targeting plan is just about exactly where General Franks wanted it to be, and we'll continue to work through those elements that we require in order to affect the regime command and control and communication while minimizing the damage to the people.
Yesterday, the Iraqi soldiers on the ground shooting in the water. Doesn't that hurt your, push towards freedom in Iraq?
I don't believe it affects us in a negative way. I think people around the world understand that it is, in fact, what you've described it as, and not necessarily reality. I think that certainly there are some who would believe everything that they see on the television, but I think as we talk to leaders around the region, as we talk to leaders around the world, it doesn't seem to be a message that's taking as much as some might think. Way back in the back, sir.
Australia has a relatively small contingent here taking part in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Have you been impressed by their capability?
Absolutely. No, actually, my good friend General Maury McNarn, their senior commander here, is we chat daily, and I have said to him on a number of occasions how absolutely impressed, and that really, truly, honestly, I mentioned the Polish, I mentioned the UK, and certainly the Australians, and other nations who are contributing in many ways. No nation has given us a second team. We have the first team of every nation in the coalition participating and aggressively accomplishing their missions. The Australians contributing both in the air, on the ground, and at sea. And I think one of the great coalition stories as we conducted operations in the Gulf oil platforms and the Alpha Peninsula was a task force that began commanded by an Australian officer afloat, transitioned to U.S. and Australian divers ashore, transitioned to U.S. military on the ground, transitioned to U.K. forces as they flowed in. So each nation, in a fashion, was involved in a very well-integrated coalition effort. It's seamless. It truly is. Yes, ma'am, right over here.
Can you report now of any findings, any evidence of weapons of mass destruction?
This is the question that's asked every day. Do you ask it every day? Okay. I can't give you confirmation of any reports at this point. I will say that we continue to do site exploitations of a number of sites. As you know, as we move forward, we uncover a number of sites that we may have been concerned about in the past. I think as we move closer into the Baghdad area, Baghdad is really the heart of the regime, and I would expect that they would hold their most valuable treasures close to their heart. And I think as we get closer to Baghdad, we will see more of those sites that we will continue to exploit. But we've been doing that as the forces move forward. We have continued to develop information that we found and to interview key leaders that we've detained on the battlefield, and are developing that information to lead us to more sites. Let's see. Somebody have him call in right back here, sir, with a That's a great
Pascal
hairdo and...
Mexican Weekly Proceso. How do you expect to make a distinction between military operations and humanitarian aid operations? And I ask you this question because organizations like Oxfam have said that it's not wise to move in humanitarian aid in one hand and while carrying a gun in the other.
You know, for quite some time in Afghanistan, we have integrated military operations and humanitarian aid extremely successfully. I'd point out that in the first about 70 days of operations in Afghanistan, we allowed the international organizations to deliver more humanitarian aid than they had in the previous 6 years. So there is a way to integrate the two. Clearly there is a security concern, and we continue to work very actively with each of the organizations through this fusion cell that I've described, and we have one forming in Turkey and one in Jordan to help fuse and feed the humanitarian assistance into the country. I think we have become well trained as military forces in the ability to integrate that humanitarian assistance, but allowing them to continue to keep a line between aid and the military. I think I have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am, here with the warm-up.
Kathy Shen from Phoenix Satellite TV in Hong Kong. Yesterday, the Iraqi Information Minister vowed for more dark days to come for the British and U.S. troops. So I wonder has the coalition force encountered the so-called dark days yet? And what is the hardest battle that coalition has fought so far in the past 6 days in terms of your approach to the designated timeline? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That's a great question. I think the dark days are probably coming for the dark side, and Saddam's regime has more dark days ahead than we do. Certainly there will be days when we had casualties, and we've seen that in a number of cases over the last couple days. No battle is without casualties. But that does not change the resolve of our forces, of our commander, of our national leaders. And we have to ensure that we keep our focus on those objectives. And I've had the opportunity to talk to many of our young soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marine out deployed in the field over the last week to 10 days. I can assure you that the morale is absolutely sky high. They know it's a hard job. They know it's difficult. But I think they have so far displayed great courage, great enthusiasm, great focus, and they will continue to serve us proudly to get to that final objective. And in the end, to quote General Franks, we will win. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And with that, the CENTCOM briefing has been wrapped up. Some quick headlines from the briefing. The general telling us that they cannot confirm reports of weapons of mass destruction yet. Declaring the campaign on track, the general acknowledged that weather is having an impact on the battlefield, perhaps slowing things down. But he said ultimately 1,400 sorties are expected to be flown today. The general also saying that command forces are expected to hit targets in Basra, but no plans to besiege the city. And finally, it talked about the success the command has had in destroying all 6 of reported Iraqi GPS jamming systems. We're going to get greater context from David Grange. First, we're going to get back to Bill in Kuwait City to run through some of what we learned here this morning. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, hello again. One of the things I find quite interesting, we continue to see the evidence anyway on the coalition side about the number of oil ditches being dug around the capital city of Baghdad, and clearly there is evidence now of this oil being set on fire. Let's talk with David Grange, the general at the CNN Center, about this. I'm curious to know at some point, be it by land or by air, how much of a hindrance could this be for the coalition?
Well, the smoke, Bill, obviously used for obscurance on the battlefield, will affect some types of delivery systems of aircraft. But there are aircraft and munitions that can get around this challenge, and there's techniques to mark targets and deliver munitions regardless of the smoke.
Yeah, they did not talk a lot about the Republican Guard, especially the Medina Corps gathered south of Baghdad, but they did talk about questions about the change in strategy, really from the British perspective in the southeastern town of Basra. Your interpretation of how that strategy changed now that the Brits have said this is essentially a legitimate military target in certain aspects of that town.
Right. If we can go to some satellite coverage of Basra area and Qasr, can we do that? If not, here we go. That's the target system. The strategy that's going to take place in the Basra area is that it's going to be the city will be controlled. It's surrounded. You have a key airport to the northwest of the city. You have some major roads that go into the Basra area. The coalition forces will secure those areas. They'll have overwatch in those areas, so if enemy forces that are identifiable come out, they can be engaged. Anyone that comes out, they can then search those people. Here's a satellite photograph. If we could go ahead and scope down on Basra and Qasr, it's the same type of issue in both places. These are the two areas that we're referring to. Can you get a little closer on that, please? On that, and yeah, there you go, and Basra. In the Basra area, what you'll see is on a built-up area that we're going into right now, you'll have coalition forces that will control certain areas. As an example, they'll have a position, let's say right here, up here, down this here by an airfield, let's say. They'll control access into the city. And then at the same time, what they'll do is they'll go ahead and they'll go in and actually hit a site in the city, but not clear the entire city. And that's going to be dependent on intelligence that gives them good targets. Part of that challenge will be to get the people to support them on that information. And if they don't get the people to support them in the town of Basra, it'll be hard for the coalition to do that. But I think that's going to happen, Bill.
All right, David Grange, thanks, retired Brigadier General of the CNN Center. We will check in again a bit later today. In the meantime, we'll continue next hour. Paula stays with us in New York. I'll stay with you here in Kuwait City. And Leon Harris stays with us also at the CNN Center for an update now. Hey, Leon, good morning.
And good morning to you, Bill, and good morning to you folks at home as well. Here's what we have for you at this hour. On the move and under fire. The U.S. 7th Cavalry is battling a blinding sandstorm. They've been in the sandstorm for hours now. And in this sandstorm, a hail of bullets. Now, as these troops are pressing on toward Baghdad, we are live on the road to the Iraqi capital in just a matter of minutes. Securing the south hasn't been very easy. U.S. Marines are continuing to battle for control of bridges in Nasiriyah. That's a strategic town that spans the Euphrates River. The sandstorm has hampered fighting there, but the U.S. military says they are making progress nonetheless. Britain's Tony Blair says more difficult days lie ahead for coalition forces. The Prime Minister says the troops will be up against resistance up until the end of the campaign. Those comments come as Mr. Blair prepares to meet with President Bush tomorrow. They'll be talking about post-war Iraq. And now in other news, we have this from the battlefront to the Balkans. Police have arrested a suspect in connection with the killing of the Serbian Prime Minister 2 weeks ago. The suspect is said to be a former deputy commander of an elite unit of police troops under former President Slobodan Milosevic. Stay with us. We go back now to Paul Azan standing by in New York with CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Paul Azan. Here at CNN, we're working through the flood of video pouring into our system to bring you some images of the day. A howling snowstorm, or excuse me, a howling sandstorm, which our own Walt Rogers likened to a blizzard of sand, swirls across much of Iraq, slowing the coalition assault by air and land. Allied forces slowed to a crawl as they advanced on Baghdad. Combat missions from 2 aircraft carriers were canceled. Images from behind the enemy lines. Iraq releases videotape of 2 U.S. Apache pilots captured yesterday. The men, one from Florida, one from Georgia, now bring to 7 the total number of Americans declared as POWs. And a new wave of warriors. The U.S. Navy is bringing in trained dolphins to hunt for mines in the waters around Qasr. Navy officials say the animals will seek out floating mines and mark them for Navy divers to inspect. Then, when worlds collide, modern weaponry shares the battlefield with the native inhabitants of the Middle East. While coalition forces view camels mostly as a curious oddity, CNN's Art Harris says that especially in the early days of the drive to Baghdad, wandering herds could block roads and actually slow down the advance of speeding convoys. Now trying to get the view from the White House, let's check in with senior White House correspondent John King. John, we understand the president is going to make an appearance about 40 minutes from now. What's he expected to say?
One, Paula, the president will try to rally the troops. Number two, he will try to tell the American people his estimate of how much this war will cost, at least over the next 6 months. Mr. Bush has left the White House. He's at the Pentagon now in a classified briefing. Earlier today here at the White House, he had a meeting with his national security team. We saw Condoleezza Rice, his national security advisor, and Vice President Cheney heading into that morning session here. A more detailed classified briefing at the Pentagon. And then Mr. Bush, about a little more than 35 minutes away from now, will deliver remarks in the Eisenhower dining room at the Pentagon. In those remarks, we are told by a senior official, Mr. Bush will salute the progress he thinks is being made in the war campaign, and he also will unveil officially the war budget he will ask the Congress to pass on an emergency basis. Mr. Bush is asking for just below $75 billion. About $63 billion of that, $62.6 billion of the emergency request would go straight to the Defense Department, most of that to prosecute the war over the next 6 months in Iraq. There's almost $8 billion in reconstruction and aid. That money falls under the State Department. Some goes for humanitarian assistance inside Iraq. A good deal of it goes to foreign aid to Israel, to Jordan, to Egypt, and other nations participating in the coalition or affected by the war effort. There's also about $4 billion for Homeland Security emergency funding here at home. Obviously, the administration says there's an increased risk of terrorist attack during this war. Look for that number to grow in the Congress. Many Democrats and some Republicans say that's not enough money for Homeland Security improvements. Look for that number to grow as well. Mr. Bush will ask the Congress to pass this bill within a matter of 3 weeks. So far, both Democrats and Republicans say there will be some debate over the specifics, but they do think they'll get it here before Congress goes home for an Easter recess. Also on the president's agenda, he will travel first tomorrow to the Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida, to rally the troops there and get a briefing on the war effort. Then he will head directly to Camp David. The British Prime Minister Tony Blair arrives Wednesday night. He will go to the presidential retreat as well. He and Mr. Bush will have some casual conversation Wednesday night, more formal talks on Thursday, and then we are told to expect some conversations with reporters, Blair and Bush, Thursday up at Camp David. Paula?
Let me just ask you about the language you've seen in this budget request. Some are saying that in it is an estimate by the Pentagon that combat operations could last for about 30 days. Can you clarify that for us, John?
You won't find it in the budget documents. What the White House is saying is that this is funding for an operation for 6 months, and then after 6 months we run into the next fiscal year. But what we are told is in formulating this budget, in conversations with key members of Congress and senior administration officials, the Pentagon is envisioning the first phase of combat to go roughly 30 days. It's a rough guesstimate, they would say at the Pentagon. They have to make an estimate. If you project a budget, you have to, how many bullets will you need, how many bombs will you need, how much support of the troops in the field will you need. So you've heard Secretary Rumsfeld talk publicly about combat operations lasting weeks, not months. One senior official calls this a high-intensity, short-duration conflict. And in trying to come up with a budget proposal, their guesstimate, and they say it's very rough right now, is that the first phase, where you have the most intense combat, will go roughly 30 days.
Finally, John, there's a lot of analysis this morning that this request was based on the conclusion that the government of the Iraqi president will not fold quickly. Can you add to our understanding of that?
Well, that's one of the reasons you have 6 months of funding here and continued operations. This budget does not include any of the money for peacekeeping forces beyond 6 months from now, and everyone in the administration acknowledges U.S. troops will be there for a period of years. The administration is adopting, if you will, a worst-case scenario in how it publicly talks about this, and you'll hear this from the president in just a few minutes, saying that the battle for Baghdad, the key phase of this war to topple the regime completely, could take longer and could be more dangerous than many perhaps in the public were believing heading into this conflict. As to how long, no one in the administration wants to set a hard figure, because then they, of course, would be judged by that figure. But we are told that we're just now beginning to get to the siege of Baghdad. No one here wants to talk about how long that will take, but they say the president will emphasize today, tomorrow, Thursday, and beyond that it could take a while and there could be more U.S. casualties.
Thanks, John. We'd love to stand by so we can talk to you shortly after the president deliver those remarks at 10:40 from the Pentagon. Right now, we go back to Kuwait City and Bill. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, one of the big stories today certainly has been the weather north of here in Iraq. It's been rather mild here in Kuwait City, not really feeling the full front of this just yet. It's highlighted today in the local newspaper, the Arab Times. It describes itself as the first English language daily here in Kuwait. Sand and Saddam slow the march. Now, we do expect this weather pattern to continue possibly for another 24 hours, maybe longer. We're waiting for word on that. In the northern part of the country, even before you get to the Iraq border, though, already it's kicking pretty hard. Christiane Amanpour is feeling the brunt of that. She's with the Brits, talking not only about the weather, Christiane, but also about this shift in military strategy as it applies to Basra. Hello again to you. Good evening.
Bill, good evening from over here, the divisional field headquarters of the British, and there are quite a lot of activities to report. There has been some engagements between the British and the Iraqis who are resisting inside Basra. That is now the main area of concern for the British Army, and they're being forced to change their tactics because of the stronger than expected resistance that they're facing there. So Basra is now becoming a military objective, whereas earlier we were told that it was not, that the British had hoped to be welcomed in. But instead, because the Iraqi Army 51st Division, which was defending Basra, has now withdrawn into Basra, along with its tanks, its artillery, and its infantry troops, and is engaging British forces outside in tank and artillery duels, now the British want to go and neutralize that in order, they say, to be able to take humanitarian aid in. So they are having to change tactics, and they are acknowledging that the Iraqis are now trying to draw them into this battle on their own terms, trying to draw them in to urban warfare. And there are not only these Iraqi army elements, but also the Saddam Fedayeen, the so-called irregular elements, in which they have these regime militias, if you like, who are used to being used for the suppression of internal dissent, are now being put into these cities to try to ward off any kind of incursions or attempt by the British and the coalition forces to take those cities intact. So that is what's going on. And of course, as I say, the main objective is to try to get humanitarian aid into Basra, but as we were told today, that could take slightly longer than everybody had hoped here.
We've always wanted to get humanitarian aid into Basra. That's why we took the port of Kassa so that we could bring it up there. We've achieved that. We can't get it into Basra because now they've pulled back military forces into Basra that were not there when we embarked upon this 4 days ago. The forces in there are both conventional and irregular. We've got to now wear those forces down to facilitate humanitarian entries into Basra.
So there you have it in a nutshell. Because of very stiff resistance inside Basra, because they've put themselves there in the middle of the civilian population, because the British forces do not want to cause civilian casualties, they don't want to go in there killing civilians, they've got a tough job to do now in trying to take out and destroy this resistance. And as Colonel Vernon, you just heard say, that finally, after several days of battling these pockets of resistance in the crucial port of Kassa, they now say that they have that finally and fully under control. Bill.
All right, Christiane. Thanks. Christiane Amanpour, right near the Iraqi border with the British military. We've heard this topic about humanitarian aid almost every hour now for the past couple of days. Best guess from CENTCOM today, quote, a short number of days, end quote. They pushed him on it at that briefing today, but they would not get any more specific than a short number of days. Want to get back to the desert in Iraq. Dr. Sanjay Gupta back with us by way of telephone, and he has experienced the brunt of that sandstorm, knocking essentially all the medical equipment and supplies to the desert floor. Sanjay's back again this hour with more. Sanjay, what do you have?
Hey, Bill. Yeah, lots of activity out here where we are in central Iraq, as you know, with the Devil Docks that is out there, the naval doctors that support the Marines. First of all, a little while ago, a few hours ago, we were told to hunker down, put on all of our gear, and get down. There had been a breach of a company-sized convoy actually heading our way and apparently breached the perimeter. Several of the Marines, again, this is not a combat unit, but more of a medical unit, went ahead and established an inner perimeter around the camp. Again, a company-sized convoy was apparently spotted within the perimeter, and that breach, that sort of high alert is still continuing here around this particular medical corps. Also, Bill, as you mentioned, the sandstorm is just wreaking complete havoc on everything, knocking down a few huge tents, very large tents that could typically hold 100 people. They were holding lots of medical supplies. They were triage tents to basically take the wounded and assess them. A couple of them, as you say, Bill, being knocked right down to the ground. Marines working very actively to try and get that equipment back into clean tents, clean that thing up, and establish the tents again. They're still working hard on that, Bill. Right around me, I'm standing in front of another tent called the Jump Ward Tent. This particular tent is where Iraqi soldiers who are wounded are brought, ones who do not need operations, ones who are still awake enough to be able to speak, and intelligence officers as well as translators making their way in and out of the tent. I'm watching that happen as we speak, continuously trying to get any information that they can, collecting paperwork, etc. Also, Bill, finally, there is a Red Cross truck just to my left here. I was talking to one of the doctors earlier about that truck. This truck contains 2 Marines who were killed in action. Earlier today, a temporary mortuary is being set up at this particular site for that reason as well. Bill?
Very, very sobering news at the end. Thank you, Sanjay. Be good out there and be safe, too. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, as he mentioned, somewhere in south-central Iraq with the Devil Docs, a unit of the U.S. Marines. Now, Paula, again, in New York. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. Walt Rogers is also among those embedded reporters getting slapped around by this terrible weather. He is with the U.S. Army's 3rd Squad, 7th Cavalry. He joins us now. We need to point out you're going to have a very tough time seeing him because of the lack of visibility there. Earlier, he told us he could only see out maybe 40 yards in front of him. You're not going to see him then, but you're going to hear what he and the troops he's accompanying have been subjected to over the last several hours. Walt, hello again.
Hello, Paula. Actually, that sandstorm has been of aid to the U.S. forces, particularly the 7th Cavalry, as they had crossed the Euphrates River, breached the defense line that the Iraqis had set up. In point of fact, they came under extremely heavy fire. We were traveling in that convoy. There were mortars fired at us, machine guns on both sides of the road. But what happened is the sandstorm was so dense, according to an Army officer with whom I spoke, that it actually was like a smoke screen laid down, protecting the 7th Cavalry's march northward as they were going in their vehicles. What happened was the Iraqis did not want to get closer to the road. That is to say, they did not want to come within a visual sighting of the convoy, so they just fired wildly in the general direction of the noise of the convoy. The Iraqis were standing off probably 200 to 300 meters back in bunkers, but that is no good if you can't see the target you're shooting at. So it turns out all the shooting that was coming our way was wild, haphazard, and did no damage. That is to say, no injuries. I shouldn't say no damage at all. One interesting aspect of it was they've shot off some of the aerials. The Iraqis shot off some of the aerials of the vehicles in the 7th Convoy, and one of the officers I know here was telling me that they shot off a whole box of his MREs, his meals and water, but that of course doesn't slow an Army down that much. But they came under great fire, and there are holes in some of the soft-skin vehicles, and that gauntlet was something to behold today. Paula?
Even the generals at the CENTCOM briefing, Walt, acknowledged it's not a very comfortable day out on the battlefield. Tell us physically what these troops have been up against. I know you talked about what you were subjected to in terms of incoming fire from the Iraqis, but just on a physical basis, dealing with the sand constantly blowing in your eyes and faces.
Well, Paula, the most difficult thing is simply seeing, and if you're riding in the top of a turret on a Bradley or on a main battle tank, you have to look forward and you have to be able to see. And if you can't see more than 40 meters, it means that a hostile force can come 40 meters or so and approach you and suddenly surprise you with an ambush. The Iraqis didn't do that today. Generally, they stood off, and that was a boon for the 7th Cavalry. And the 7th Cavalry does have optics, which even in a dust storm, they can see 200 to 300 meters away. So the Iraqis who were shooting at the 7th Cavalry were in for a bit of a surprise. They could only shoot at sounds, but the 7th Cav was shooting 50 caliber machine guns and even larger weapons, 25 millimeter cannons, and they were hitting the Iraqis even though they couldn't see them with a naked eye without enhanced vision goggles. Paula?
And Walter, how long is this storm expected to last?
I heard 36 hours. If I could add just a little footnote, Paula, when we approached the bridges with the 7th Cavalry last night, I described a firefight which was pretty severe. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire, rocket-propelled grenades. The Air Force was called in. I wasn't sure how to gauge that, but I spoke with an Army major a few minutes ago who told me in his words, quote, "I never want to have to go through that again." Paula?
And you explained that that bridge had been wired with all kinds of explosives, but it was never set off?
That's correct. I'm told there were enormous satchel charges placed under the bridge and around its pilings and piers by the Iraqis, this bridge being over the Euphrates River, of course, and this was the Iraqi regime's defense line. The problem was the Iraqis just didn't have time to wire the satchel charges to blow the bridge, and it was actually Bone Crusher Troop of the 7th Cavalry which rushed across so quickly that they were able to seize it before the detonators could be connected, and of course the Army engineers very quickly and skillfully came up and neutralized the charges. Then the rest of the troop, Apache Troop and Crazy Horse Troop, could also follow through, meaning that the entire 7th Cavalry's on the north side of the Euphrates River, and Saddam Hussein's best efforts to stop the Allied forces from crossing that defense line have failed. Paula?
Well, sounds like you really have to bear down there and get ready to continue to face the onslaught of not only enemy fire or fire from the Iraqis, but also the sandstorm. And folks, just to give you an idea of just how fierce this storm is, Walt explained to us that the sun goes down about 6:10 Iraqi time. That was about 10 minutes ago. And that is how pitch black it is, mostly because of the sand. Now, Jason Bellini is also fighting the elements this morning. He is with the U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit of the 15th Artillery. He is on the move once again in southern Iraq. He joins us now by video phone with the very latest from there. Jason, what do you got?
Paul, the sandstorm's been hitting us here as well. After 4 very grueling, arduous, very long days, today was supposed to be a day for maintenance, for resupply, for the men in this infantry division to clean their weapons and to catch up on a little bit of rest. Well, as it turns out, the weather hasn't cooperated with that, and their guns just got even more dirty today because we got rain, we got wind, we got sand. Just a really difficult situation for the men here. We had just moved yesterday from Qasr, where this particular unit had dealt with a very difficult situation, dealt with pockets of resistance, and had to face combat with them head-on over the last 4 days. We're getting ready to move again, and so as we're sort of weathering this storm, people are packing up and preparing for more travel. So there's really no rest for the weary here, Paula.
You say you're getting prepared for more travel, and CENTCOM tells us the coalition plan is running on track, but have you given any indication about how the next stage of what you're expected to do might be affected by this weather?
It's hard to say. The interesting thing has been for me that when we first embedded, we were told more or less what the plan was going to be, where we would start, where they expected to end up with follow-on missions. Well, the plan seems to be changing every day, and it's a bit frustrating for the Marines here. It just shows them just how fluid the situation is. Just this morning, we got a complete change of plans from where we were supposed to be going, what we were supposed to be doing, a very radical shift that they weren't expecting. Again, probably an indication of how things are going right now. Paula?
Well, we wish you luck. Walt Rogers said some of the worst thing about fighting these sandstorms is you don't have any fluid left in your eye, and then he described the thunderstorms on top of that, and he said it was just like having mud in your eyes at all times. Jason Bellini, thanks so much. Now, the Pentagon is saying that a coalition airstrike successfully destroyed an Apache helicopter that had gone down in Iraq. It is standard practice to destroy such technology that could provide any help to the Iraqi forces. The pilots of that gunship, however, remain in enemy hands, as evidenced by a videotape shot by Iraqi TV. And earlier this morning, I spoke with the family of one of the men, 26-year-old Ronald D. Young, Jr. of Lithia Springs, Georgia, and I asked his father about how he learned of his son's capture.
I went to take care of some errands during the morning, and I'd been hoping all morning that it wasn't his aircraft. Of course, we had 1 out of 6 chances because there were 6 vampires in that unit. And when I came home, one of the friends of my son said that the Army's in there, so I knew right then that it was a bad situation. And they told us that he was missing in action. They didn't say he was POW or anything, just missing.
And then how long was it then that it took to find out that in fact he had been taken as a POW?
Well, that afternoon we'd been hearing rumors that they had captured the pilots, and back and forth on the television. And at one time they said, one of the rumors said that they had a couple of pictures of pilots who had dog tags from that area where he's from, but they didn't have any real clear-cut pictures. So I didn't know if it was something trumped up and they had done something to him, and they were trying to pass someone else off as them, or if they were still uncaptured or what. And I was worried about him just being alive at that point. And a lady brought a tape into us, and Susan Candiotti brought a tape into us and showed us a picture of him as being a POW, and it was a great deal of relief at that point to me just to know he was alive.
Wow. It's hard for us, the rest of us, to respond that, knowing it was a relief that he was alive. You had so many doubts about that. Mrs. Young, I think folks probably know out there the Apache is one of the most sophisticated helicopters in the world, and your son knew before going into Iraq that he probably would be involved in a dangerous mission. Did he ever talk about the possibility of what might happen once he was deployed?
We did. He actually had orders for Afghanistan after 9/11, and then they canceled the orders. And we then had a night that we just embraced and cried and shared feelings, and it just really touched my heart, and I'm glad for that. And then when this time we just decided we'd already talked about that, and of course we talked about many things, and we're very close. All my children are very close, and I know that he was prepared for if something happened. He had told me that if he was ever asked to give his life for his country, that he hoped he'd be able to do that honorably, and he seemed very glad to do that if that was needed. He supports our president, and he feels like that he's a great leader, and he's just ready to do whatever he's asked to do.
That family, yet another tower of strength. Young's crewmate, 30-year-old David S. Williams of Florida, was captured at the same time, and in our next hour, we'll be talking with his wife. The Pentagon assembles to hear President Bush speak. That gets underway at 10:40 Eastern Time, while troops in the field worry about orders that may have been given by Saddam Hussein. U.S. intelligence reports the Iraqi leader may have already given the order of when to use chemical weapons. We're going to look at the so-called tripwire. And the U.S. Army's 3/7th Cav advances under cover of a blinding sandstorm and pushes through Iraqi defenses at the Euphrates River. Our own Watt Rogers is embedded with the group and brings us a report on today's heavy fighting. And as we mentioned a little bit later on in this hour, President Bush delivers remarks at the Pentagon. We will carry that live. Expected to get underway in just about 20 minutes from now. We'll be right back.
Think all mortgage lenders are the same? Think again. At Ditech.com, there are 2 fast and easy ways to apply for a second mortgage 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can pick up the telephone and call our toll-free number or apply online at Ditech.com. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with Ditech's no closing cost option. Use the money to pay off credit card debt, whatever you want. Ditech.com. There is a difference. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
All right, we're ready.
Stop obsessing. Quick Step is the laminate floor designed to take the wear and tear of everyday life. Quick Step, floors that stand up.
As the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there, from the front lines to the home front, around the world, around the clock. When you need to know, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Thank you. All right, welcome back to Kuwait City. Once again, to our viewers at home, we're still awaiting the president. He will be at the Pentagon in about 10 or 15 minutes from now, and certainly we'll carry it live for you. His comments from there coming up in a moment. But before we get there, a number of our embedded reporters now lined up for us to bring us the very latest from their perspective. Number one in the chute right now is CNN's Ryan Chilko by way of telephone, embedded with the 3rd Brigade of the 101st Airborne Division. Again, by telephone, Ryan is in Iraq somewhere. What's the update now, Ryan? Good evening.
Bill, first I can tell you we're in southern Iraq with the 101st Airborne. They've established, just the day before yesterday, established a forward operating base that will henceforth be known as AO Rakasas, which is the name of the 187th Infantry Regiment. It's one of their nicknames. As for the sandstorm, I can tell you it's absolutely unbelievable. I wish I could be talking to you via television, but we had to pack up our dish because it just got so bad. The winds went up to 50 miles per hour over the course of about 2 minutes. Actually, what happened was I was in a briefing. The weather was fine. I went into a briefing, came out, and the sky was, I kid you not, perfectly orange. And this was at 3:30 in the afternoon local time, just like as if we were in a different world. As one soldier put it, this is the calm before the storm. And then just within a half hour, the winds were up at 40, 50 miles per hour.
All right, Ryan, I apologize for the interruption, but the president is early at the Pentagon. Let's pick things up there now and talk about the supplemental plan put forward on how to pay for things right now in Iraq. Here is the president at the Pentagon.
Well, good morning. Thanks for coming. I've just met with our leaders here at the Pentagon who are monitoring the course of our battle to free Iraq and rid that country of weapons of mass destruction. Our coalition is on a steady advance. We're making good progress. We're fighting an enemy that knows no rules of law, that will wear civilian uniforms, that is willing to kill in order to continue the reign of fear of Saddam Hussein, but we're fighting them with bravery and courage. We cannot know the duration of this war, yet we know its outcome. We will prevail. The Iraqi regime will be disarmed. The Iraqi regime will be ended. The Iraqi people will be free, and our world will be more secure and peaceful. The people of our military and their families are showing great courage, and some have suffered great loss. America is grateful to all those who have sacrificed in our cause. Our coalition is strong. It's bound together by the principle of protecting not only this nation but all nations from a brutal regime that is armed with weapons that could kill thousands of innocent people. America has more than 200,000 men and women engaged in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Our troops also continue to fight bravely on other fronts of this war on terror. In Afghanistan last week, coalition forces launched Operation Valiant Strike against terrorists and their allies in the southern mountains of Afghanistan. Of course, we have troops standing watch in other parts of the world to protect and maintain the peace. All the members of the military, abroad, at home, or here in this important building, are bound together by a great cause: to defend the American people and advance the universal hope of freedom. America has accepted this responsibility. We also accept the cost of supporting our military and the missions we give it. Today, I'm sending the Congress a wartime supplemental appropriations request of $74.7 billion to fund needs directly arising from the Iraqi conflict and our global war against terror. My request to Congress will pay for the massive task of transporting a fully equipped military force, both active duty and reserve, to a region halfway around the world. This money will cover the current cost of fueling our ships and aircraft and tanks, and of airlifting tons of supplies into the theater of operations. The supplemental will also allow us to replace the high-tech munitions we are now directing against Saddam Hussein's regime. My request includes funds for relief and reconstruction in a free Iraq. This nation and our coalition partners are committed to making sure that the Iraqi citizens who have suffered under a brutal tyrant have got the food and medicine needed as soon as possible. Tommy Franks briefed us this morning about coalition efforts to demine the harbors, the harbor to make sure that our humanitarian relief can be delivered safely to the Iraqi people. Coalition forces are working hard to make sure that when the food and medicine begins to move, it does so in a safe way. And soon the Iraqi people will see the great compassion of not only the United States but other nations around the world who care deeply about the human condition inside that country. Our campaign in Iraq involves assistance of coalition partners and friends in the Middle East. The funding request to Congress will help reduce the economic burdens these countries have experienced in supporting our efforts. Also included are funds essential to waging and helping our partners wage the broader war on terror, which continues in Afghanistan, in the Philippines, and elsewhere. We continue to fight the war on terror by protecting our homeland. At the federal level, I'm requesting more resources for the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security to deal with this period of uncertainty. We will provide resources for patrolling and safeguarding our borders, funds to help the FBI investigate domestic threats in this time of war, additional funding for the Coast Guard for port security in the United States and in the Middle East. In this time of heightened security, we're expecting states and communities to take on greater responsibilities to protect critical infrastructure. And so I'm seeking additional resources to help states and cities make these preparations for the protection of our citizens. Yesterday, I informed the leaders of Congress of these spending requests. The situation in any war is fluid. I reminded them of that fact, and so I'm asking Congress for flexibility in how these funds can be allocated. They heard that message. They also heard the message that the need is urgent. The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war and to securing the peace that will follow this war. I ask Congress to act quickly and responsibly. One thing is for certain, business as usual on Capitol Hill can't go on during this time of war. And by that I mean this supplemental should not be viewed as an opportunity to add spending that is unrelated, unwise, and unnecessary. Every dollar we spend must serve the interest of our nation, and the interest of our nation in this supplemental is to win this war and to be able to keep the peace. 18 months ago, this building came under attack. From that day to this, we have been engaged in a new kind of war, and we are winning. We will not leave our future to be decided by terrorist groups or terrorist regimes. At every turn in this conflict, Americans can be confident in the people who wear our nation's uniform. We support them. We are thankful for their service in places of great danger in this hour of great need. May God continue to look out after those who defend the peace and freedom. And may God continue to bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those in Washington asking repeatedly now for weeks on end how much the White House expects to pay and spend for this battle right now in Iraq, we have the official answer now, at least in the early stages of the president calls it. $75 billion request from Congress to pay for the early stages. Some describe this as the first 30 days of the war in Iraq. Let's get the White House and CNN's John King on the front line to tell us more about this. And John, depending on the outcome of this, depending on how long it goes, and use the president's words, we cannot know the duration of this conflict. It's quite possible the White House is going to have to come out again sometime in the next several weeks, depending on what happens on the battlefield.
Well, Bill, the administration insists this is enough money, just shy of $75 billion, to pay for the war for 6 months. That's through the end of the current fiscal year, as Congress debates what to spend in fiscal 2004. Washington budget talk, it will have to decide to put a lot more money in here, not only for peacekeeping troops, but also possibly for reconstruction. This is the president's estimate of what it will take, though, to stay in Iraq for about 6 months. It is based on an estimate by the Pentagon that it believes the most intense combat phase will run about 30 days. Emphasis on that being a rough guesstimate, they would describe it at the Pentagon. The president, in those brief remarks, speaking to a number of audiences, saying he believes the troops are making steady advances, saluting the bravery of those soldiers killed and captured in the war so far. Mr. Bush also promising the Iraqi people that, yes, there have been some hang-ups because of mining and other issues, but that humanitarian aid will soon be on its way. And the president trying to convince the Congress not only to pass this quickly, but not to add too much money to the final price tag. Mr. Bush is asking for $75 billion. You can bet that the final bill he gets will be a higher total than that. Still a dispute in the Congress over whether airlines, for example, should get new assistance because their business is down, whether there's enough money in this bill for Homeland Security. But, Bill, the bottom line from the president in that visit to the Pentagon, trying to make the case as we talk about the skirmishes and as you prepare to go back to our correspondents in the field, a lot of talk that troops are meeting stiffer resistance than they might have predicted. The president trying to say the war is going quite well from his perspective and trying to get the Congress to, within a matter of just 2 to 3 weeks, send him the money to help pay for it. Bill?
John, think this number, this dollar sign, is going to surprise anyone on Capitol Hill?
No, the administration, after being reluctant for a great deal of time to tell us and the media, tell members of Congress what it thought the price tag would be, over the past 48 to 72 hours has reached out to key lawmakers. Mr. Bush had a bunch here at the White House yesterday. The surprise on Capitol Hill is some Democrats say there's not enough money here, either for Homeland Security at home or that Mr. Bush is underestimating the cost of the peacekeeping and the reconstruction. Some Republicans say this number is about right. We know the Pentagon wanted a little bit more. The administration here at the White House deliberately tried to make this as small a figure as possible, in part because the administration's been criticized for deficit spending, and in part because they know here at the White House when they send this $75 billion figure up to Congress, it is all but certain to grow. Bill?
John, thanks. John King at the White House again. $75 billion is the price tag initially anyway, designed to cover the first 6 months of the situation in Iraq and the first 30 days of the war. If it lasts that long or even beyond that, certainly this is an issue that will be revisited, you can guarantee, in Washington in the weeks and possibly months to come. Much more from Kuwait in a moment. We'll check back in with our embedded reporters, but for now, once again, here's Paula in New York. Paula?
Embedded in New York, Bill. Wanted to quickly show you a live shot from downtown Baghdad at this hour, 6:40 local time. Night has fallen there, but in all honesty, the late afternoon was pretty dark. The CENTCOM actually showing us some aerial shots in their briefing in the 9 o'clock hour of some of the trenches the Iraqis have dug and filled with oil and then set on fire to try to create problems for coalition aircraft. Also, wind is a problem there at this hour. You can see how this position we have, camera position, is a bit shaky. I can't tell you what that piece of fabric is that keeps on floating across the camera, but we do know from our weather experts that storm that started in the southwestern part of Iraq is moving north. Sanjay Gupta, one of our embedded reporters, describing gusts of 100-mile-an-hour winds south of Baghdad, saying they were severe enough to violently throw surgical tents to the ground. He is accompanying some of the doctors who will be doing surgery along the way. He also said that it wreaked havoc with a lot of other equipment. So we just wanted to quickly give you a bird's eye view of Baghdad at this hour, and you can't make out much because of the wind blowing there, but we will keep you posted. We've also been following a developing story that's raising concerns from the back rooms in Washington to the front lines in Iraq. U.S. intelligence says Saddam Hussein may have already given the go-ahead to use chemical weapons if coalition forces close in on Baghdad. Our national security correspondent David Ensor now joins us from Washington with more. David, this one has caused a lot of people, a lot of chills running up the backs of their spines.
Well, that's exactly right, Paula. U.S. officials say they have some information suggesting that the Republican Guards units that are in and around Baghdad have been given orders to use chemical weapons if U.S. and allied forces should enter a red ring that has been drawn around Baghdad. Now, we don't know where that ring is, and these are just reports. They're not entirely corroborated. Still, as you say, they are extremely disturbing to U.S. officials. We did yesterday see an ITN report that showed that some of the units, some of the areas that the Iraqis have been holding, once overthrown, there are gas masks that have been issued to Iraqi forces in that area. So there is concern since U.S. officials say the Iraqis know that coalition forces would not use chemical or biological weapons, that these gas masks may be an indication that the Iraqis may be planning to use them. And in fact, in addition to this intelligence suggesting that Iraqi Republican Guard units have been ordered to use them if a red line is crossed, there's also some information suggesting that some of these same units have in fact been assigned, been given chemical artillery shells for use in the defense of Baghdad. So very disturbing information on the chemical weapons front, Paula.
On now to some of the murkiness surrounding the issue of the status of Saddam Hussein. I was struck by watching two news conferences today, one with the Prime Minister of Great Britain and then the one that followed by CENTCOM. To my knowledge, no questions were asked about his status, and yet there is a front-page story in USA Today that suggests that he was hit in that decapitation strike on Wednesday night, and some people believe that he's actually in a Baghdad bunker receiving medical attention. Is there any truth to that report?
Who knows? That's the short answer.
At least you're honest about it, David.
U.S. officials have consistently said that they believe that Saddam Hussein was in that compound that was the first place hit, or one of the first three places hit on the first night of the war. They do not know whether he was injured. There's some intelligence suggesting he may have been. There's also intelligence suggesting he wasn't injured, and even some suggesting he might be dead. So really, they are sticking by their statement that they do not know whether Saddam is alive or dead or injured. Now, having said that, talking to a number of different U.S. officials in various agencies, the consensus seems to be that Saddam Hussein is alive, that the tapes, at least some of them that have been broadcast since that first strike, have been made since the strike. They believe he's probably still alive, and in fact, some analysts suggest that if he weren't, the regime would already be collapsing at the seams. So that's the best they can do on that. As to medical care, there are intelligence reports he might have received some medical care, but I'm told there are also reports he may not have. So it's just a very confusing situation with U.S. officials saying, be very cautious about which reports you believe. Paula?
Let me ask you another question that was thrown to officials today in one of those briefings where he basically said, do you have a reason to believe that maybe your intelligence has not been so reliable when it comes to the issue of the folding of Iraqi forces, almost intimating that, in fact, that in the question that maybe that intelligence hasn't been that good. What is the discussion there?
I think what they're talking about is the units in the south. There were, of course, early reports that some of a particular regular Iraqi army unit had surrendered. We're now hearing reports that the commander of that unit may still be commanding some of his forces in the city of Basra. So, you know, the question is, has the 51st surrendered in its entirety? And the answer may now be no, although initial reports suggested it might have. So there's confusion there, too. But there have been surrenders as well, Paula.
Well, we are always counting on you to help us clear out of some of these murky areas. Keep us posted.
Right.
You're often the man with the answers. David Enza reporting from Washington for us today. Officials say now that Iraq is holding at least 7 American prisoners of war. The U.S. is demanding that those POWs be treated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions. But officials have their doubts about whether Iraq is actually complying with that demand. Joe Wilson was a key diplomat in Baghdad. In fact, the last American diplomat to meet face-to-face with Saddam Hussein. He was in Baghdad during the last Gulf War when Iraq took prisoners. He joins us now from Washington to give us some perspective on Iraqi treatment of POWs. Welcome back, Ambassador.
Paula, nice to be with you.
Nice to have you back. What can you tell us about your observations in Baghdad about how American POWs were treated?
Well, when we were there during Desert Shield, of course, Saddam and his thugs took about 150 Americans hostage and refused to permit several thousand other Americans and other foreigners from leaving the country for a period of about 6 months, both of which were violations of the same Geneva Convention, this one dealing with the civilian part of it. So you certainly wouldn't want to put your faith in Saddam's abiding by the Geneva Convention. And also to the point, my interlocutor during those days was Tariq Aziz, who was then the foreign minister, who used to tell me repeatedly that they were going to abide by the Geneva Convention and then they would just simply flout it. So we don't want to be confident that Saddam is going to live up to his obligations under that convention, unfortunately.
Let me ask you this. It has now been confirmed to CNN that the International Red Cross has made contact with the Iraqi government. No plan underway to allow the Red Cross to visit with these POWs, but they're telling us not to read a whole lot into that because this process takes a while. Do you have any expectation that the Iraqis will allow the Red Cross in to observe the POWs?
Well, from my experience, they will try and negotiate something to get a concession out of it, either a ceasefire to allow them in during a certain period of time, or something to get the Americans and the Allied forces not to move on Baghdad. Both of which I think will just not happen. So I suspect that events may move much more quickly than the negotiations between the International Red Cross and the government.
Joe, I really need your patience with this one because I've just been given a bulletin that Saudi Arabia has now offered a peace plan. We don't have any idea what is in it at this hour. Can you help us understand the significance of that? We had heard about a Saudi plan a long time ago that would have allowed for Saddam Hussein to leave the country. What do you think this is all about? And you know, not knowing what's in it, if you think it might have any merit.
Well, I think the short answer is, from what the President said yesterday about the offer of exile for Saddam no longer being on the table, I think it's probably, whatever it says, is probably too little too late. We've got Iraq surrounded, and I think that there is every intention on the part of the Allied forces to go in and affect the regime change and the taking of Iraq that they had talked about. The Arab League, of course, has been very conflicted about this. In the Arab world, they're seeing many of the same images, but also other images of the devastation that's being wreaked upon Baghdad. They're not seeing, unfortunately, the precisionness of the bombing or the preciseness of the bombing. They're seeing Baghdad in flames, and I think it's very difficult for their populations who don't have a lot of affection for Saddam Hussein, but are very worried about the plight of ordinary Baghdadis and Iraqis.
We're going to have you stand by to see if we can find a little bit more about that plan. One last question to you, Ambassador, about the course of action we're seeing unfold now. We have now heard pretty much the same language from Tony Blair this morning, the President of the United States, as well as CENTCOM commanders, that in fact they say the plan is intact, it's on schedule, and that basically the public should be prepared for increased resistance in and around Baghdad and a long campaign.
Yeah, I think if anything, they may be a little bit ahead of their timetable. The move up through the Tigris and Euphrates valleys was very quick indeed. It's perfectly appropriate to be concerned about resistance in and around Baghdad. Most people who have watched this have always felt that this is where Saddam would make his last stand. The one thing that should be of concern and going forward is the lack of spontaneous celebration or the lack of sense of liberation so far in Basra and Qasr and the southern cities. Now, it may well be that this is the fog of war and that most Iraqis are quite appropriately keeping their heads down, but it also may be what I've worried about for some time, that they're worried about American invaders at least as much as they're worried about Saddam Hussein.
Ambassador Joe Wilson, we got to leave it there. Thanks for covering so much territory for us this morning. Of course, you've gotten used to us interrupting our normal flow with breaking news. It seems to be a standard event around here these days. Thanks again for your time. Back to Bill
My
now
pleasure.
in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paul, I want to bring our viewers up to date on a story, get a bit more from Tom Mentir down in Qatar in a moment on this, but apparently the U.S. military is now confirming that a U.S. fighter jet, an F-16, accidentally fired upon a Patriot missile battery in southern Iraq. All this happening early Monday morning, which would have been about a day and a half ago local time here. Again, Tom has more in a moment. Before we get to Qatar, let's get you out to the USS Lincoln. As promised, Kira Phillips standing by now by way of video phone to tell us about flight operations on board the Lincoln. Kira, hello and good evening.
Hi, Bill, and I apologize for all the technical problems that we've been having, and I'm going to forewarn you now, there's about 13 aircraft that will be landing here on the USS Abraham Lincoln. So when that happens, we'll just have to pause for a couple of seconds and then pick it up from there. I'll check back with you, make sure we still have a connection, and continue the interview. What we're going to talk about is task missions right now. Close air support, an extremely important role for the Navy strike fighters right now with troops on the ground. First of all, the situation with the POWs. Second of all the troops moving into Iraq. An extreme concern among the pilots here is protecting those troops from the air. Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow has been flying these task missions starting this morning. They've been increasing. I first want to talk about the mission you flew this morning, and tell me what you came up against and what the mission was this morning with regard to protecting the troops.
The mission for us this morning was a basic a Type 3 CAS, close air support, where we check in with the basically the admin side of the close air support. He talks to the forward air controllers, and they give us targets that they need cleared out before our troops come into contact with them.
All right, hold on a second. Are you still with me, Bill? Can you hear me okay?
Sure am, Kira. Keep going.
Okay, I'm just continuing to check in with you. We got an aircraft that's going to be coming in. Actually, it's going to land right now, so hold for just a second with me, Bill. It'll take about 4 seconds. All right, that was an F-18 that landed very smoothly there. You still with me, Bill?
Sure am, Kira.
Okay, terrific. We'll continue the interview now. While you're out there, Scott, doing these CAS missions, the close air support, and protecting the troops, I've got to ask you while I have you here about the POW situation. When you heard about that and when you've seen it on the news, how is that affecting you? How is that affecting other strike fighter pilots right now?
Well, it has re-strengthened my resolve to stay there until my last bullet is spent and my last ounce of gas is spent out of my aircraft to protect the lives of our boys on the ground, our brothers on the ground. One of the things that really angered me a lot, seeing U.S. troops that are killed lying in the ground, and we weren't there to do anything about it.
Well, now those missions are increasing, the close air support. Let's talk about the communication that you have with the troops. As you take off, you're the eyes and the ears looking down, looking for any threat that may be coming upon the troops. Tell me about the communication that you have with the FAC, the forward air control contact down on the ground, and how you communicate and how you try to take away any threat to the troops on the ground to prevent a POW situation.
Basically, we will talk with the forward air controller who's embedded with the frontline troops. He will tell us any targets that he has in the area, what he would like taken out. Sometimes we'll go and we'll recce the area to tell armor divisions what is coming up, looking around the corners where they can't see, where their eyes in the air and their weapons in the air to clear the path for them to continue the press towards Baghdad.
So are these CAS missions going to continue? Are they going to increase? Is that pretty much the focus right now with pilots and protecting the troops and trying to de-escalate any problems on the ground right now?
I definitely think it will increase. From a fixed-wing perspective, we're a little more survivable. We're up at, we can be from anywhere from the ground up to 25,000 feet to employ our precision-guided weapons. The way it works is we will be up there, and it will continue to increase as we're getting rid of the surface air threat and the AAA that is down and can affect you from 10,000 feet below, things that are affecting our helos right now.
You've had a tremendous problem with weather right now. We've seen the sandstorms kicking up in Iraq, out here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, thunderstorms, lightning today. Tell me how you battle the weather.
Well, with our GPS-guided weapons, it makes no difference whatsoever. And for naval aviation, we're 24/7 no matter what the weather is. We're kind of like the U.S. Postal Service. We'll deliver our ordnance on time, on target, anywhere you need it, any type of weather.
So for right now, the mission focus with regard to the troops, with regard to the CAS missions, ultimate goal here, what is on your mind as you see the troops moving into Baghdad? You see Marines, you see Army. You're an important part of the puzzle with regard to protecting them. What's the mantra right now among the entire air wing here? Hold on, let's wait just a second. We got a landing coming in. All right, we got a Prowler that just landed. Once again, the mantra, the mentality right now is kind of as things are entering a different phase in Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Our mantra is pretty much to be the big brother to the troops on the ground. We will do anything and everything in our power to ensure their safety and clear a path for them.
Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow, thank you very much. So, Bill, just to kind of give you a feel, nothing is slowed down. There was talk that the battle rhythm possibly was slowing down around here. That is not the case. Flight operations continue around the clock. These CAS missions, close air support missions, in full force, trying very hard to protect those troops on the ground, have communication with the troops on the ground, and prevent any threat, and, of course, prevent any more POW situations, Bill.
Got it. Kira Phillips, thanks, and thanks for hanging in there on board the USS Lincoln. And again, we're talking about the weather throughout the day. Kira making it clear, at least on that carrier anyway, things have not been hindered. Want to get to Tom and Tier quickly now in Qatar. Word about an F-16 hitting a Patriot missile battery in southern Iraq. Tom, what do you have for us there?
Bill, another incident of friendly fire. This was not mentioned in the CENTCOM briefing, but came out just afterwards from the Combined Forces Air Component Command Public Relations Division. They said at 7:40 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday, an F-16 fighter engaged a U.S. Patriot missile battery on the ground about 30 miles south of Anajaf. The F-16 pilot executed what's termed a strike against the Patriot while en route to a mission near Baghdad. No U.S. soldiers were either injured or killed in the strike. The incident is under review to ensure the future safety of the Patriot crews and air crews as well. You will remember that just a couple of days ago that there was another incident, this in Kuwait, where a Patriot missile battery shot down a British Air Force Tornado jet. So this is the second time that we've seen a friendly fire incident involving a Patriot missile battery. This time they were on the receiving end of a strike by an F-16. Again, this did not come out in the CENTCOM briefing. It happened 7:40 in the morning yesterday, so almost 24 hours ago. Very interesting. They have two investigations now involving a Patriot missile battery, one for where they fired and one from where they were struck. Bill?
Tom, listen, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't think you are either, so I don't mean to stump you on this question, but is it possible that Patriot missile battery was locking on the F-16, which would have alerted the pilot to take action on the ground? Or is this a scenario that just has no clear answer right now?
Well, it has no clear answer to us, to investigators. I'm sure they have a lot more data than we do. But these airplanes have friend-foe transponders that basically are supposed to signal to a Patriot missile battery that they are in the area. Whether or not the F-16 responded to the radar locking on it, and you know, they didn't, or had a failure of communications between the aircraft and the Patriot missile battery, is something that's going to be part of the investigation. But it's quite difficult, I'm told by military people, that you have so many aircraft. There are 1,400 sorties being flown today over Iraq. So there are so many aircraft in the air at one time, and you have the potential for missile strikes even yesterday, coming out of Iraq into Kuwait, that there are a lot of nervous people with their fingers on the trigger on both sides. So again, we've seen several instances of friendly fire so far in this conflict, the latest involving 2 American units firing at each other.
Yeah, okay, Tom, thanks. Tom and Tier and Cutter, but the bottom line is, as a result of this incident in southern Iraq, no injuries reported on behalf of the U.S. Tom, thanks again. More from Kuwait in a moment. Back to Paula now in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. It is 11 a.m. or 11:03 to be exact on the East Coast, 8:03 on the West Coast, 7:03 excuse me, in Iraq today, and we really do know what the day of the week is. It is Tuesday, March 25th. Thanks so much for joining us. This is the 6th day of the war in Iraq.
And at 7:03 p.m. in Baghdad, here now are the latest developments. As you heard Tom Mintier reports just moments ago, military officials say a U.S. fighter jet has fired on a U.S. Patriot missile battery in Iraq. The Combined Forces Air Command says an F-16 was en route to a mission in Baghdad when it encountered the missile battery. Now, this incident happened about 30 miles south of the town of Najaf in southern Iraq. No soldiers were killed or injured in the incident, but it is now under review. Battling a blinding sandstorm and Iraqi forces for hours, the U.S. 3/7th Cavalry marches toward Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers says the leading edge of the division fought its way across the Euphrates River early today under fire from Iraqi troops. Another day of intense fighting for U.S. Marines in the southern city of Al-Naziriyah. U.S. commanders say the Marines are battling Iraqi paramilitary groups for control of bridges. An earlier sandstorm slowed down that battle, which has raged throughout the night. At least 39 U.S. and coalition forces have died in the war in Iraq. 12 U.S. troops have been killed in combat, and there have been 9 non-combat deaths as well. 1 British soldier has died in combat, and there have been 16 non-combat deaths among British forces. 7 Americans now being held as prisoners of war. An American GI accused of Saturday's deadly attack on fellow troops is being moved to Germany, where he's going to await formal charges. A military magistrate found probable guilt against Sergeant Hassan Hakbar, who is accused of throwing grenades into leadership tents of the 101st Airborne. 1 soldier died and 15 others were wounded. And now, one other note of, actually, we go back now to Paul Lazan and our continuing coverage in the war in Iraq.
Thanks so much. Welcome back. I'm Paula Zahn reporting from New York today. U.S. and coalition forces are battling the weather as well as Iraqi forces as they continue to push toward Baghdad. Military commanders gave an update on their progress a little bit earlier today, and Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr was listening in and has some even newer details for us now. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, now that we're 6 days into this war, we are finally beginning to see some of the images that are not readily available at first blush to the public. And at the CENTCOM briefing in Qatar today, they showed some very compelling video of U.S. forces on a parachute jump. I think we have those pictures to show you here. This is, we are not being told the exact location, but this was several nights ago. And we'll just watch. Combat camera team, U.S. forces parachuting into a desert landing strip, we are told, and taking control of this desert strip. Again, we're not being told exactly where this is, not the kind of video that where U.S. media is embedded like we have seen for the last several days, but some pretty compelling pictures. Every reason to believe these are U.S. Special Forces or certainly Rangers or something like that. Another picture we were shown, this is one of the oil trenches burning in Baghdad. Also, we're not exactly told how the U.S. military got this picture, but someone was on the ground in Baghdad taking that picture. So we thought we would just show you a couple of images from the briefing. But a lot of the CENTCOM briefing actually is beginning to focus on the continued fighting in Iraq, of course, not just the press towards Baghdad, the kinds of pictures that Walt Rogers was showing earlier, of course, the very compelling pictures of what the 7th Cavalry is running into as it begins to approach the Republican Guard, but some of the fighting to the rear, especially in Basra. Very, very serious fighting there with local militia, with Fedayeen, and Basra is beginning to shape up as a key indicator of whether the U.S. and British military forces can bring stability to the region that will allow humanitarian aid to flow in. General Renard, the CENTCOM briefer, talked about it a bit earlier today.
In the case of Basra, there will be some elements in the city that will be military targets. Those key resistance areas, these Fedayeen, these Special Republican Guard forces, Ba'ath Party forces that are fighting. But our intent is not to siege the city for sure. Our intent is to attempt to return security to the city as rapidly as we can and root out those forces that would fight in the city and use the residents of the city as shields and try to create targets.
Now, what General Renard is really saying here is Basra is shaping up, as I said, as an indicator of how successful the military strategy can be. They thought they had much of the city secure, but the militia is reassembling to some extent these Fedayeen fighters, and so now there are targets inside the city that they are indicating they will strike to try and attack these guerrilla or Fedayeen fighters. But what the military wants to avoid is making the city of Basra a target, laying siege to the city. They want to try and preserve the civilian infrastructure and not hurt the civilian population while attacking these Fedayeen. A lot of concern about these fighters. CENTCOM officials also saying because they have now been suckered into several fake surrenders, that's caused them problems. They think civilians are approaching them. It turns out to be Fedayeen. There will be much more stringent rules now when they approach civilians, making sure that they are really civilian fighters and not Fedayeen in disguise as civilians. Paula?
Barbara, I thought it was so interesting that during that CENTCOM briefing, the general cautioned all Iraqi civilians to stay off the road, that they'd be much safer in their homes, and then he gave the example of the busload of Iraqi soldiers who had civilian clothes on that were up to no good.
This is exactly their concern. It's not a military term, but they have been suckered into a couple of fake civilian surrenders. People approaching them in civilian clothes, in civilian vehicles, indicating that they are friendly and then basically opening fire upon them. So very significant problem at the moment in terms of making sure all units out in the field take a lot more caution as they approach civilians. And they want to do this so that they can basically target these Fedayeen, these guerrilla fighters, and basically begin to round them up. But again, trying very hard not to lay siege, as it were, to cities and villages. The strategy remains the same. Try and keep military forces moving towards Baghdad and then fill in behind with humanitarian relief to these towns and villages. But if they can't assure the safety of the towns and villages because the Fedayeen are still there, it's going to be very tough to get the humanitarian relief in quickly. In Basra, for example, a lot of indications that the Fedayeen had shut off water and power. Some of it has come back on now, but they want to really try and get humanitarian aid into the city.
Thanks so much, Barbara. We had some breaking news out of Saudi Arabia just about 20 minutes ago when we heard its foreign minister had actually contacted the United States and Iraq about a possible peace plan. We don't know the details of the plan. We can tell you there was a proposal they floated weeks ago that would have allowed for Saddam Hussein to be exiled. There was also another plan that would have allowed for granting amnesty to some of the top political leadership around Saddam Hussein. Andrea Koppel is working on the story from the State Department. We hope to get her on the phone in the next minute or two because there's simply at this hour no details available. As we wait for Andrea's call, let's go back to Bill in Kuwait. Bill?
Paula, we've been watching and really captivated by the pictures and the images of Walt Rogers earlier today, caught in that sandstorm in south-central Iraq. He filed a report just a few moments ago. We're going to let our viewers have a look at that in a minute here. But first, when I go to the northern part of Iraq, this is an area of the country we have not talked a lot about today. Ben Wiedemann, though, is in the town of Kalak. He now joins us with what he is seeing in the movement up there. Ben, hello and good evening.
Yes, good evening, Bill. As you can see, the weather here is absolutely awful. We've got thunder and lightning and some very heavy rain, which really reflects the spirits here on the northern front, which really has remained quiet by and large today. There was some bombing over Mosul, but that was very early in the morning and just one or two thumps in the distance. What we're hearing, though, from Kurdish officials is mounting frustration with the United States, not only from Kurdish officials, but also other Iraqi opposition figures who feel that the United States is not handling this war very well, that the Americans have not given the sort of role to the Iraqi opposition, the armed opposition, that it should. Now, the Kurds will tell you that, for instance, they have more than 60,000 men under arms, men who have experience fighting the Iraqi army, men who, in fact, in the past were members of the Iraqi army, and they are ready to move ahead. But what they don't have is any significant American support. There hasn't been much in the way of U.S. bombings of frontline Iraqi positions in this area. There are very few still U.S. forces on the ground. Now, they started to arrive in the north part of the country on Sunday, but they really haven't come in the numbers that the Kurds were hoping for. So, as I said, real mounting frustration among the Iraqis here in the north of the country with the United States. Back to you, Bill.
All right, Ben, thanks. Ben Wiedemann updating us on what's happening on the northern front in Iraq. And I mentioned Walt Rogers a short time ago. Long before this conflict began, a lot of people got concerned about, as we grow later in the year, into the months of late April, into May, and even June, that the weather temperatures in this part of the world be entirely too hot for the U.S. military to work effectively on the ground and in the air over Iraq. Well, now we are seeing the impact not only of hot weather, but of sandstorms right now. Mother Nature took a very bad turn today, and Walt Rogers was in the thick of it. He's with the 7th Cav somewhere in south-central Iraq. Here's Walt's latest report now.
A choking sandstorm has once again slowed coalition forces' progress north all across a wide front along the Euphrates River. However, the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry did send back good news for the Pentagon earlier. That good news being that they had outflanked the city of Al-Samawa, and the elements of the 7th Cavalry had indeed crossed a bridge and were now moving northward in Iraq. That bridge, incidentally, had been heavily mined. That is to say, explosives were all along the bridge, and fortunately, the Army's engineers detected them quickly. They had not been wired, but the Iraqis clearly intended to blow that bridge and prevent the Army's passage northward. Still, it was not an easy passage for the Army. Last night, approaching the bridge, there was an enormous firefight. It looked like the 4th of July with tracers shooting across the sky. Enormous fireworks display, except this one was lethal. We're told 300 to 400 Iraqi soldiers were killed in that as the 7th Cavalry battled towards the bridge. And then after crossing the bridge, the Army encountered mortars falling all around its convoy, small arms fire snipers picking away at the Army for 45 minutes to an hour before it pushed away from that small concentration of snipers and mortars. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in Iraq.
Well, clearly the images can show us the difficulties operating in that area. Walter, thanks. One other note we mentioned about this Patriot missile battery being fired upon by an F-16 about a day and a half ago. Here in Kuwait, we do know yet again that the Patriots have worked. An Iraqi missile that entered Kuwaiti airspace about 3 hours ago was successfully intercepted and knocked to the ground. That word in again about 2 hours ago. Paula, once again now in New York.
I know, Bill, earlier today you led us into a news conference by the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, Tariq Aziz, and apparently he held one just a short while ago, and we're going to dip into a little of that as it is replayed on Iraqi TV. Let's listen.
And they tried, and they think that people forgot what happened at that time. Of deceit to the public opinion, international public opinion. When they started to talk about the weapons of mass destruction, we know, and we always knew, that that was fabrication and lies. And the main reason behind their claims and their campaign, the media campaign, we told them officially that we deny their claims. Myself and others of the Iraqi officials told them that if you are really concerned about the possession of such weapons, one way or another. Let us talk about this matter. And as you remember, we extended an open invitation to Tony Blair when he published his famous dossier, and we invited the media in the United Kingdom to come to Iraq and to verify the situation and to confirm or deny or find out otherwise what was published in the Tony Blair, to investigate that published report. Even for America, we extended an invitation to the U.S. Congress, and that they choose whoever they like and as many as they like of experts and equipment to come to Iraq and to investigate if there were anything of what they claim to be present in Iraq. And we knew, it was clear, that it was a pretext, a lie with political agendas and objectives. Then they started to talk about the return of the inspectors. And when we invited the British and the Americans to come to Iraq to verify, they rejected, and they said it is not our duty, it's not our job, it's the job of the technical experts. And we cannot evaluate the situation accurately. And in New York, we invited the Secretary General of the United Nations to send the inspectors to Iraq anew. And every person, and there are many people, many peoples in the world, even members of the Security Council, and even amongst the Arabs, they said that that was an important step, and that was the right thing for Iraq to choose. But the U.S. and Britain, they said no. The inspectors cannot go to Iraq. At that time, Mr. al-Baradei, but the Americans stopped the return of the inspectors and imposed on the Security Council a new resolution, this infamous 1441. It is necessary to recall the facts in the previous time. First, all the articles through which we can implement the resolution. It was very hard to implement the resolution in totality, but
you've been listening to the Iraqi Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz lash out the United States, saying that their allegations that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction are, quote, fabrications and lies. Let's turn to a man that knows an awful lot about the strategy Tariq Aziz uses, because he's in fact the last American diplomat to meet face-to-face with Saddam Hussein, also spent a lot of time with Tariq Aziz. Let's reintroduce you all to Joe Wilson. Welcome back, Ambassador.
Well, good to be back. Always interesting to see Tariq doing his thing out there.
Yeah, what is his thing?
Well, as I've always said about Tariq Aziz, he's very eloquent in English. He is erudite and can articulate a position very well. But my bottom line on him has always been, would you buy a used car from that man? And I personally wouldn't. He has lied to me repeatedly. He lied to me on whole questions about abiding by the Geneva Convention. We moved a bunch of Americans out of Kuwait up to Baghdad based on his assurances, not just to me, but through me to President Bush, that they would be permitted to leave the region. They got to Baghdad and could not go any further for several months, were really held in sort of diplomatic housing, we called it at the time. So you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to make this appear as a U.S. aggression or U.S.-led aggression against Iraq, even though Iraq was doing everything they could to abide by the, quote, infamous, unquote, Resolution 1441. And, of course, he's denying that they have weapons of mass destruction. We should see in the next 24, 48 hours whether they are going to use weapons of mass destruction in the battle for Baghdad.
So there is no doubt in your mind that Iraq does indeed have weapons of mass destruction.
There's certainly no doubt in my mind. They used them in the war against Iran. They used them against their Kurdish population in the aftermath of that war. They have not accounted for literally tons of both chemical and biological weaponry precursors and weaponry itself. They know how to load them into artillery shells and use them. So I think just prudence dictates that you assume that they still have them and they're fully prepared to use them. As Tariq Aziz told me, in perhaps one of his few true statements, he said to me that they reserve the right to use every weapon in their arsenal when invaded.
I got another question to ask you, and this one just came over the wires with, surprisingly enough, the foreign minister of France defending the fact that France is letting British and U.S. warplanes use its airspace as planes are headed into Baghdad, and he said that is a customary thing that allies should always allow for. That's sort of an unusual position for the French foreign minister to have to take right now, isn't it, based on everything we saw happen at the UN and all that fallout?
Well, I think the French are probably feeling the heat of both the American and the British and anger and ire at the position they took in the United Nations. So I think they're probably trying to demonstrate that they're not quite as bad as they're made out to be. But it is absolutely customary in an operation like this for the French to permit overflight clearances. It's not always that easy, either with them or with other countries en route, as we saw with Turkey, for example.
So we just got 15 seconds left. A quick reaction to the fact that Saudis have apparently offered a plan up to the Iraqis and the United States to end this war.
Well, as I said earlier, I think it's probably too little too late. We're on the outskirts of Iraq to the south, and I think that there's every intention on the part of the coalition to move forward and rid Iraq of this terrible regime.
You win the Facile Guest of the Year award here, as you've handled about every single bulletin that has been thrown my way this morning. Thanks for keeping up with us, Ambassador Joe Wilson. Always.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Paula.
Oh, will it? Oh, good to know. I'll put that in my memory bank. Take care. Also, a reminder that we're going to get Andrea Koppel on the line from the State Department, who has been working the Saudi Arabian story. The only reaction we have gotten so far is that from an unnamed State Department official who says, quote, "We're not looking for peace negotiations, we're looking for elimination of this regime." We're going to take a short break here. Coming up, we're keeping an eye on the skies over Baghdad, and we'll keep you up to date on the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Also ahead, the eyes and ears for the world. We're going to hear from some of our many reporters that are in the field with the U.S. military. CNN's special coverage of the war in Iraq continues right after this short break.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. An intense sandstorm helped CNN's Walt Rogers and the Army's 37th Cavalry escape Iraqi gunfire on their way toward Baghdad. Plus, Qasri is now secure. The city is key for getting aid to Iraqis. For complete coverage of the war in Iraq, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Applying for a second mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
One of the things that we liked about Ditech were the competitive rates and closing costs. In addition, we were able to take a second mortgage, which is very convenient.
If you need cash to consolidate bills or pay off high-interest credit cards, apply now for a second mortgage with a no-closing cost option from Ditech.com.
I recommend Ditech to everyone. They're really nice people to work with.
Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Danielle, can you find another place for your backpack?
Unlimited online bill paying. Free from Bank of America.
Right there.
Higher standards.
CNN Tonight at 7 updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus new concerns about Iraq's chemical weapons. As the coalition advances on Baghdad, join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Hello, I'm Leon Harris with the CNN Center in Atlanta with an update of what we know at this hour. President Bush went to the Pentagon this morning for a war pep talk and to announce formally that he wants $75 billion in emergency war spending from Congress. The 3rd Squadron of the Army's 7th Cavalry is driving through a fierce sandstorm and Iraqi fire on its way to Baghdad. U.S. troops took 3 Iraqis prisoner after they punched over the Euphrates River, which is a strategic barrier on their push north. U.S. Central Command showed off some gun camera video at its Qatar headquarters today, displaying the destruction of Iraqi military hardware. A CENTCOM spokesman says the coalition plans some 1,400 sorties today. Some displaced Kurds in northern Iraq are taking shelter in caves. Thousands have fled the cities in the north of Iraq, this out of fear of an attack. But the UN says there is no substantial numbers of refugees crossing into Turkey or Iran at this point. Trucks filled with food or Iraqis are leaving Kuwait City for the border today. They'll wait there for clearance. Among the towns targeted for humanitarian aid is Basra. Some residents there still don't have water and electricity. In the next hour of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, 3 former prisoners of war from the Kosovo campaign will be reunited with CNN military analyst Brigadier General David Grange. The men were freed back in 1999 with the help of Jesse Jackson, you may recall. And guns and camels. A curious picture of desert warfare that's worth 1,000 words. And we'll look at international war reporting. Embedded journalists and their network war reporting is seen around the world. That's all for here in Atlanta right now. Let's go back to Paula Zahn standing by in New York. Paula.
I haven't had a chance to say hello to you all day. How you doing, Leon?
Doing well here. And you?
We're all moving so fast. There are no times for niceties, right?
You got it.
We're doing well. We're holding down the fort as you are. Lots of stuff to keep track of. President Bush has just wrapped up a speech at the Pentagon where he saluted the troops and formally presented his spending request for the war in Iraq. Let's check in with senior White House correspondent John King, who has some more details for us now. Hello again, John.
Hello again to you, Paul. Mr. Bush back at the White House now. Still a busy day ahead for him. Some more meetings to discuss the war effort. His reason to going to the Pentagon, as you noted, was to officially unveil his $75 billion emergency war budget. But in his brief remarks there, Mr. Bush also took time to salute the troops. He says coalition forces are on what he called a steady advance. Mr. Bush applauded the bravery of those fighting. He also applauded the bravery of those killed and captured in the war so far. Mr. Bush says he believes things are going well for the coalition, but he also warned there could be many tough days ahead.
We're fighting an enemy that knows no rules of law, that will wear civilian uniforms, that is willing to kill in order to continue the reign of fear of Saddam Hussein. But we're fighting them with bravery and courage. We cannot know the duration of this war, yet we know its outcome. We will prevail.
The emergency spending request asked Congress for about $75 billion. More than $62 billion of that would go straight to the Pentagon. Mr. Bush wants it on his desk in about 3 weeks. As that debate unfolds, the president also preparing to travel tomorrow, and then he'll have Tony Blair up at Camp David on Thursday, so the two leaders, the president and the Prime Minister of Great Britain, can discuss strategy at a key juncture in the campaign. Paula?
John, I need you a little do a dance here until I hear whether we're able to get this up or not out of Orlando, Florida. Do we have it?
Sure.
We have it. John, we're going to leave you for a second and get back to you. Here is the father of POW David Williams.
He might be, but he wasn't sure. So, but no, very positive, very upbeat.
Have you spoken with his wife today?
Not today.
You know, how is she holding up, and what have you said to her? What has she said to you in terms of trying to keep the family strong?
Well, you know, we let each other know that we're there for each other, and that our thoughts and prayers go out for each other, that support, and we know that God is on our side and that he will look after my son and her husband.
What is, you said 2 children?
Yes.
Right? And can you tell us their names?
He has a little girl. Her name's Madison. She's 5 months. And and son, Jason, he's 2 years.
When was the last time you talked to him or had any sort of correspondence with him? Was that?
I haven't had any since he left.
When was that?
That was mid-February.
And is his wife in the military as well?
She's in the military, yes.
What are your impressions when you see his face on TV being held captive? What are your impressions of his health and how does he look to you?
Well, he seemed to be in good spirits, and, you know, I'm sure he doesn't like being there, but I'm sure, you know, the situation, he'll make the best of it.
He didn't appear injured.
No, no.
What kind of assurances, if any, has the military given to you about, you know, what they will do to work to resolve?
No, it's an ongoing process, you know, it's all negotiations, and so, you know, that's it.
Dave, do you have any?
Will you be getting updates from his wife, or I know that there was a military representative here. How will that work?
Well, I'll be getting updates from his wife since she is the first in line. So, and then naturally, then she'll call me.
Dave, if you could speak to his captors, what would you say? Do you have any message for anybody who's holding your son at the moment?
No, because I'm not sure who's holding him, so I can't make a comment on that.
So did you have any misgivings about your son choosing this particular career?
No.
What is your hope for how he's treated with regard to all that we've heard about him?
Well, whoever is holding him, I just hope that they follow the laws of the war.
Is it hard now? I mean, obviously, not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing what's going to come next, or what information you'll receive next?
No, it's very difficult, but it's something that I know that I have enough support through friends and family, and through God. I said for support that I'll be able to make it along with our family.
What are your fears as the troops move closer to Baghdad? Is there any worry on your part now that your son is involved in the meeting?
I'm sure he will be kept safe because the world knows that they have him, and if that's where he's at.
David, have you talked to his sister?
His sister? Yeah.
What's she have to say about that?
She's upset, but I want to clarify that she does not live in Orlando. Okay.
Sir, do you live in Orlando, Lake Mary? Where do you live?
I'm not saying. Okay.
In the area?
I live in the area.
In Central Florida.
Right.
Can you talk us which family members are here besides? Are you the one that's here, or are there other family members?
Well, my parents are here.
Just the three of you live
Yes.
in this area?
Right.
Do you have any photographs of him?
I am, but I'm not going to show any right now. I'm not going to show any photographs right now.
How
Hope you
long was he
understand.
at Valencia? How many years was he here, living here?
Approximately 2 years.
About 2 years?
Yeah.
If you could send a message to President Bush,
I'm sure that he and his cabinet are doing all that they can to negotiate safe return for all the POWs.
Dave, could you talk a little bit about, is he a fellow soldier? How would you describe him? How anxious was he to get over there and supply his captive?
Well, he is the type of individual that he will do what's asked of him.
What were some of his hobbies? Did he play sports in high school or in college?
Well, he played football. He played football because he was a little short, so he didn't play in Chesapeake, Virginia.
Talk about his personality a little bit. What's he like? Is he funny? Is he outgoing? What's his...
I would say he's more on the quiet side. He likes to observe.
What were his thoughts when you talked to him before he left about going to war?
Well, being that if that's what it called for, then he was prepared for it.
So was he a little nervous going?
Well, I'm sure everybody would be nervous. I don't know of any individual on earth that wouldn't be nervous going to war. I mean, war is uncertain.
Can you tell us how he met his wife and how long they've been married for?
He met her in military flight school.
Where was that? Pilot also?
No comment.
Military as well?
Oh, you can't comment on that.
I can't comment.
How is she doing?
She is doing, considering the situation, doing this fine.
You talk about his relationship with his children. You said he has 2 small children at home. Is he very, very close? Was that a concern?
Very close with his children. Right. They're the eyes of him. So.
Where was the flight school?
Fort Rucker, Alabama, and that's all I can give.
And that was right after he finished Valencia?
And I cannot comment.
Can you talk about when did you first show interest in the military? Was it right out of high school?
Right after, he went into the reserve right after high school.
So you started
Right.
So what was your reaction when you saw the first bit of video from Iraqi television?
Like I said earlier, I was kind of relieved because that was my first knowledge that he was alive. Because up until that point, he had been listed as MIA.
What was your reaction when you saw the jubilation around his downed helicopter? Did it make you mad?
No. I mean, it upset me, but I also understand they had to be, and it's no I'm not going to comment on that.
How do you think the war is going so far?
That is not my expertise, so I can't comment.
Can you talk about your relationship with your son? Have you guys been real close over the years?
Very close. Okay, got about 2 more minutes and that's it, okay?
Is it difficult now waiting for the next bit of information? I mean, obviously you have to be hoping for the best.
Correct.
But is it like you're going to be sitting by the phone, or, I mean, how do you think the next few days are going to go?
No, I'm going to stay in a normal routine. I'm going to do what I normally do because dwelling on it's not going to help it. It's out of my hands. It's in the hands of God, and God will make that decision. No one else.
Do you take any meaning whatsoever out of the fact that all 23 POWs from the First Gulf War were returned home to their families?
It's very encouraging, and that's what I'm hoping is the same here, that all 7 at this point that I know of will return. Okay. No, that's it. Hopefully next time we meet, we're celebrating the war's over and my son's home safe. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
And of course, in a moment, we will all celebrate a very calm and soft-spoken father of American POW, David Williams. That was David Williams Sr., telling us the last contact he had with his son was back in mid-February. He talked for the first time about seeing pictures of his captive son. He said based on the snippets of the video he had seen, he seemed to be in pretty good spirits. He described the close relationships his son has with his 2 young children, Madison 5 months old, Jason 2 years old. He said his son's wife is also involved in the military, but didn't say much more about that, and that's quite appropriate. He didn't have any specific message for captors because he said he wasn't too sure who was holding his son at this hour. And we are told that the International Red Cross now has made contact with the Iraqis. They've offered some kind of a proposal that would allow for the Red Cross to go and visit the American POWs. They've made the same kind of offer to coalition forces. They'd also like to have access to Iraqi prisoners. No confirmation yet on what the response of either side will be on that one. Right now, we're going to bring in one of our embedded reporters. CNN's Ryan Chilcote is with the 101st Airborne Division in the Iraqi desert. He joins us now. Ryan, I know there has been a great deal of concern about the American POWs that have been taken. What kind of impact has that had, or has the news really surfaced where you are?
Well, good question. I think the reaction has been twofold. One, the troops are really sort of have been surprised to hear about it and have expressed, I guess, grief that happened. Two, I think it's hardened a lot of them. A lot of them have said, look, if they're going to take POWs and they're going to treat them like these POWs have been treated, then when I'm in a situation battle and I'm about to go down and be taken POW, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to go out with a bang. So it's really hardened, I think, some of the soldiers and given other soldiers some sort of pause to think. Paula?
Tell us what you've been up against weather-wise. We have heard reports from some of our embeds of winds gusting 100 miles an hour during the sandstorm. How bad is it where you are?
Bad. I mean, I wish I could be speaking with you via our television satellite right now, but we had to pack that up for fear that it would be completely destroyed. I'm with the 101st Airborne, and what they do is they specialize in air assault, meaning moving troops to the battlefield via helicopter, and also they have those Apache attack helicopters, much like you just heard that the David Williams was flying. And basically all of those helicopters have been grounded because of this dust storm. In fact, not only have all of the helicopters been grounded, but some of the helicopters that were already out on missions, and this has now been going on for 2 days, they had to come down wherever they were inside Iraq when the sandstorm kicked up. It came up so quickly and so fiercely that the pilots had to come down even in unsecured locations. So troops have actually gone out over the last couple of days, the quick reaction force, as it's called, to go and secure helicopters that have had to go down, basically land wherever they could to make sure that they didn't crash in that dust storm. So that has had a major impact on the 101st Airborne's ability to launch offensive operations. Paula?
Give us an idea of just how bad it is. We know the sun has gone down now and it's dark anyway, but at one point Walt Rogers was saying from where he was, even in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when he took a flashlight out, he couldn't see much further than 40 feet beyond where he was standing.
Yeah, real quickly what happened was I went into a briefing at about 3 o'clock. The weather was, you know, a lot of times it's pretty dusty here all of the time. It goes from pretty darn dusty to extremely dusty like it is right now. And the cloud was this gray, sort of soupy gray blah, you know. And I went into this briefing, came out, the sky was the darkest orange you could possibly imagine. And one of the troops came up to me, one of the soldiers came up and said, wow, this is eerie, this is the calm before the storm. Well, indeed it was. Within 15 minutes, we had 50 mile per hour. I thought they were about 50 mile per hour winds. We were packing everything up, and they were promising really bad rain. Well, the sandstorms came, and we tried to walk from one point of the camp to another, and I don't know, about 40 feet. I don't think I could see 15 feet in front of me. We actually stopped and tried to head back to where we were to just basically to hunker down and make sure, because if you move in those kind of conditions where you can't see anything, you're likely to get hit by a soldier driving a Humvee. It's really dangerous to move. And the commander of the 187th Infantry Regiment that I'm embedded with, the rockets on, he was telling me he couldn't find his vehicle last night. It's so bad that you just basically can't walk around unless you have a GPS system, basically, a sophisticated compass. It's just, it's unbelievable. I mean, we have this expression, I couldn't see 10 feet. Well, we couldn't see 10 feet. And in those conditions, I think what's important for people to realize is every man becomes, or every soldier becomes an island. They can't see beyond their own little world. So it doesn't matter what military might you might have around you, what other soldiers. It's all down to you, because you have no idea where anybody else is. And that's the problem really facing the U.S. military right now. I know there's been a lot of talk from the Pentagon about how this weather isn't slowing things down. Well, I have a hard time believing that, because right now, and like I said, the 101st, it really, in terms of its offensive operations with its helicopters, it can't do anything. And defensively, and this is also important, it hurts them too, because basically, the threat so far on the ground has been these Iraqi militia forces, groups of 3 to 15, if you will, Iraqi soldiers armed with nothing more than RPGs. Well, those guys can now move around pretty freely with this cover of this, that gray soup I was talking about, without the threat of getting blown away by some of these Apache attack helicopters. Under normal conditions, if it was clear out, those Apache attack helicopters and Kaya Warrior helicopters would be out there, and anybody walking around that those pilots didn't recognize would be toast, because this is, make no mistake, this is like being on the moon. It is so desolate here that if it's clear, you can see people hundreds of yards away, and there's nowhere to hide. There's no cover. So that's what's really going on here on the ground. It's like blackout conditions, and like what I guess Walter was saying, it got unbelievably dark, and you just couldn't see a darn thing.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. We do know that there was some confirmation from the Pentagon that this obviously has had some impact on the air support missions. Keep those goggles on, Ron. Sounds like you're going to need them. We are told that the storm is expected to last at least another 14 hours. In the middle of that live shot, you saw a live picture out of Baghdad, and that was just to give you an idea of how the winds are blowing there. Not as fiercely as they are as where Ryan Chilcote is, but just gives you an idea from our camera position of how windy it actually is. We had mentioned to you that there was breaking news out of Saudi Arabia just about an hour ago. Saudi Arabia apparently has presented a peace plan, not only to Iraq, but the United States as well. Let's go to Andrea Koppel, who's standing by with reaction to that. Andrea, what have you learned? Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Paula. It does seem to be that the message is a bit garbled. I can tell you that I've spoken to a Saudi diplomat here in Washington who said that this really isn't a peace plan, but rather it is a call by Saudi Arabia, by the kingdom, to Saddam Hussein to save the Iraqi people more suffering and to leave the country. Certainly, nobody expects at this stage of the game that the U.S. is going to withdraw its troops or coalition forces. And we know that 2 days ago, Secretary of State Powell did speak with both the Saudi foreign minister and with the Egyptian foreign minister. This was ahead of the Arab League meeting that is taking place right now in Cairo. And he appealed to both of these ministers to use their influence both within the Arab League but also within Baghdad to try to get Saddam Hussein and his inner circle to leave. This is yet another call by the Saudis now, publicly calling for Saddam Hussein to leave the country. As you know, Paula, a lot of people in the Arab world are extremely nervous, both governments nervous that the Arab street will rise up, but also nervous just how this war is going to play out and whether or not there will be lots of pictures of suffering Iraqi women, children, and others. And so it's not unusual to hear this kind of a call coming from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for Saddam Hussein to leave. It's difficult to interpret what's being said in Riyadh right now. I can tell you that the Saudi officials that I have spoken with say that this really isn't a peace plan per se, the kind that they were talking about weeks ago, in which they wanted the U.S. to offer Saddam some kind of amnesty in order for him to leave. That is not my understanding of what the situation is, Paula.
All right, as soon as you get more details, we'd love to have you come back and join us. Thanks so much, Andrea Koppel, reporting from the State Department. Back to my buddy Bill Hemmer. Bill, quick question about the weather. We've heard so much about these sandstorms. Walt Rogers, I think, giving the best description yet. He says like a blizzard, but the only thing good about a blizzard is the snow melts. That's not happening with the sand. It just keeps on coming after him. Are you getting any of that now?
I tell you what, Paul, I think so far, based on this storm and what we heard and what the forecast was 2 days ago, I think we've pretty much dodged it. I mean, I don't want to speak too early, certainly, and we're told that conditions are going to stay the way they are, at least to the midday point of tomorrow, which is Wednesday. But so far here in Kuwait City, we had some rain earlier, some darkened skies, and there is a breeze outside, but it's more pleasant than annoying, and it's certainly not nearly as intense as that Ryan is describing right now, and also Walt Rogers, based on the pictures we're getting. In the meantime, though, we talked about the weather, the impact on flying. Gary Tuckman is embedded with the U.S. Air Force somewhere around the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border, and Gary now joins us with an update from his position there on what's happening not only on the weather, but also the missions to the north of him. Gary, hello.
Hello, Bill. We can tell you the weather is very bad here. There has been a big decrease in the number of sorties over Iraq, and that's not because of any war plan. It is because of Mother Nature. We are right now in the middle of a thunderstorm. The lightning has been striking regularly. The winds have been gusting up to 50 miles per hour, and the rain has been coming down very hard. So we're seeing a big decrease in the number of sorties. The Air Force is telling us they're estimating 1,400 warplanes will fly into Iraq over the next 24 hours. That's down hundreds from the day before, and it's all because of the weather. The fear is that the weather could possibly be riskier than Iraq's paltry air defenses. At this particular base we're at right now near the Iraqi border, there have been 1,120 sorties over the last 4 days. This is an amazing fact, at least I think you might find it amazing. Officials here are telling us that 80% of those flights, an estimated 80%, the pilots report that they've had surface-to-air missiles or anti-aircraft artillery fired at them. Of course, none has hit. I asked the operations commander at this base if they are lucky that none has hit, and his quote to me was this. He says, "Lady Luck is always a partner in the cockpit." We are being told that Iraq has at least 300 fighter planes still in its inventory in the country. The Air Force believes not one of those planes has taken to the skies during the length of this war. There used to be a northern flight zone, a southern flight zone. Now they say the entire nation of Iraq is a no-flight zone to the government of Saddam Hussein. We are being told that there are more than 2,000 aircraft in the coalition inventory, Navy, Marines, Air Force, that have been participating in the strikes on the nation of Iraq. One other thing we want to mention to you is the rain starts coming down even heavier. I have to tell you, if I didn't see all these airplanes that we see here and all the bombs and missiles, I might think we're out covering a hurricane right now, because this is what it feels like when we cover hurricanes for CNN and the weather starts deteriorating. But one more thing we want to tell you, there was a siren again here at this base a few hours ago. It was a missile alert. People got their gas masks on, went into their bunkers, and indeed it's been confirmed that an Iraqi missile was fired, shot down by a Patriot missile battery in Kuwait. Bill, back to you.
All right, Gary, thanks. And clearly Gary's description shows you the contrast of the difference of being in the city and urban environment during weather conditions like these and being out in the desert when that sand can kick up in an instant, as many of our reporters have described. More difficulties on this from a military standpoint. Renee San McGill is standing by at the CNN Center, checking in once again with our military analyst. Renee, good morning and good evening from Kuwait City.
And thank you very much, Bill. Yes, we're going to get a reaction here from our military analyst, retired Army General David Grange, to some breaking news, and also talk about the kind of tactics that are being used, different maybe than what some folks in our audience might have expected with the Iraq situation. But first, this F-16 firing on a Patriot missile battery about 30 miles south of Najaf. You know, considering all that is going on that's being thrown into this country, are you surprised something like this might happen?
No, I mean, there's going to be some fratricide issues. Luckily, nothing was destroyed. It may have been obviously a mistaken identity, and they may have pulled up at the last minute, and that's why the missiles did not hit the battery.
A lot of different radars maybe going off and being sent back and forth at the same time.
Busy sky.
A very busy sky. Speaking of busy skies, at the Central Command briefing about 2 hours ago, U.S. officials showed video of a parachute assault that happened overnight. And this would be a good time to get into what we've been talking about here, the idea of maneuver warfare versus what you might be expecting attrition warfare. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, what you're seeing is forces that have moved out of the Kuwait area, like the 3rd Infantry Division. They've done basically a wider sweep up towards Najaf and Kabbalah area. At the same time, you've seen an airborne operation somewhere in Iraq. Again, a type of maneuver, vertical envelopment somewhere, maybe behind defenses of the Iraqi army.
Let's try to bring this to broaden out the entire country here in terms of the operations. Let's show the map table that we're at right now and talk a little bit about this, because the viewers may have heard a few days ago the coalition has Nasiriyah, the coalition has Basra, and then having heard, recently, there still are some battles to be mopped up in those cities. So what we've been looking at here is kind of a sweep on the part of some of the coalition forces. What are we talking about here? It's not a trench by battle situation, is it?
Right, they're not clearing every square foot of ground, trench by trench, foxhole by foxhole, but outmaneuvering forces and then containing other critical areas to be mopped up later.
Okay. Well, we'll talk more about this later on. General Grange, thanks for your time. Bill, back on over to you.
All right, Renee, thank you very much. Coming up on the top of the hour right now, quickly out to Kira Phillips yet again on board the USS Lincoln. We had to cut her off last time. Kira promised we won't do it this time. At least we'll try not to anyway. Good evening again. Maybe I spoke too soon. Kira, going to try it yet again here. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Bill?
Sure can. Go ahead.
All right, terrific. We're live aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln right now. It's quiet, luckily, knock on wood, here on the flight deck right now. Flight operations continuing through the day and through the night. A big focus on the troops right now, Bill. strike fighter pilots extremely concerned about the troops on the ground in Iraq, about their safety. So the type of missions that have increased around here are the CAS missions, control air support, and it's happening through the day and through the night. And the purpose is to be able to be in touch with the troops, find out what the threats are, and hopefully be able to de-escalate that threat. Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow has been conducting those CAS missions since this morning. I'm going to bring him in and have him talk about that. Let's talk about the CAS missions and the importance of them right now, specifically because of the POW situation that's happened.
Well, with the CAS missions, we are there to protect the ground troops. We are their eyes and their weapons up in the air to take care of any enemy threats that are nearby that could cause them any harm and or take any prisoners at that time.
And I've got to ask you, when the POW situation happened, how did it affect you personally? How did it affect the other strike fighters here on the ship? And how has it impacted the missions, specifically the CAS missions right now that are taking place?
Well, I think it's the strength and resolve of every fighting man and woman in the United States military. They try to exploit the POWs and put them on TV and show us pictures of dead Marines in the roadway and soldiers. That really strengthens our resolve to get rid of Saddam Hussein and crush the rest of his regime.
Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow, thank you very much. So, Bill, those type of missions continuing here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, they're not going to stop. We will probably see more of those types of missions taking place. Big focus on those ground troops and protecting those ground troops and trying to prevent another POW situation. The weather, also a very tough thing for pilots right now. You've seen the sandstorms taking place in Iraq. Here right now behind me, I don't know if you can see it, we have a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, pilots having to deal with the weather, but still continuing the missions without fail. Bill?
All right, Kira, thanks. Kira Phillips, video phone on board the USS Lincoln. Quite interesting to note, not only from the U.S. perspective, also the British perspective, how the military strategy is changing. We were told at the outset, Tommy Frank said this was a plan that had maximum flexibility, and it appears right now that that flexibility is still being worked into the strategy in Iraq. It is almost 8 o'clock here in Kuwait. That means it's almost 8 o'clock in Baghdad, noon on the East Coast. And Paula, with that, I will say adieu to you. I'll see you again on Wednesday. Tomorrow, what's going to step in next year in a matter of seconds, Paula.
The good news for you, Bill, my colleague, is that when you're on the road, you don't have to endure those 3:30 wake-up calls anymore. You're on a more routine schedule over there.
So true. So true.
Look forward to seeing you at the beginning of the day.
That's the one good thing, I'll tell you.
Take care.
Sure thing.
Thanks,
Ciao.
Bill.
Bye-bye.
Now, the war is seen through the camera lens of Vincent LaForest. You just saw Akira Phillips report. This man happens to be a Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer for the New York Times, who also happens to be aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. We close out the hour with this.
My name is Vincent LaForest. I'm a staff photographer with the New York Times, and I'm out here on the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf, documenting the lives of the sailors and aviators out here during the war. They've been out here for 9 months. It's one of the longer deployments. And, you know, I mean, living here is kind of living through Groundhog Day every day. They're incredibly focused. The carrier deck has been called one of the most dangerous, I think it's 400-yard areas in the world. It's really easy to get seriously injured, if not killed, on the deck if you don't always keep your wits about you. They're very professional. Everyone knows their place. They know where to go and when not to go. Obviously, you can't hear anything on the deck. Everything's done through visual signals, hand signals. You have these huge jets taking off from 0 to almost 200 miles an hour in a matter of seconds, and landing, less than 2 seconds. And it's actually a very small deck when you're on it. One of the big challenges of a photojournalist is to not only show pictures of jets taking on and off, but to give the people back at home a sense of what it's like to live on a carrier with 5,000 other people. These people have very little privacy. They have 10, 15, 20 minutes a day where they can spend, in total silence by themselves reading a book, or of course sleeping. But they live in these living quarters with up to 6 people, stacked on top of one another. So whenever they can, whenever things slow down, they try, and take a little nap here or there. just amazed at how mature, how professional, how hardworking they really are. I mean, try and find an 18 or 19-year-old anywhere in the world that'll work 7-day week for 9 months straight and be in charge of guiding a $20 or $40 million jet, you know, across the deck. These are really impressive people.
Leon Harris here at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's what we have for you at this hour. In a blinding sandstorm, the U.S. Army's 3/7th Cavalry presses northward in the general direction of Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers, embedded with these soldiers, reports the blowing sand may actually be a blessing. Iraqi troops are stuck as well in that sandstorm, and even though they're firing from the side of the road, they really can't even see the troops they're firing at. Wrong target. Military commanders say a U.S. fighter jet has fired on a U.S. Patriot missile battery in Iraq. The Combined Forces Air Command reports an F-16 was en route to a mission in Baghdad when it spotted the missile battery about 30 miles from Najaf in southern Iraq. No soldiers were killed or injured in the incident, which is now under review. The price of war. U.S. commanders say that there have been more casualties in the fight for the southern city of Al-Naziriyah. No word yet on how many Marines were killed or wounded. Our Art Harris with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marine Division says that he saw 7 Marine vehicles that were, in his words, lost. Saluting the troops. President Bush pays a visit to the Pentagon to praise U.S. forces for their steady progress in Iraq. He also said that he will ask Congress for nearly $75 billion to pay for the war, as well as humanitarian aid and the rebuilding of Iraq. And now, stateside, bouncing back is what the markets appear to be doing at the moment as the news from the war seems to be settling in. Markets are getting used to it. And as we see here at the New York Stock Exchange, the Dow is up 81 points. The NASDAQ is also up moderately. It's up 19 points. The S&P is up 11 at this hour. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
We cannot know the duration of this war, yet we know its outcome. We will prevail. The Iraqi regime will be disarmed. The Iraqi regime will be ended. The Iraqi people will be free. And our world will be more secure and peaceful.
The Commander-in-Chief visits the Pentagon for a strategic and financial account of the war. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting today live from Kuwait City.
Hi, Wolf, and I'm Paula Zahn reporting from New York today. Welcome to another hour of CNN's special coverage of the war in Iraq. Back to Wolf now.
Thanks very much, Paula. It's just after 8 p.m. here in the Persian Gulf, and if you caught the Central Command briefing today a little while ago from Qatar, you heard the Chief of Operations say, and I'm quoting now, "It's a little bit ugly out there." He was referring to a major sandstorm that's affecting almost everything the coalition does, but that's only part of the problem. In Baghdad today, sand mixed with acrid black smoke from oil trenches that CENTCOM now confirms are being set ablaze by Iraqis to cut visibility. It's been a relatively quiet day in the Iraqi capital, but Iraqi officials claim 16 civilians were killed overnight in coalition bombing. There's no way to verify that report. We're standing by here in Kuwait City. We're expecting a briefing to begin momentarily. The British military spokesman here in Kuwait, Colonel Chris Vernon, expected to emerge shortly. CNN will have live coverage once he gets to the podium. At the tip of the spear, as it's called, is the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. And a little bit ugly doesn't begin to describe what that unit's been through in the past 12 hours. The 3/7th, as it's called, crossed a heavily mined bridge across the Euphrates River earlier today in a howling sandstorm with near constant fire on all sides. Right in the thick of things, as he has been from the beginning, is CNN's Walter Rogers. Walter?
A choking sandstorm has once again slowed coalition forces' progress north all across a wide front along the Euphrates River. However, the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry did send back good news for the Pentagon earlier. That good news being that they had outflanked the city of Al-Samawa, and the elements of the 7th Cavalry had indeed crossed a bridge and were now moving northward in Iraq. That bridge, incidentally, had been heavily mined. That is to say, explosives were all along the bridge, and fortunately, the Army's engineers detected them quickly. They had not been wired, but the Iraqis clearly intended to blow that bridge and prevent the Army's passage northward. Still, it was not an easy passage for the Army. Last night, approaching the bridge, there was an enormous firefight. It looked like the 4th of July with tracers shooting across the sky. Enormous fireworks display, except this one was lethal. We're told 300 to 400 Iraqi soldiers were killed in that as the 7th Cavalry battled towards the bridge. And then after crossing the bridge, the Army encountered mortars falling all around its convoy, small arms fire snipers picking away at the Army for 45 minutes to an hour before it pushed away from that small concentration of snipers and mortars. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in Iraq.
And that's just a piece of the action that's going on in southern and central Iraq as U.S. and British forces begin to close in on Baghdad. But Paula, the big battle, the siege of Baghdad, the big battle with the Republican Guard, the Medina Division, expected to be quite intense. Paula?
And I guess the Prime Minister of Great Britain made it very clear to us that he expects the going to get increasingly tough the closer you get to Baghdad, and told basically everybody to dig in for a long campaign. The U.S. thinks Wolf Cavalry's push across the Euphrates may well be symbolically as well as militarily significant. But most everyone expects the fighting, which is already fierce, to get worse, as we said, the closer you get to Baghdad. For insights on that, we turn now to our military analyst and retired Army Major General David Grange. And for more on the sand factor, we bring in CNN meteorologist Chad Myers. Both are in CNN's newsroom in Atlanta. We're going to begin with General Grange now. First of all, how do you think these sandstorms will affect the coalition forces?
Well, Paula, has been reported, the sandstorms are going to have a large effect on especially the aviation units, both fixed wing and also the rotary wing aircraft. But the coalition forces, as you see, continue to move. Somewhere, I would say out in the desert, you have the 101st. We don't know where. That's a good thing. But the forces are going to continue to move regardless of the sand. And you saw the 3/7th Cav move up very close to the outer defensive forces of the Republican Guard. We're still able to operate, though it was austere conditions. And so it'll continue to be a problem, but they can get over it, I believe. And it also affects enemy forces.
Well, let's talk about that. What would be the impact on these Iraqi soldiers who are more used to these kind of sandstorms, probably, than the coalition soldiers?
Well, I would assure you that they don't operate in the sandstorms, though. They hunker down. And so what happens is you have their ability to use long-range weapons, like their tanks, their armored personnel carriers, their missile engagement weapons are degraded as well. What they do have an advantage on is small elements with snipers, like Walter was talking about. Snipers, close-in fighting. But then again, the coalition forces, what has to be done is they have to then focus on their internal fire capabilities at short range, and they have the capability to do that. Now, the weather also affects some of the movement on the go, no-go terrain. In other words, the mud will get heavy vehicles stuck as well. So the rainstorms will affect the movement of ground forces as the wind affects the movement of air.
Let me ask you this. There's a lot of analysis today of the president's request for the funding of this war, and the suggestion is that perhaps the Iraqis are not folding as quickly as had been expected. Are they causing more problems than predicted?
Maybe somewhat. I think in the Basra and Nasiriyah areas, they thought that the people would revolt up right away, and I still think that they will. The problem is, again, the Fedayeen and other paramilitary security forces with the guns at backs inducing fear on some of the people that would love to break away. And I think what you'll see is that'll be worked. The people will be worked in order to give them opportunities themselves to fight against some of the Fedayeen, and then we'll have coalition forces go in on specific targets to remove concentrated elements of these paramilitary forces.
David Grange, please stand by. I'm sure we'll have a lot more to ask you about as the day wears on. Thanks so much. Back to Chad Myers, who is also in CNN Center in front of a different group of maps. We just saw the general track for us, the general direction of the storm. Is it true this could last for as long as 60 hours?
I would say more like 24, Paula, because by the time the high pressure moves in behind the cold front, the winds will die off. Now, what's going to happen, and unlike a sandstorm, let's say in the American West, when sand blows, it moves around, things you get the visibility knocked down, but the sand that you have here on the pictures that Walter Rogers is sending back, this is really dust. This is almost mica fine, like powdered sugar, and it doesn't fall out of the sky immediately. So as soon as that wind dies off in an American West sandstorm, the sand falls back down to the ground and we're all good again. But with this stuff here, this sand is so fine, it just gets everywhere. It's just a gritty system here. The sand today coming up from the south ahead of the cold front. And then for tonight, this dust blowing in from the south, and this is the reason why Kuwait doesn't have any, why you haven't seen any in Kuwait City, because the wind is blowing off the Persian Gulf. Tomorrow, that'll be different. The cold front comes in from the west, from the Mediterranean, picks up the dust here from the Syrian desert, back into Jordan, blows it across the Iraqi desert, and again into Baghdad, just in a different direction. And the winds today gusting to 40 to 50 miles per hour. Even had one report from Dr. Gupta at almost 100 miles per hour this morning, and winds will gust all night tonight and even into the day tomorrow. Paul.
Yeah, and he described these surgical tents being blown to the ground,
yes,
surgical equipment
exactly
wiped out. Hey, Chad Myers, those are some impressive maps you shared with us today, my man.
We have a couple new machines here in the weather office, Paul.
Well, you're dazzling us. Chad Myers, thanks so much. And Wolf, just to give you an idea of what some of the embeds have told us so far today as you're joining us on this shift, I think Walt Rogers gave the best description of how fierce this sandstorm is when he said he went out at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and had to use a flashlight to literally see a couple dozen feet in front of him. That's how dark it was. Wolf?
The good news for the troops, Paula, is that by early April, around April 1st, April 2nd, almost always those sandstorms end. April 1st, I guess, seems a long time, though, if you're in the middle of a firefight in the midst of a sandstorm right now. So the troops have something, I guess, to look forward to in a week or so. Meanwhile, the war is proving especially as perilous for frontline reporters covering it as it is for the forces. Sometimes they find themselves cut off from friendly forces, and reporters may at those times be in even greater danger. Such was the case for the Newsweek reporter Scott Johnson. He joins us now on the phone to tell us about his ordeal. Scott, thanks very much. I take it you were traveling together with your Newsweek photographer on your own. You weren't embedded with the U.S. military as our Walter Rogers has been with the 3rd Infantry. What happened, though, as you were trying to get into the southern part of Iraq on your own?
Well, that's right. We had been traveling through the deserts of southern Iraq, trying to catch up with the 3rd Infantry Division that was amassing on Route 1, which is the road that leads into Route 8, which goes through the towns of Nasiriyah and Samawa and some of these other towns, and then heads up north. And all day long we'd been encountering convoy after convoy. And so we sort of joined the convoys, and we're traveling down the road, went through Nasiriyah, and at some point along the road, we went through a checkpoint, and a little too late realized that it was being guarded by Iraqi troops. And as my photographer went through, they had their weapons up and started firing, and I followed through a little bit after, and as I went through the checkpost, they just opened fire on my car and just basically riddled it with bullets. And so as I went through, I ducked down behind the wheel because I heard the bullets ricocheting off the metal of the car, and lost sight of the road and began to fishtail. And when I popped my head back up, I saw that I was sort of swerving all over the road and tried to compensate, and that sort of made it worse. And I lost control of the vehicle, and it slammed into the island running down the center of the road, flipped, and then I crashed into a lamppost. And then they kept firing at the car, and I was inside, and I could still hear them firing. So the window shield was in front of me, and I just started kicking it to get out of the car, and it took a few kicks, and finally I punched through and crawled out of the windshield, and there was a depression in the island, and I sort of dove into that and started to crawl away from the car, and just waited there, and finally the firing stopped, and then some elements of the convoy rolled through, and I got picked up.
The bottom line, the bottom line, Scott, is that you eventually got picked up. You were saved by U.S. troops together with your photographer. You made it out. I want you to stand by, if you can, for a minute, Scott, because Ryan Chilcote is with the 101st, one of our embedded reporters, and we have him right now. I want to go to him and hear what he's seeing with the 101st Airborne Division. Ryan, tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing right now.
Well, Wolf, that's the thing. You can't see much of anything here because of the sandstorm, and I hate to lead with the weather, but that's really what's affecting things most of all here right now. All of the 101st Airborne's helicopters have been grounded. It is simply not possible to fly a helicopter. I don't care how crazy you are in this weather. You can't see 15 feet in front of you. So all of the helicopters have been grounded here at this forward operating base in southern Iraq. And to add to that, a lot of helicopters were actually out on missions over the last couple of days while we've been having this sandstorm. A lot of helicopters that were already out on missions had to come down, had to land exactly where they were, in the very position where they were, because the sandstorm came up so quickly and so violently that they couldn't make it back to the base. Now, what that means is... All right,
Ryan, hold your thought. I want to get back to you as well, but I want to go here in Kuwait City. The British Army spokesman, Colonel Chris Vernon, is speaking and answering reporters' questions. This could be important, new information, so I want our viewers to get this right now.
But it's secure enough now to bring in humanitarian aid, and that was the purpose of taking that. And that's why we went for an urban area, which, of course, is not something we would ideally commit to, because fighting in built-up areas poses a significant amount of difficulty. We've now got to get humanitarian aid into Basra, and it's quite clear that elements of the Iraqi regular army, probably from 51st Division, who were deployed west of Basra, have pulled back into the town. So there are regular forces there. No, I'm now into Basra. Regular forces in Basra. To what scale and size, we're not quite clear. We determined, as you know, in Qasr that we were up against irregular troops as well. Fedayeen, they've been described as Ba'ath Party fundamentalists, hugely loyal to the regime. They're operating in civilian clothes, lightly armed, rifles, RPG-7, relatively good light infantry tactics they can operate to. Their normal peacetime role is generally as part of the Ba'ath apparatus to keep down the people, but they have got this military capability, and we estimate there are about 1,000 of them in Basra. The way we're operating, we are seizing tactical opportunities as they occur on our terms on the outskirts of Basra. This morning, in the early hours of this morning, we launched a battle group operation into Al-Zubayr, onto a Ba'ath Party headquarters, where we seized a senior Ba'ath Party politician, killed about 20 irregulars, and then extracted very quickly. We can do that with a fair degree of impunity. If you actually look at our Orbats, we've got a heavy armoured brigade out there, and that allows a huge degree of force protection in order to achieve that sort of rather surgical, incisive task.
Was that near or
in Al-Zubayr? Further around, we're covering the town from about north through west down to south, with 7th Armored Brigade west of it, and 3 Commando Brigade now having relieved the U.S. Marine Corps 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit who took Casa, and they're now on the north edge of the peninsula. Across the outskirts of the town, we are noting where there are opportunities to probe in, delve in, destroy enemy armor and infantry as they appear before us, take out pieces with artillery on the edges, but I stress we are not firing into the center of the city because we cannot risk the collateral damage of civilians, even though we are being fired on from the center by their artillery. And that is how we're operating, but I think best described as seizing tactical opportunities as they occur. Part of the strategy, clearly, is to de-link the regular army, probably the softer of the targets, the irregular forces, and the Ba'ath Party regime, and drive a wedge between that and the people. In so doing, we're trying to gain the confidence of the people so that they can assert themselves, as we believe probably, and reflecting back to the end of the Gulf War, is their desire. But we don't underestimate the task. The way we're doing it militarily, I've just described, is by really eradicating down the 3 elements that oppress, to try and achieve the degree of confidence in ourselves and what is happening in the whole of Iraq, for them to lift up and indeed in the end then get the humanitarian aid in. The only other action out of Basra this morning, there was a counterattack of about battalion size coming out of Basra, southeast towards the Al-Faw Peninsula, towards 3 Commando Brigade. They brought in close air support and destroyed about 20 armored vehicles, including tanks. And I think, and I'm not going to get into how we're going to do the rest of it, I've given you a flavor for what we're doing. Clearly questions like, how are you going to do it? I'm not going to tell you. I've told you what we're doing now. It gives you a flavor of, I think, our ability to strike when we need to, but it's going to be very much on our terms. We're not going to be pressured into this by any degree of external pressure. When we think the military situation is right and we can clearly see the opportunities, we will act. When that is, you will have to wait and see. I think that describes Basra well enough. The rest of the British AO, 16 Air Assault Brigade, are still on the Ramallah Goss, as you know, secured intact. That's the future of Iraqi oil wealth for the people of Iraq. And 3 Commando Brigade on the Al-Faw, with the U.S. Marine Corps 15MU having been relieved in place out of Casa. That's broadly where we stand in the British Divisional AO at the moment. Yeah.
So what fresh evidence is there that people want to equip themselves?
Difficult. We haven't got much in there. I'm not telling you what we have got in there. Our assessment is one further development, if I can tell you this actually. This is quite interesting. We did say 7th Brigade today saw, and we have reported this to the embeds. We've got a divisional headquarters. The irregulars were were coming out of the village, the town towards us on the outskirts, with civilians in front, forcing them ahead of them, firing at us. We can't fire back, and then just running back into the town. That perhaps gives you a flavor for the level of type of system that is probably operating in there with the irregulars, and I think this is pretty broadly known, oppressing the people. But probably our view is the people are pretty scared, and for us to gain the confidence of them with Baghdad and the regime still in place, given the legacy of 1991 post-Gulf War, I think is no mean task.
The British military spokesman, Colonel Chris Vernon, briefing reporters here in Kuwait City, describing some of the dangers, some of the problems that still linger for U.S. and British military forces in the southern parts of Iraq from the so-called irregular Iraqi militias. The Iraqis in the south, mostly Shia, he says, still not willing to take too many chances. He's suggesting that they're still very much influenced by what many have called the betrayal of the Iraqi Shia in the south following the first Persian Gulf War a dozen years ago, when they were encouraged by the U.S. and others to rise up against Saddam Hussein. They did indeed do that, but received virtually no assistance, military assistance, from the then coalition. As a result, were virtually decimated by the Iraqi regime and paid a huge price. They're unwilling, apparently so far, to trust the U.S. and the British and go up and do the same thing this time. He's expressing hope, as other U.S. and British military officials are, that these Shia will eventually do precisely that. But that's one of the legacies from the first Gulf War, not necessarily a positive legacy from the British and U.S. standpoint. This note, later at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and the Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, will be briefing reporters over at the Pentagon. CNN will have live coverage of that in about an hour or so from now. We interrupted Ryan Chilcote, our embedded reporter with the 101st Airborne Division. He's in south central Iraq right now. Ryan, you're back with us. The sandstorms have been quite intense where you are. Briefly set the stage once again for our viewers, what you're seeing, indeed, if you're seeing anything, given the sand out there.
Wolf, it's snowing sand right now. This is just ridiculous. It's difficult to imagine how people function in this kind of weather. All day long, I mean, first of all, I should start by saying it's usually sandy, and it's usually like what we would consider back in the States a sandstorm. That's sort of normal conditions here. What we've seen over the last, well, since this morning, and really over the last couple of days, is just an extreme sandstorm. And what I mean by that is you can't see farther than 10, 15 feet. What that means for the aircraft, like I already said, is that the entire fleet of the 101st Airborne has been grounded. So in terms of, I mean, this is an air assault division. They specialize in moving troops to the battlefield with their helicopters. Well, they obviously can't do that right now. In addition to that, a lot of, when this kicked up, this sandstorm began, and I don't know if you're getting an idea, but it's just snowing sand right now. When this began, it came up so quickly and so violently that a lot of the pilots that were out there, and there you go, we even lost our light, it's blowing so hard. They had to put their helicopters down on the ground right away, wherever they were, inside Iraq, whether it was a secure area or not a secure area, and then they had to send troops out to those helicopters to secure them, because obviously a big helicopter on the ground sitting there, it's a sitting duck, it's a perfect target for an ambush. So it's been just a real logistics nightmare. The entire offensive capability of the 101st Airborne has been pretty much paralyzed by these sandstorms. On the ground, you can just imagine what it's like for the infantrymen to work in these kind of conditions. I mean, in order to, I hate to be obvious, but in order to kill your enemy or to kill another soldier, you have to be able to see them. And right now, you wouldn't be able to see one of your brothers in arms, if you will. Right now, it's like every soldier is his own island, and that is exactly what is the problem for the U.S. Army, because they have an enormous amount of military might, but if the soldier, the Joe on the ground, can't see the guy 10 feet away, well, then he can't really leverage that help, can he? And obviously, as I said earlier, he's not going to get any help from the air, at least from the helicopters today. So this, I know that the Pentagon has said that the timeline is being held, and this isn't really holding things up. But it is hard to understand here on the ground how you can do much of anything in this weather. Wolf?
You know, Ryan, in my briefings that I had in Washington before coming out here to the Persian Gulf over these past several weeks, most of the military planners directly involved in this operation were especially concerned about the weather, in the sense, not the sandstorms, but the heat that would come in April, May, June, and July, the desert heat, how hot it would be, how impossible effectively it would be to fight in 100-degree, 110, or even 120-degree temperature, wearing the full chemical gear, that kind of equipment. Some U.S. military planners also said to me they were deeply worried about the sandstorms, but I sensed the sandstorms were not necessarily all that high a priority. Otherwise, they would have waited, presumably, until early April when these sandstorms end. Have any of the U.S. military officers you're with discussed this notion of perhaps having waited a week or two to get through the sandstorm season in order to to launch the kind of ground invasion that you're clearly in the midst of right now?
Well, no, actually, we asked that question of the commander of the 187th Infantry Regiment, with whom I'm embedded today, and he put a pretty brave face on it. You know, the weather changes. These sandstorms come and go. This one is really bad, but quite frankly, these sandstorms are pretty frequent. And, you know, it's bad for a couple of days, and then it's clear for a couple of days. And when it's clear, their intention is to roll. They're ready to move and to attack as soon as the weather gets better. So what they focus on when the weather is really bad is maintenance, which they have to focus on anyway, because this is so bad for the equipment that they really have to spend a lot more man hours cleaning things. But they're really, you know, focusing on other things, on planning and on maintenance, so that when the weather clears up, they're ready to roll.
All right, Ryan Chilcote, he's with the 101st in the midst of a sandstorm in south-central Iraq someplace. Ryan, we'll be checking back with you. Stay safe where you are. Let's get to a little check on the weather now. You know, Chad Myers is standing by in the CNN newsroom. Chad, these sandstorms are obviously causing a lot of headaches for the U.S. and military personnel. What's the expectation as far as the weather is concerned?
Well, if the weather settles down, the wind itself settles down in 24 hours. But this is such a fine dust, such a fine, almost like a powdered sugar or a smoke-sized particle, that air just stays cloudy or stays dusty for another 24 hours after that. I know we still have Ryan on the phone here. Ryan, can you tell me, do you have a south wind now, or has the cold front gone by and that wind shifted out of the west?
Good question. Let me ask my colleagues here. Which way do you think that the wind is blowing right now?
It would be
west. This wind is blowing west, but you know, yeah, but it changes. It's blowing west right now, but it's also blown to the south today.
It certainly has.
And so it changes.
It certainly has. You've had the cold front go by you now, Ryan, and that's why your winds have really, really picked up. You had the warm front earlier, south winds, cold front now, west winds. And let me show the viewers why. Take care out there. Get some goggles on or something. Looks like your eyes are really giving you some trouble. All right, take a care in just a second here. Here's what we had, folks. We had two storms developing here, one out of northern Europe and one out of the Sahara Desert. The two storms combined yesterday over the eastern Mediterranean Sea. And just like two storms combining in North America, this storm gets much stronger. The energy of two storms into one. We had south winds with Ryan earlier. Now the winds have shifted out of the west, and some of those winds where Ryan is right now gusting to over 60 miles per hour. Not going away anytime soon either. Back to you, Wolf, in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Chad. Clearly, these sandstorms are a huge problem for the U.S. military and the British forces right now. We'll continue to check out those developments. In the meantime, let's get a quick check of all the latest developments. CNN's Leon Harris is standing by in the CNN newsroom with what's going on at this hour.
Well, Wolf, topping our report on the latest in the war with Iraq is that report you just heard there from Chad and Ryan about this sandstorm playing havoc today. CNN's Walter Rogers also reporting an American tank column is on the move northward after breaking Iraqi lines at the city of Samawa. Rogers says the 3-7th Cavalry managed to outflank the Iraqis after a harrowing night of fighting out there. CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports the arrival at a military treatment center of 2 Marines who were killed in action. According to U.S. Central Command, the American force suffered new casualties today in fighting around Al-Naziriyah. Gupta says Marines at the center were wearing gas masks and they're protecting their faces from blowing sand as well. Iraqi fighters inside Basra appear to have forced a change in Allied tactics. Surrounding British troops say that they may be forced to enter the city to break unexpected resistance down. Allied officials say Iraqi fighters are stepping around human shields to take pot shots at the British. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports several large explosions today in the northern city of Mosul after heavy bombardment overnight. Otherwise, Wiedemann says the north is eerily quiet at this hour. And he also reports the Kurds in northern Iraq are getting increasingly frustrated about that. Wiedemann says the Kurds are anxious for the Allies to open up a northern front against the Iraqi regime. Military officials say an Army engineer will soon be sent to Germany as the primary suspect in a hand grenade attack that killed an American soldier and left 15 others wounded. A military magistrate found it probable that Sergeant Hassan Akbar committed the crime at a U.S. camp in Kuwait. Now, coming up next hour, a live Pentagon briefing with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers. We expect that live around 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 1 hour from now. ambushes and booby traps. How are the difficulties on the battlefield affecting the battle plans? An in-depth look with CNN's military analyst here with us. And war and the economy. Americans staying home to watch the war and apparently not feeling very confident about money matters. All that coming up the next hour. I'm Leon Harris, CNN's Wolf Blitzer, standing by with more, but let's go to Paula Zahn in New York first. Paula?
Yeah, Leon, trying to make a little sense of what we heard from the Iraqis today. There was a message from the Iraqi president reaching out to Arab tribesmen and clans throughout the country, a largely Shiite Muslim group, to join the fight against the U.S.-led coalition. And a short while ago, we heard from the Deputy Prime Minister, Tariq Aziz, when he accused the United States of simply fabricating and making up lies about the Iraqis having weapons of mass destruction, a line we heard him say before. And this just in from Abu Dhabi TV of the Iraqi Vice President, a message he's sending.
This is a contribution to a participation in the aggression. Do you expect the axis of peace, Paris, Moscow, Berlin, Peking, are you asking them to, more than to condemn the aggression, any other measures? We don't ask anything. This is a matter that is related to the security and safety of the international community. This, when they ask for peace, it's not because they like Iraq. It's because they are sure and confident that this American action is an action that aims at controlling the whole world and to bring forward the logic of the one or unipolarity, one pole in the world. So we think that the steadfastness of the Iraqi people will let these have a better position. Bush said that maybe we have to change our military plans. They were expecting the Iraqi people to receive them with flowers and music and chanting. Our sources say that the people are fighting and they're very fierce battling. How do you evaluate this Iraqi people's stand? Did you expect that? Yes, we expect even more, and until now the Iraqi people have not shown everything they have. The Iraqi people are still waiting, and what happened is just small beginnings, only on the fringe, and this is not outside of our expectation. Actually, we are the sons of these people. We're not in Washington or Britain. We are in Iraq, and the sons and the daughters of Iraq and the men of Iraq, and we know our people very well, and the fighting in the south will be more fierce than the middle and the north. How do you look at the media war that is now better than the actual warfare on the battlefield? They said that the family of the president was hit, and also you were subject of some speculation. Their program, they think this is an advancement to the aggression. But now we see that if there is an Arab media, a true Arab media effort, then they can focus on what they said before the aggression and what they said at the beginning, first few days of the aggression, and what is going on right now, so that the Arab audience know what the lies are. Like, for example, the first day they said Qasr was occupied, second Basra, the third day Al-Nasiriyah occupied, and after that we found out something else. Airplanes, they fall. They say it's a technical difficulty. The airplanes go in Baghdad, in Nasiriyah, and they say it went because of it was hit in Kuwait. How come will it just go from Kuwait and fall in Baghdad?
Well, there you've heard it. The Iraqi vice president essentially telling us that his people will stand by Saddam Hussein to the bitter end. And one of the more surprising things he had to say, he said that he knows that some of the most fierce fighting will be in the south, and then he compared that to what the coalition might encounter further north. That's a bit of surprise because the expectation on the coalition's part was that the weaker troops would always be found south of Baghdad. The regular and irregular troops you're hearing so much about as we see our embeds travel north towards Baghdad. So that was a little bit of a surprise. I'd love to put that in better context for you, but that certainly caught my ear. Now, we've talked so much about this horrific sandstorm blowing across the Iraqi desert. Our own Sanjay Gupta telling us at one point today he encountered 100-mile-an-hour gusts. The impeded reporters, I don't actually know how our reporter was able to do that live shot without goggles on, but Walt Rogers telling us he had no fluid left in his eyes from trying to deal with this horrendous weather system. It is also affecting the intense battle for control of the southern key city of Nasiriyah. Alessio Vinci is embedded with the U.S. Marines there, and he filed this report just a little bit earlier today.
The battle in Nasiriyah between U.S. Marines and Iraqi military continued for a second straight night, and it was the most intense yet. Heavy machine gun fire, mortars and helicopter gunships were all involved in the fight as the U.S. military pushes north towards Baghdad. The fight was so intense and the front lines so fluid that a U.S. Marine unit involved in the battle mistakenly took U.S. forces staged nearby as opposing forces.
Are you okay? Yeah, I got one Marine shot.
The Marine was lightly wounded in the shoulder and immediately evacuated as others frantically tried to identify themselves using chemical lights and special signs. Later in the day, a nasty sandstorm and rain prevented forces on all sides from fighting and allowed the U.S. military to deal with some civilian casualties. Some of them have been flexi-cuffed because U.S. military commanders believe they may be members of a paramilitary group to whom they attribute the stiff resistance against U.S. forces in Nasiriyah.
U.S. military commanders here say among Iraqi forces on the other side of the front line are so-called Saddam Fedayeen paramilitary group. They are a concern to U.S. forces here because one of the tactics of the Fedayeen is to mingle among civilians. And the U.S. Marines here say they want to avoid as much as possible killing civilians.
The commanders have identified that certain civilian vehicles with certain markings and certain colors have been deemed as resupply vehicles, and that's the way these guys work, you know. They'll stage or cache weapons and ammunition out here, so we've been authorized to engage certain civilian vehicles.
Marine commanders say the driver of this truck refused to stop and drove through a checkpoint at high speed, a violation of the current rules of engagement, so they shot at it. They say such vehicles may carry hidden weapons and perhaps even fertilizer, which could be used as an explosive. For now, though, they have been too busy fighting to verify the contents. Alessio Vinci, CNN, with the U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah, Iraq.
Once again, U.S. military leaders are telling us that the military plan is on track in spite of this brutal weather that soldiers are confronting along the way to, potentially on the way to Baghdad. Let's go back to Wolf now. Wolf, I don't know if you were able to hear the Vice President of Iraq very clearly. Did you hear the same thing I did, where he actually said that Iraqi troops will be stronger in the south than as you go north? The expectation was the closer you got to Baghdad, you'd have more of those Republican Guard and Special Republican Guard troops in place.
Well, you know, he can say that, Paula. Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Vice President of Iraq, but I think everything that he says Iraqi officials in Baghdad are saying right now we have to accept, we have to discount a big chunk of that, a lot of that designed for domestic public opinion. They're engaged in their own propaganda where they're trying to rally their troops in the south. Elsewhere in Iraq, they're expecting the big battle, of course, to be around Baghdad. That battle could be starting very, very soon. There are other huge problems facing the U.S. and its British coalition partners. One of them, of course, the humanitarian issue. These concerns are enormous. The largest disaster assistance response team ever put together by the United States is now here in Kuwait. Joining me, Michael Marks. He's the team leader from the USAID, the U.S. government's Agency for International Development. Michael, thanks very much for joining us. So do you have any people already in Iraq that you're trying to help, that the program has already started, or are you waiting for the military dust to settle?
What we're doing is waiting for the security situation to get to the point where we can put civilians in to start doing assessments on humanitarian response. But we've also worked with the military, with civil affairs officers and soldiers, in order to have a common assessment reporting mechanism, and also a way to look at the situation in the same way throughout the humanitarian community.
Because we're already hearing reports, and the UN Secretary General spoke about the problems in Basra, the second largest city in Iraq, 1,200,000 people. They're having troubles over there, serious problems with food and water and other essentials.
Absolutely, and I think that we're going to see pockets of need throughout Iraq. And what we're going to do is make sure that we try to get the resources as quickly as possible to those people using the mechanisms that are in place, whether that's through the military or whether that's through aid agencies or the international organizations who are on the ground.
So when is the equipment in place, the trucks, everything else you need, and the supplies, are they here in Kuwait ready to move up north?
Absolutely, and we're prepared, and we've been preparing for several months now to make sure that the funding was in place, that the coordination with the non-governmental organizations was in place, that the international humanitarian community was prepared to move. We have commodities here in Kuwait as well as throughout the region, and we can bring commodities in through existing warehouses overseas as well.
How much in terms of money have you provided for the equipment and the supplies that you will need to do the job, not only in southern Iraq, but throughout the country, the west, the north, the central, every place else? This is a country the size of California.
Absolutely, and already we have provided funding in both commodities and preparations for non-governmental organizations over $100 million. That's just in those programs and commodities outside of food. With food, it goes to well over $400 million.
And do you expect the international community to pick up some of the price tag, the UN, the Europeans, the Japanese, and others, the Arab world, if you will, to go ahead and help with this humanitarian effort? Or is it going to be largely a U.S. effort?
From the humanitarian standpoint, it is and it will have to be an international humanitarian response.
So you're expecting a lot of support. Have you worked out arrangements with other countries already?
We've been coordinating with donor nations. We've also been coordinating with the non-governmental organizations and the international organizations for months now to make sure that all of those pieces were in place.
Now, Iraq is an affluent country because largely of its oil. Huge resources. Those have largely been protected. Most of the oil fields are in the south. Eventually, the Iraqis will get on their own, but how long do you anticipate that you, the AID program, and other international humanitarian relief workers will be needed to get to help the Iraqis through this period?
It's really hard to give you a timetable on that because we are a humanitarian response. We go in quickly and we meet the needs. My mandate is to save lives and reduce suffering. So we go in there and meet the needs of the affected population.
So it could be weeks, could be months, could be years.
Certainly.
Did anybody tell you how long you're going to be staying here in Kuwait?
The mission of my team is to meet those needs, so we'll be here as long as it takes.
How many people do you have here as far as your team is concerned?
I've got a core team here, over 40 people here. I've got also field teams throughout the region. So when it's time to move in, when the security situation is at an acceptable level for civilian humanitarian workers to move in, then we'll move those teams in to start the assessment and to provide commodities, provide funding, and get the response moving.
All right. Michael Marks of the U.S. Government's Agency for International Development. Good luck to you, and all your people. Thanks very much for joining us. Paula, this is going to be a huge, huge humanitarian mission trying to make sure that the people, not only in the southern part of Iraq, but throughout the country, manage to get through this ordeal without too much of a disruption, and what of course the neighboring countries all fear are floods of refugees pouring into Kuwait or Jordan or Turkey or Iran or Syria. This is a serious problem that the U.S. government is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note that this is the first time I can remember the British Prime Minister saying publicly, or at least publicly acknowledging that there is indeed a humanitarian crisis. Thanks, Wolf. See you in a little bit. Straight ahead, first in, first out, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit on the move. We're back with all of that in just 60 seconds.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Today, the cost of war. President Bush asks Congress for $75 billion, plus the latest Pentagon briefing. And CNN's Walt Rogers, embedded with the 3-7th, fight through intense sandstorms on their way to Baghdad. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn. We put down Scott's turf filter with Halts in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating. Turf filter with Halts. The best defense against crabgrass.
I think arthritis can change the way you perceive yourself, if you let it. The trick is, don't let it.
Move over, Aleve. This is Tylenol arthritis pain. A different Tylenol. Just 2 caplets in the morning have the strength to last all day, with safety that can't be beat.
Arthritis pain? Don't we have better things to do?
CNN Tonight at 7 updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus new concerns about Iraq's chemical weapons. As the coalition advances on Baghdad, join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Welcome back. We just had a briefing from one of the British military leaders bringing us up to date from his perspective on how the campaign is going. And Christiana Amanpour, who joins us from northern Kuwait, also had the opportunity to spend some time with that general and is going to bring us up to date on what she has seen so far today. Christiane, welcome.
Thank you, Paula. And indeed, there is quite a lot of activity in the British area of operations, which essentially is the southern part of Iraq, including around Basra. We heard plenty of reports earlier today from the British military spokespeople that, in fact, their tactics around Basra have changed because of the increased resistance and higher than expected resistance they're getting from armed Iraqi elements that have withdrawn into Basra and are using that as a base to fire out at British troops. And in the last hour or so, in the last few minutes here, we've heard reports, they're sketchy reports, of some disturbances inside the city. We don't know exactly what it is, so we're not going to characterize it, and we're just going to wait to get some more information. But certainly the British have been hoping that eventually they will be welcomed in by the people of Basra, and that the people of Basra will, if you like, put aside the military people there and the political leadership there. So we're going to keep a close watch on Basra, but it has turned out to be a place where there's been much higher than expected resistance, not just from elements of the Iraqi army which have withdrawn into there, but also the irregulars. We've been talking a lot over the last couple of days by this militia called the Saddam Fedayeen, and they are there causing, infiltrating amongst the civilian population, dressed themselves in civilian clothes, armed, and firing out towards the British. We also heard earlier this afternoon that elements of these Fedayeen were coming out on the outskirts of Basra with human shields in front of them and taking shots at the British like that. So at the moment, it turns out that it's going to be what the officials here are telling us, a much more difficult and high-risk operation to put down the resistance inside Basra by the Iraqi army elements, because of course it may involve trying to neutralize these forces in areas that potentially may be urban, may have civilians living there, and obviously the British say that they want to avoid civilian casualties. So Basra is still very much of a focal point, still unresolved, and as I say, we're watching these reports of disturbances inside the city to see exactly what that is and what we should be looking for in the next few hours and days. Paula?
That same general making it very clear in his briefing that somehow humanitarian aid will eventually get to Basra. But I'm just curious, when you were talking about neutralizing these irregular forces, and I guess he confirmed there are thousands, 8,000 of them in Basra, he talked about driving a wedge between the Ba'ath Party, those irregular forces, and the Iraqi civilians. How would that possibly come to play? I mean, without giving any battleground plans away, just in a general sense, how would that even work?
No. They told us actually specifically today that the British forces last night had conducted an operation, a military operation, on a town called Al-Zubayr, which is south of Basra. And that was specifically aimed at precisely that, at the political leadership there. Specifically, there were 2 buildings that the British forces went after to capture 2 of the Ba'ath Party officials. We understand one was taken. The fate of the other, as far as I know, is unknown. But the aim is to try to separate the political leadership from the civilian population, because the British believe, given the past history of the people of Basra, that without the repression, if you like, of the militias, of the military, of the loyalists to Saddam, then the people would welcome them in and would even rise up and try to get rid of these military and irregular forces that are specialized in suppressing internal dissent. So obviously the aim has been to try to get welcomed in. They said they want to liberate these places, so the aim is to try to do that. And one way of trying to do it is to separate the political leadership in Iraq from the civilian population. And in Basra, they have, quite a big chance of being welcomed, because over the years, the population of Basra has not supported Saddam Hussein. It rose up in 1991, and there's been a lot of, anti-Saddam activity in that town. So it would be one target of opportunity for the British forces who are out here. Paula?
All right, Christiane, even as we were speaking, a couple news organizations, including Reuters and Associated Press, are now reporting about the fate of that one top Ba'ath official. They're saying, in fact, he's been killed. Christiane was busy talking with me. We're going to let her independently confirm that. So the bottom line here, Wolf, is the British say they are seizing every tactical opportunity they can find, and they will move on.
This is a complicated, very complicated, and extremely dangerous operation that's unfolding right now. I think Christiane underscored that very well. Thanks, Paula. CNN's Jason Bellini is embedded with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. He brought us those dramatic pictures of the firefight Sunday in Qasr, and now he and the unit are heading out further into southern Iraq. Let's take a look.
The first in to the port of Qasr are also the first out. The shadowy, civilian-clothed Iraqi fighters who played a game of shoot-and-go-hide with them seem to have lost. So now they're sent deeper into Iraq, to another objective, to another reported hotspot. On the road, they witness a deteriorating country. Villagers wave at them as they pass by. Bombed-out Iraqi military hardware off the road. More detained Iraqis, perhaps civilian, perhaps not. The omnipresent, smiling face of Saddam Hussein greeting them upon their arrival.
Do you have visual on that, over?
Their work begins right away.
We're taking gunfire from them.
Out in the distance, ununiformed Iraqi soldiers again fighting what the Marines consider an unfair fight. Potshots from men in civilian clothing dispersed among the civilian population. The responsive choice is to use missiles, mortars, and bullets, virtually guaranteeing the obliteration of the opponent. Shortly after opening their fire, an ambulance rolls up.
Watch out for this spur to be a trap.
It's too hard for them to see through their binoculars who's getting in, but the image is a reminder that their weapons have no conscience. Presumed civilians, men, women, and children, wave a white flag to surrender. These are not the gunmen they're looking for. The cat-and-mouse game is not one Marines like to play.
Where the hell are we going to bring these EPWs?
As hours drag on, frustration overtakes inhibition.
No.
So Marines wait for the order to fire once again, knowing no matter how well they kill, in this situation, it's hard for any of them to be heroes. Jason Bellini, CNN, with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit in southern Iraq.
Much more coverage coming up here on CNN, non-stop coverage of the war in the Gulf. We're going to continue the next hour, but first, let's check in the CNN newsroom with Leon Harris for a quick check of the latest developments unfolding right now.
Thank you, Wolf. Hello, everyone. I'm Leon Harris, checking developments this hour now. An intense firefight leads to confusion and a wounded Marine. CNN's Alessio Vinci reports a Marine unit involved in the battle for Nasiriyah mistakenly took other U.S. forces there as Iraqi troops. One Marine was wounded in the shoulder in that incident. Friendly fire number 2. U.S. commanders say a U.S. Patriot missile battery in Baghdad was fired upon by a U.S. Air Force F-16. This happened near the southern town of Najaf. No one was hurt in that incident. On the move, despite a blinding sandstorm. We've been seeing these pictures all day long now, coming from our crew with the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. It punched its way across the Euphrates River earlier today, taking prisoner 3 Iraqis who were said to be driving a truckload of weapons. And saluting the steady advance in a visit to the Pentagon, President Bush praised the coalition's efforts, but he emphasized that no one knows when this war will end. He's asking Congress for nearly $75 billion, this to pay for the war, as well as humanitarian aid and rebuilding Iraq. A smokescreen? The U.S. military commander says Iraq has ringed the capital city with trenches filled with oil, and it's setting them on fire now, apparently to provide cover for its troops. And stateside here, a growing fleet of more aircraft patrolling the skies over New York. Homeland Security officials say Black Hawk helicopters and Citation II jets were deployed over the weekend. We'll keep you posted on all of that. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Hello, it's just after 9 p.m. here in Kuwait City. It's also just after 9 p.m. in Baghdad, where the news is being made this Wednesday, March 25th. I'm Wolf Blitzer.
And from CNN studios in Washington, I'm Judy Woodruff. And from CNN's broadcast center in New York, I'm Paula Zahn. Ahead in this hour, live Pentagon briefing with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and General Richard Myers. That's in just about a half hour from now. Meanwhile, Iraqi snipers and booby traps, tough going on the battlefield. How is it affecting the battle plans? And an in-depth look with CNN's military analyst this hour. And watching war unfold on live television. It's keeping Americans out of the stores and apparently driving down consumer confidence levels. Lowest, we're told, since Desert Storm. We'll have a live report on that. And now back to Wolf in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paula. Blinding sand and enemy fire. The U.S. 7th Cavalry crossed the Euphrates River today on a booby-trap bridge during a desert sandstorm and under mortar and machine gun fire. All dangerous, extremely dangerous ingredients. CNN's Walter Rogers is with the cavalry unit.
The important thing is that the elements of the 7th Cavalry did indeed cross the Euphrates River this morning, and that means that Saddam's grip on southern Iraq is greatly weakened. Recall, he sent his elite troops down there, the Fedayeen commanders, plus his Republican Guard to hold cities like An-Najaf and Al-Samawa, where we had been bogged down, and down to Nasiriyah and over to Basra. He gave orders that Euphrates River line should be held, and the 7th Cavalry has indeed punched through it. We have been under heavy fire for the past couple miles, mostly a small arms fire, but the sandstorm has enabled the Iraqis to come very close to the road, and if I sound a little nervous, it's because we're in a soft-skinned vehicle and everybody else is in armor. It's very difficult to police this road at this point because of the sandstorm. Again, if you imagine yourself standing on a football field, the sandstorm is so dense that if you were on the goal line, you probably couldn't see much beyond midfield at this point. Just yellow sand everywhere. And so preventing Iraqi vehicles from passing is impossible. We're now going through an Iraqi farming village, and behind any one of those buildings could be an Iraqi soldier with an RPG ready to shoot out at the convoy you now see in front of you. The sandstorm is acting as a smokescreen, which is giving the Iraqis a fair amount of tactical advantage, at least in terms of small arms fire. The sandstorm greatly limits the visibility for the gunners aboard any of these vehicles, the tanks, or the M113s, or again, the Bradleys. In other words, the Iraqis could be out in those fields and could be crawling up. Here's a time when night vision goggles don't help you, and it's very difficult to see because the sand and the grit is constantly in your eyes. So it's possible for an Iraqi to creep on his belly through these alluvial fields, these agricultural fields, and come within 100 yards of that vehicle, with perhaps even something as large as a rocket-propelled grenade, which wouldn't do much damage to the Bradleys or the tanks, but any thin-skinned vehicle like the one we're riding in would be in a sorry predicament. The pictures you're looking at now are of 3 Iraqi prisoners of war taken just a few moments ago. This is, of course, a very precarious moment for soldiers because you never really quite know if one of these prisoners is carrying a grenade. The other 2 are lying on the ground over to the left. They were taken just a few moments ago on the move north after the 7th Cavalry crossed the Euphrates River defense line. The Iraqis have just simply been moved from a position before where it was determined that where they were, they might, in the sandstorm, get run over by a civilian vehicle. So the U.S. Army, after having bound their hands with plastic ties, has put them together again. They have 2 guards, 2 cavalrymen. They are standing guard over them. We don't know if the POWs speak Arabic or not. Speak English or not. But there appears to be some sort of intercourse going on between one of the U.S. Army guards and the Iraqis. Again, they're waiting to be taken to the rear. The only mistreatment is that which we all suffer, which is to say an abuse of Mother Nature by a sandstorm.
CNN's Walter Rogers with the troops, and after crossing the Euphrates, Walter and the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry kept pushing north, eventually leaving the enemy snipers behind. The 3/7th is leading the 3rd Infantry Division toward a confrontation with Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard. Our medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, is with U.S. military doctors. He's in south-central Iraq right now himself. He's joining us live. Sanjay, tell us what's going on.
Hey, Wolf, good evening to you. We're in an area called the Jump Ward of the Medical Corps. This is a particular medical ward that jumps ahead and is always taking care of patients who don't need operations but might still have some serious injuries. You get a sense behind me how busy it is. It's like this 24 hours a day. Right now in this tent there's about 16 patients, 10 of which are Iraqi and 6 of which are coalition force members. Joining me is Dr. Ken Nixon. He's a doctor in charge tonight. He's a doctor in charge for many hours at a time. Thank you, first of all, for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
You're the first voice that a lot of these soldiers, these troops talk to when they first come in. What are they telling you? What are they seeing out there? What sorts of things?
Well, they're meeting resistance out there. Those that come to us are those who have been shot and have gunshot wounds primarily, sometimes from motor vehicle accidents because it's dark and it's pretty dangerous out there. Some fellows actually have been surprised from behind with maybe guerrilla-type tactics. But primarily gunshot wounds is what we see here, and we have a lot of general surgeons and all kinds of surgeons who can take care of those particular types of injuries and take them to the operating room, give them all the medication.
You know what? One of the things that strikes me is that it's pretty busy in here. Were you expecting to be this busy at this point?
Not at this early stage, but we really are being bombarded by patients every day, and it's okay. We're ready for them. We're prepared, and we've been training a long time for this. However, we thought we might see a larger number of the Iraqi DPWs. However, we didn't think we'd see this many. Right. But we're seeing both them and some of our own Marines, and so we're taking care of them all.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Listen, as the next few weeks progress, what concerns you the most? You're going to continue to jump ahead. What concerns you the most?
Well, we just want to make sure that we don't run out of supplies and that we're not overwhelmed with multiple casualties that exceeded the numbers of supplies and doctors and nurses that we have. Right now we can take care of at least 80 once we get all our supply lines in. So hopefully we'll be ready for anything that happens. We're also concerned about getting people medevac to their higher level of care, because here we just try to fix them up well enough just to but they'll survive, and then for our Marines, we'll send them back to get back to their families.
Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you as well. You got a very busy job. Wolf, you can see it's very busy here. It has been this busy, really, since we've gotten here. We were surprised as well at how busy it has been, but the patients in here are getting very good care. There are several Marines. They did share some of their stories with us. They're still waiting to notify next of kin. We're hoping to interview some of them to hear from them firsthand as well. Back to you, Wolf.
Sanjay, I know they're treating Iraqis and U.S. Military personnel who are injured. Are there more Iraqis who are coming in for the treatment or more American troops?
Definitely more Iraqi are coming in than coalition forces. The first couple nights we were here, the first operation, in fact, that was performed here was on an Iraqi who had a gunshot wound to the abdomen. There are several more Iraqis in this particular tent, which is a non-surgical tent, but still for the wounded, more Iraqis in here than coalition forces, and certainly that's been the pattern throughout. Wolf.
So you and your medical unit that you're embedded with, basically you're on the move all of the time. You stay put for a little while, but then you move forward. Is that it?
Yeah, you know, this is what's so interesting about this, Wolf, is in the past, a lot of these medical units did stay stationary for quite some time. These forward resuscitative surgical suites, they're called FRSS, the devil docs, which everyone's hearing so much about now, they actually do move forward. They're designed to be able to tear down in less than an hour, build back up less than an hour, and be totally mobile so they can move with the troops. This particular ward is called the jump ward. It jumps ahead continuously for that very same reason. So this is sort of a new thing as far as medical care in the military. So far, Wolf, I'll tell you, as a doctor, it seems to be working very, very well. These patients are getting excellent care. Of course, they do not stay here very long. The plan is to sort of stabilize them and to move them back to USS Comfort or somewhere else in the rear. Wolf?
And Sanjay, even as you're speaking and I'm speaking, sirens have once again gone off in Baghdad, the Iraqi capital. Our cameras are being affected by the windy conditions that have affected Baghdad as well, but we clearly hear the sound of what appears to be explosions once again rocking this city of some 5 million people on this, I believe it's day 6 of the war. Once again, sirens going off in Baghdad. We're going to continue to monitor that situation. I want to thank Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our medical correspondent. He's covering this story thoroughly and incredibly, I must say. Sanjay, be careful up there. Thanks very much for all that excellent work. Paula, this has been amazing to see our journalists, our so-called embedded journalists, on the front lines covering aspects of a war that we really haven't seen covered live on television. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this.
Oh, we haven't, and I guess what struck me today from watching hours and hours and hours for the same position is just physically what they're up against. Walt Rogers describing some of the incoming Iraqi fire, but also describing what they've been subjected to physically. He said at one point in the afternoon, 4 afternoon, what would be Iraqi time, not even be able to see in front of him because of this enormous sandstorm blowing through. He said he'd had to take out a flashlight during daylight hours to see, 20, 30 yards in front of him. Now, we've gotten a number of briefings today from military planners. They told us today that the war plan is on track, but acknowledging that this weather is making life very uncomfortable for coalition forces. Some embedded reporters have told us they've actually seen helicopters and planes grounded. Let's turn to Gary Tuckman, who is somewhere in the Gulf at a U.S. air base. He has the very latest from there. Gary, what can you tell us?
Well, Paula, there may be sirens over Baghdad, but there won't be as many planes over Baghdad in the next few hours because the Air Force is telling us because of the inclement weather in the region, there will be far less sorties over the next 24 hours than there were over the previous 24 hours. We do come to you from a coalition airbase near the border of Iraq. The exact location we're not allowed to say, but the weather here has been very poor. We have frequent lightning bolts right now, heavy rains at times, and wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour. As a matter of fact, the weather is so bad that all the maintenance workers who serve the A-10s behind us, you can see us see these men right now walking by us. All these men have been told to go indoors as we speak because of the lightning. It's not safe right now to maintain the attack planes behind us, so we're about the only ones still outside right now telling you the story of what's happening here. This particular base has had more than 1,100 sorties over the last 4 days using equipment like these A-10s, using F-16s, using Marine F-A-18s, using Harrier jets. But we are told that of those 1,100 flights over the last 4 days, Up to 80% of those flights, the pilots have reported having anti-aircraft artillery or surface-to-air missiles fired at them from the ground in Iraq. Not one has hit those planes. We asked the commander here if they consider themselves lucky, and he says luck is always a partner in the co-pilot with you. That's something that pilots are always taught. But what they think is very skillful is the fact that their intimidating air power has prevented Iraq from even putting one aircraft in the air. We are told that Iraq has 300 fighter aircraft still in its inventory, and we're being told by officials with the Air Force that not one of those aircraft has gone into the air. We do want to tell you, though, about an embarrassing incident. The Air Force is reporting that one of its F-16s, and we don't know where it came from, but actually shot a Patriot missile launcher in southern Iraq. It's embarrassing because a Patriot missile launcher is a coalition equipment. Nobody was hurt. That's very important to mention. But it's very clear, based on this, that there are now Patriot missile launchers that are in Iraq. Obviously, before the war, that wouldn't be the case. They were in northern Kuwait to prevent Iraqi missiles from coming over. But since the ground infiltration, Patriot missiles are now in Iraq, and one has been shot by a coalition aircraft. Paula, back to you.
Gary, let's come back to the weather for the morning. Chad Myers reporting that he thinks the storm system will be with you for another 24 hours. Do you have any idea when you'll see a return to sort of the normal plan?
Well, we had been seeing, Paula, between 10 and 15 aircraft taking off from the runway at this particular airbase every hour over the past 3 days. Now it's down to between 3 and 5, but they are saying the system is supposed to last for up to another 24 hours, so it will slow down the effort. One thing I do want to tell you, though, one effort that hasn't been slowed down is the effort to drop leaflets over Iraq. We heard a lot about that before the war started, but it continues, and we've been told that over the past 4 or 5 weeks, they have dropped 26 million leaflets over Iraq. That's basically 5 leaflets for every single person who lives in the city of Baghdad.
Wow, that's a lot. Gary Tuckman, thanks so much. I know you told us it's not safe for the air crews out there. I hope you seek shelter. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you were inside right now with all that lightning going on behind you. In the meantime, let's head back to Washington, where Judy's standing by. It's the first chance I've had to say hello to you today. How you doing,
And hello to you, Paula. Thanks very much. I want to remind all our viewers that we are waiting for that briefing from the Pentagon. It should get underway about 15 minutes from now. CNN, of course, will bring that to you live. Unfortunately, as we know, one of the stories of this war has become the prisoners of war, Americans captured by the Iraqis. Right now, there are 7 U.S. soldiers being held by the Iraqis. We throughout the last few days have been talking to family members when we've been able to do so, and they've been willing. One New Jersey family told us that it first learned about its loved one's capture from a friend who had seen the story on the internet. Sergeant James Riley is the oldest of the 7 U.S. POWs now in Iraq. A little earlier, Paula spoke with his family about his condition right now.
He looked slightly plumper than when I had seen him in July, and other than that, other than needing a shave and looking tired like anybody else would be, his condition seems to look pretty good from the one still picture we've seen.
James Riley's Army supply convoy was ambushed by Iraqi forces near Nasiriyah. We try to take you to our reporters as soon as we are able to get to them. Our Ryan Shilcote is near Nasiriyah, and he's with us now on the phone. Ryan?
That's right, with 101st Airborne at a forward operating base, actually not so close to Nasiriyah as much as I am in southern Iraq.
And Ryan, tell us about the scene, what's going on, where you are right now.
Well, actually, it's just begun to rain, which is very good news here, because with the rain, perhaps the sand will get a little bit more packed down, and we won't have the vicious sandstorm that we've been seeing for the last really 36 hours here. 101st Airborne's entire helicopter fleet has been grounded, and a lot of the helicopters that were actually out flying missions when this sandstorm kicked off, because it kicked off so violently and so quickly, they had to come down, land wherever they were, whether that was a secure area or not secure. So really a very difficult time here. A lot of helicopters have, over the last 36 hours, at various points in time, been sitting on the ground in completely hostile areas, guarded by their pilots and crews, and even some soldiers that have been sent out from the base to take care of them. So really here, the weather, and I hate to lead with the weather, has been dictating what's been going on. The 101st Airborne has pretty much been paralyzed in terms of its offensive capabilities in this war. Judy?
Ryan, you don't have to apologize for talking about the weather, because that is a huge part of any battlefront. Ryan, when you say the 101st has been all but paralyzed, what has it been able to do? I mean, one assumes that they are trying to make the location secure, but just how vulnerable are they right now?
Well, what they've been focusing on is turning what just a couple of days ago they were referring to as a FARP, and that means Forward Area Rearming and Refueling Port. It's basically a gigantic gas station for helicopters. They've been focusing on transforming that FARP that they established literally 3 days ago into a forward operating base. In other words, the 101st has been focusing on establishing a proper base inside of Iraq where it can position and has been positioning with a lot of effort, as much of its combat power as possible, so that when it wants to send its helicopters on missions, it doesn't have to send them from, for example, Kuwait, where they were deployed before Iraq. It can send them right from this forward operating base, and it would have all of its troops here as well, or as many of its troops as possible, so that they could run missions from here. It's a really milestone in the military buildup in this war inside Iraq. That's what they've been focusing on, bringing in more troops, bringing in more helicopters, maintaining those helicopters, all the more important particularly because of the bad weather. And that's really what they've been focusing on. But in terms of offensive operations using Apache attack helicopters or assault helicopters, they pretty much, you can forget about it because the weather has been so intense that it's not going to do that.
Ryan, Chilcote, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Thanks very much, describing a very difficult situation there for the 101st. Let's quickly get to Wolf in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Judy. One of the British journalists embedded with the troops near Basra right now is Richard Guyford, and he's joining us on the phone. Richard, first of all, approximately where are you? And tell us what's happening, as far as you can tell, in the second largest city of Iraq, namely Basra.
Well, I'm on the outskirts of the city. I'm with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards Battle Group. That's part of the Desert Rats 7th Armored Brigade. And we're here with military intelligence officers who are telling us that there is a popular uprising within the city center of Basra itself. Now, because of that uprising, because of the protest that's happened this afternoon, Iraqi army units that are still in the city are firing mortar rounds onto the protesters, onto the crowds. And as a means of support for the uprising, there is artillery being fired into Basra this evening from British positions, and we can see that they're firing them in there to try and take out these mortar rounds. They have a specific radar device that can work out exactly where the mortar rounds are coming from. They're then plotting their coordinates and targeting them as quickly as they possibly can. We had thought perhaps that British troops would go straight into Basra to sort this out. It's possible now they may wait till first light so they can actually get a much better idea of what's happening and the surroundings that they'll be working in.
So this popular uprising, Richard, is by local, I assume mostly Shia in Basra. They're rising up against the remaining Iraqi regular army forces who are there. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct. You may remember 12 years ago there was an uprising in Basra that was put down by the Saddam Hussein regime and wasn't supported by the British or American military. This time around it's very different. The military here is saying that they fully want to support this uprising. They want to help in whichever way they can. They've been planning on this happening. Perhaps they hadn't thought it was going to happen quite so quickly, and they will do all they can to make sure that it is successful. And I can tell you in the last half an hour they have dropped 2 large bombs on the Ba'ath Party headquarters. That has been destroyed, we're told. It may be that they American missiles dropped by air, but as well as that, there's continuing artillery bombardment of sites within the city itself, destroying these Iraqi positions, making it safe not only for the civilians, but also for eventually the British troops to make their way in.
Richard, as we know, 12 years ago, after the Shia in the south, including in Basra, rose up against the Iraqi army, they felt betrayed. They didn't get the support, the close air support the military support from the coalition at that time. I take it this time these people feel that the U.S. and British forces are going to help them, and as a result, they're courageously standing up to the Iraqi military?
I would imagine so. One would think that there's intelligence on the ground, perhaps people helping them on the ground from Allied forces to actually make this uprising a possibility. It's very difficult to say exactly what's going on because there is no media presence that I know of actually in Basra itself, and no one broadcasting from the city. We're getting all of our information, as I say, from British military intelligence officers that are with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards battle group. That is part of the Desert Rats 7th Armour Brigade, and I have to say that's where I'm sourcing my information from this evening. What they're telling me is that there is a popular uprising. They can't tell me how many people are involved with that, but they can say that the people who are uprising are being fired upon by Iraqi army units, and that the British military is doing its best now to try and take those units out to give those civilians some protection.
Can you tell if the U.S. military is also trying to protect those people in Basra who are rising up against the Iraqi army?
I'm afraid my knowledge of what the U.S. Army is doing in this is limited because I'm totally embedded with the British forces, and there is no cross-division briefing sessions going on. This is a developing story. We only came across this an hour or so ago when the artillery units from our particular location started firing. We wanted to know why they were firing into the city, and that was the answer we were given, that there was a popular uprising and that we were doing all we could at this stage to protect the people in there from the Iraqi army units that were firing upon them.
So as far as you could tell, the air power that was used, the bombs that were dropped on the Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra, the Ba'ath Party, the ruling party of Saddam Hussein, the only party in Iraq, those were 2 bombs. Have you heard other bombs going off in Basra from your vantage point?
We heard, within the last half an hour, we heard 2 massive explosions, which were obviously something more than the artillery that was being fired in. We've seen multi-launch rocket systems and other artillery being fired into the city, but this was something very different indeed. 2 large explosions. Now, it's possible that these were American JDAM missiles, the guided missiles, the attachment that is effectively put onto a 500, a 1,000 or a 2,000 pound bomb and then dropped from the sky, guided in using satellite navigation. That is possible. That's what's happened. The military, we're told, is wanting to use those because it would limit the amount of civilian casualties, and they can do that very quickly and comparatively cheaply. And that is what we're told that's happened this evening. They have totally destroyed the Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra.
Richard Gayford, a British journalist, joining us on the phone, almost with a breathtaking report what's happening right now in this huge city, more than 1 million people of Basra, a human uprising, an uprising by the many residents in Basra against the remaining Iraqi military. Richard, thanks very much. Be careful where you are. Paula, it does almost take your breath away to see what's going on and get these eyewitness accounts from these embedded journalists.
I know. Each one, to me, seems more surprising than the last one I've seen, and even I've seen a lot of them lately. I just wanted to give you a quick programming note that in less than 2 minutes, we're expecting a Pentagon briefing to get underway with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. In the meantime, we're going to try to hit to CNN Center with Miles O'Brien to talk more military strategy. He's at the map table and help shed some light on the latest coalition efforts. So I guess you get to play the role of Mr. Accordion Man today, Miles, and I'll let you pitch it to the Pentagon briefing when we see them.
All right, we'll do the Pentagon polka if need be. But in the meantime, let's get specific with the generals, shall we? General Don Shepard, U.S. Air Force, General Dave Grange, U.S. Army. Let's talk Basra right away. What's going on there could be significant. Dave Grange.
Could be significant. They've changed their strategy somewhat. They're trying to influence the locals to revolt against the Fedayeen and the other paramilitary organizations. They're going to go in after selected targets to take out some of these paramilitary groups, but they're hoping to get the people to uprise, and it looks like that's happening right now.
That really is when things start to unravel, right?
They do indeed. That's what we're looking for, and this word hopefully will spread north. It's early reports. Don't get too excited about it yet, but it looks good so far.
All right, let's move up the Tigris and Euphrates River Basin, the cradle of civilization. Head to, where's the next stop? So we stop in Nasiriyah?
Nasiriyah, yes.
Let's talk about Nasiriyah.
The coalition forces are punching north through that. They've captured some more of the area. Again, that city is still not totally secure, but contained, and they're moving north on a separate access to parallel the movements of the 3rd Infantry Division
All right, coming up this way.
Moving up, we have the 3/7 Cav.
Do we have, I'm sorry, we have Donald Rumsfeld approaching the lectern? Yes, let's go to him.
Good afternoon. It's now about 5 days since the major ground forces entered Iraq. It's almost 4 days and 30 minutes ago that the air war began. We're still, needless to say, much closer to the beginning than the end. The men and women in uniform, U.S. and coalition alike, are performing superbly. They're doing an outstanding job. The resistance that's being encountered was expected. It has not affected coalition progress. Iraqi forces are capitulating by the hundreds. The total now, as I understand it, at least early this morning, was something in excess of 3,500 Iraqi prisoners of war, and thousands more that have been part of units that have simply disbanded. With each passing day, the Iraqi regime is losing control over more of the country. Coalition forces are closing in on Baghdad and will not stop until that regime has been driven from power. Their defeat is certain. All that is unclear is the number of days or weeks it will take. The threat posed by Iraq's weapons of mass destruction will be removed, and a regime that is one of the world's most notorious sponsors of terror will be no more. This war is an act of self-defense, to be sure, but it is also an act of humanity. Coalition forces are eliminating a regime that is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of its own people, and which is pursuing weapons that would enable it to kill hundreds of thousands more. In recent days, the world has witnessed further evidence of their brutality and their disregard for the laws of war. Their treatment of coalition POWs is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. To the families of those captured or missing, know that our thoughts and prayers are with you and with your loved ones, and that we will do everything in our power to bring them safely home. To the families and loved ones of those brave men and women who have been killed or wounded, know that their courage and sacrifice are deeply appreciated by all Americans. The regime has committed acts of treachery on the battlefield, dressing their forces as liberated civilians and sending soldiers out waving white flags and feigning surrender, with the goal of drawing coalition forces into the ambushes, using Red Cross vehicles to courier military instructions. These are serious violations of the laws of war. The regime's actions have had little practical military effect thus far, but they do serve as a telling reminder of why it is important that this regime be removed. Those who behave with such brutality cannot be allowed to possess tools of mass murder. This is the behavior of desperate men. Iraqi authorities know their days are numbered, and while the Iraqi regime is on the way out, it's important to know that it can still be brutal, particularly in the moments before it finally succumbs. This campaign could well grow more dangerous in the coming days and weeks as coalition forces close on Baghdad and the regime is faced with its certain death. But the outcome is assured. To the Iraqi people, let me say this. By now you have seen and know that coalition airstrikes are not aimed at you. They are aimed at the regime of Saddam Hussein. We are systematically eliminating the institutions that repress you. As we do so, we are doing everything possible to protect innocent civilians. Humanitarian assistance, food, water, and medicine is already being delivered, and more will arrive shortly. A regime that starved its own people so that a dictator could build many, many palaces will be removed. In its place, you will build a free Iraq with a new government based on democratic principles of political freedom, individual liberty, and the rule of law. To the officers and soldiers of the Iraqi armed forces, do not lead your men into a battle to die for a condemned regime. Do not obey orders to use weapons of mass destruction. Lay down your arms, and you will be spared. General Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would like to add our thanks to the men and women in uniform, U.S. and coalition, who are performing superbly and have from the time this all began. Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. I don't have much additional information following CENTCOM's brief, but wanted to update you on the overall picture. On the ground, our forces are nearing Baghdad. They have moved some 200-plus miles into Iraq in less than 5 days of the ground campaign. We are now poised for the next objectives, and our plan is on track. The air campaign is continuing well. We flew nearly 1,000 sorties over Iraq yesterday, most against Republican Guard units, and conducted close air support for the ground advance in the south and special forces in the west. Coalition forces have secured the port of Qasr and are preparing the port for the arrival of humanitarian aid to the people of Iraq. I have a pre- and post-strike image for you today. It's of the Special Security Organization warehouse and boat dog along Tigris River in Baghdad. You can see the warehouse and boat facility destroyed, while the highway and bridge right next to it remain intact and well traveled. Finally, I have 3 videos for you today. The first video is an F-117 using a satellite guided weapon, the GPS weapon, to destroy what we think is the last active Iraqi GPS jammer that we've been able to find. It is that was a 3/4 speed, by the way, because there wasn't much time between the clouds and when it went off. The second is of an F-18 destroying a patrol boat in a canal in southern Iraq. Please note the 3 other vessels in the area. Only the patrol boat is destroyed. And the third is of an F-15 using a 500-pound bomb to destroy a Republican Guard tank south of Baghdad. Remember, we mentioned we focused about 50% of our air missions on the Republican Guard in the past couple of days. And with that, we'll take your questions.
Before we start, let me just say that, as you may know, the President was here today and met with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and with General Franks, General DeLong, and General Abizaid by secure video, and then made an announcement concerning the supplemental. In addition, I've just come from a meeting with a number of the former Secretaries of State, former Secretaries of Defense, and former National Security Advisors who were here to have a discussion with us, which was, I find, always helpful, and it's something we do from time to time. Because we have such a large gathering here, I'd like to suggest that out of courtesy to everybody that people ask a single question. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, you said yourself a moment ago that this operation could become more dangerous for U.S. and Allied troops in the coming days as you approach Baghdad. There are Sunday morning generals in every war, and critics are coming out of the walls to criticize this ground campaign. They say that your imprimatur of transformation is heavily on it, and that there are simply not enough troops and armor on the ground right now to efficiently take Baghdad or protect your area. How would you answer that, sir?
First of all, I don't know how anyone outside of the government thinks they know what my views are, or what General Frank's views are, or what General Myers' views are. We've all been deeply involved, and the plan has been a plan that's been approved by all the commanders and by, needless to say, General Myers and General Pace and Don Rumsfeld and the President of the United States. And it is a good plan. It is a plan that in 4.5 or 5 days has moved ground forces to within a short distance of Baghdad. And forces increase in the country every minute and every hour of every day, and that will continue to be the case. There is a force flow that's been put in place weeks and weeks and weeks ago, where people were mobilized, people were trained, people were Equipment was loaded on ships. Ships were leased. Ships were sent over. Ships moved into position. Ships were unloaded. Personnel were airlifted over to meet with their equipment. And every hour, the number of U.S. and coalition forces in that country are increasing. So, I guess how I would respond to what you say are some folks who are concerned about that is that the people who are involved in this, the General Franks and General McKiernan and General DeLong and General Abizaid and Admiral Keating, General Mosley, are very comfortable, as are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who have met with the President twice in the last 2 days and discussed it. One question? Do you want to comment on that?
You bet I do. It's a plan that's on track. It's a plan everybody had input to. It's a plan everybody agrees to. I've been on public record that I think the plan is finally formulated and is put together by General Franks with some help and some advice, but by General Franks and his commanders is a brilliant plan. And we've been at it now for less than a week. We're just about to Baghdad. Some of the biggest losses we've taken are due to Iraqis committing serious violations of the law of armed conflict and the Geneva Convention by dressing as civilians, by luring us into surrender situations and opening fire on our troops. So this is a plan that is very well thought out and that will play out, I think, as we expect.
Have you seen indications that the Republican Guard units that are ringing Baghdad have been authorized to use chemical weapons in the event that U.S. forces advance to a certain distance from the city center? Around the city?
There has been intelligence scraps, who knows how accurate they are, chatter in the system that suggests that the closer that coalition forces get to Baghdad and Tikrit, the greater the likelihood, and that some command and control arrangements have been put in place. But whether it'll happen or not remains to be seen. Yes?
Mr. Secretary, there is reported to be a popular uprising in Basra, but the popular uprising apparently is not only targeting some of the Iraqi forces, but also some of the coalition forces, and we have reports that at least one British coalition force member has been killed. Can you comment on what's going on there?
I have not seen these reports, but I can tell you roughly what's going on there. What's going on is that the forces came in, coalition forces came in from the south. They're moving towards Baghdad. They essentially bypassed Basra. The British forces now have the task of dealing with the remaining capability in Basra. We have intelligence information saying that the Fedayeen Saddam people, I'm not going to call them troops because they're traveling in civilian clothes and they're essentially terrorists, have been moving south into some areas, including Basra, and that they are, in some cases, pretending to surrender and then shooting people. They do not represent a serious threat to the success of this campaign. What they do represent is a terrorist-type threat, and there will very likely continue to be people until the regime is gone, until it's finally tipped, until there's absolute certainty that Saddam Hussein is not there anymore. I suspect that some of these dead-enders will be down there shooting people and doing that type of thing. That's basically what's going on. Now, if your implication in your question was that the uprising was against the United States or the coalition forces, I suspect that's not true. I mean, these people have been repressed by the regime of Saddam Hussein, and they now have people in there that are shooting them if they try to desert, if they try to surrender, if they try to escape. These are Saddam Hussein's people in there shooting people if they try to leave the city. Now, therefore, an uprising, anyone who's engaged in an uprising has got a whale of a lot of courage, and I sure hope they're successful.
And you think that Saddam Hussein is in the middle of it?
Let's really try to do it. Let's try to do it. Yes.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Secretary, as the nature of the questions before have indicated, and you yourself have anticipated this, at the first sign of any difficulty or casualties, there have been a number of critics, some of them laymen and some of them retired military officers, senior military officers, voicing the kinds of concerns that Charlie met. Without, again, restating it, would you say that you have perhaps not adequately
manage the expectations here in the sense that some people believe that just 5 days into this, the war might be going badly, and you're trying to make the point that we're much closer to the beginning than the end. Do you need to do a better job in giving the American people and the public an idea of what to expect in the days and weeks ahead?
I don't know how to answer that, really. If you go back to the Afghanistan situation, it was only a few days into it that it was described by one of the newspapers here as a quagmire. And it was a matter of days later that things looked quite good, and as I recall, Mazar-e Sharif fell, and then the other cities began to fall. I can't manage what people, civilians or retired military, want to say, and if they go on and say it enough, people will begin to believe it. It may not be true, and it may reflect more of a misunderstanding of the situation than an analysis or an assessment of it. But there's no way anyone can affect what people say. We have a free country. In Iraq, they can affect what people say because you get shot if you say something they don't like. We don't do that.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary.
But it seems to me that anyone with any sense of what's taking place recognizes the complexity of this task, the importance of it, the fact that we're there to eliminate the weapons of mass destruction in that country and to put in a regime that will not threaten its neighbors. These are important things to be done. They're not things that are done easily. This is a sizable military that the coalition forces are up against. They are, unlike 1991, they recognize that the task is not to put them out of Kuwait and then let them go about their business. The task here is to not only deal with them throughout the country, but to see that the regime has changed. So you're going to get a different level of intensity. And certainly General Myers and I and General Franks all have indicated from the outset that this is a tough business, and wars are unpredictable, and there's lots of difficulties. Do you want to comment on that?
No, I think with as much coverage as we have of the war, primarily because of the decision to embed a lot of reporters with it, you know, we're watching this thing, what happens, pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I think that lends this perception that it's been going on a long time and a lot is happening. If you look at a lot is happening, obviously, but the big scope of things, we're on track, we're on plan. We think we have just the right forces for what we need to do now. I would remind people that forces are still flowing to the region. As the Secretary said, we're putting in thousands of more each day. It was always the plan. That will continue probably to be the plan. Depends on situation.
If you think about the difference, in World War II, there was no television. People had radios. People would go to the movies because the beginning of the movie would be a 15-minute preview of what took place, not the day before or the minute before or the hour before or what was taking place at that moment, but it was a summary of the week's news of World War II. And now what we're seeing is every second another slice of what's actually happening out there. It is a breathtaking sight to see it. It tends to be all accurate, but not in an overall context. And it does, as the General said, leave people with the impression that it's been going on for days and weeks and months. And it was 1 o'clock Friday that the air war began. It even seems like weeks to me, but it is really just such a brief period, and they have moved so far on the ground and made major accomplishments in the West, made major accomplishments in the North, and clearly have caused the Republican Guard to pull in closer to Baghdad and Tikrit, and the difficult task it remains. The Republican Guard units, setting aside the Special Republican Guard and the Fedayeen Saddam group, which are different, they're more fanatical, I would say. Republican Guard group are military, and that's where the difficult task begins. And it is starting with the Medina division south of Karbala.
Secretary, we haven't heard much from Iran in this entire time. I'm wondering if you can characterize what you think Iran is looking at this conflict, and if you believe any troops with an allegiance to the Iranian government are inside Iraq at this time.
Well, there's no love lost between Iran and Iraq. On the other hand, both are states that have sponsored terrorism, and thus far, Iran has not done things that are making our life more difficult in Iraq. We hope that continues to be the case. With respect to the latter portion of your question, we do see Iran-sponsored forces, Iraqis, but sponsored and armed and housed previously by Iran in the country in relatively small numbers, which is unhelpful.
Mr. Secretary, can I just follow up on Jamie's question a little bit? Is it possible that you did raise expectations beyond reasonable levels by talking about a shock and awe campaign? I mean, wasn't the impression put out that 3,000 bombs were going to fall in the first 48 hours and the regime was going to collapse?
Not by me, not by General Myers.
Well, General Renoir came and gave a briefing along those lines.
Well, there were a lot of bombs dropped. The reality is that they were dropped on military targets and regime control targets, and they were not dropped on innocent men, women, and children.
No, and I'm asking you, if you may have created the impression in the public mind that this was going to be over in 4 days.
I thought I answered that. I certainly did not. General Myers certainly did not. Is it possible that someone might have said something that led some person to believe that? I suppose so. But realistic people, why would we have put in train the hundreds of thousands of people to go do this task if we thought it was going to be over in 5 minutes? I mean, it's just unrealistic.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary. If we could go back to Basra for a minute. As you said, the initial decision was to bypass Basra. Apparently the British have now decided that they're going to undertake some specific tactical missions there, military missions, so there apparently is a little bit of a change of plan. Can you just explain what's your plan for dealing with cities? Do you anticipate continuing to bypass cities or try to stabilize them as you go along, given what appears to be some kind of guerrilla threat?
Well, it depends on the situation on the battlefield at the time and where we are in our plan of execution. It was planned to, in fact, to bypass Basra early on, and the British forces, as they have done, have come around Basra at this time. And then we have to deal with the situation we find. Clearly, as the Secretary said,